بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحكيم العليم الذي جعل لنا من التفكر والتأمل في النفس عبادة وسنة نؤجر عليها. وصلى اللهم وسلم وبارك على نبي تفكر في خلق الله ووجد الحق، فجاءنا ديننا للحياة منهجا وللنفس سكنا. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, all-knowing and all-wise. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hayyakum. We begin our symposium today in the best ways with the verses from the Noble Quran. خير ما نستهل به مؤتمرنا اليوم آيات بينات من الذكر الحكيم يتلوها على مسامعنا الطالب القارئ علي ذهين من برنامج ماجستير علم النفس الاستشاري.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولقد كرمنا بني آدم وحملناهم في البر والبحر ورزقناهم من الطيبات وفضلناهم على كثير ممن خلقنا تفضيلا. يوم ندعو كل أناس بإمامهم ومن أوتي كتابه بيمينه فأولئك يقرؤون كتابهم ولا يظلمون فتيلا. فمن كان هذه أعمى فهو في الآخرة أعمى وأضل سبيلا. أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر إن قرآن الفجر كان مشهودا. ومن الليل فتهجد به نافلة لك عسى أن يبعثك ربك مقاما محمودا. وقل رب أدخلني مدخل صدق وأخرجني مخرج صدق واجعل لي من لدنك سلطانا نصيرا. وقل جاء الحق وزهق الباطل إن الباطل كان زهوقا. وننزل من القرآن ما هو شفاء ورحمة للمؤمنين ولا يزيد الظالمين إلا خسارا. صدق الله العلي العظيم.
جزاكم الله خيرا أخي علي وطيب الله أنفاسكم على هذه التلاوة العطرة. I would like to start by welcoming Dr. Prabhat Hajila, Provost at Hamad bin Khalifa University, and Her Excellency Sheikha Dr. Hafsa bint Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. I would also like to welcome our distinguished guests, honored attendees, esteemed professors, scholars, and researchers. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank the entities that made this symposium happen. I would like to thank them for all their efforts. Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar University, and Psychology Chapter at Qatar University Alumni Association, Khalil Center, International Association of Islamic Psychology, International Students of Islamic Psychology, and our special appreciation notes go to the Continuing Professional Development CPD Department at Hamad Medical Corporation for generously contributing with CPD pointing system that you will see at the entrances, the 4 entrances we have here. A quick note to make: all CPD registered participants are kindly requested to hold and keep their CPD cards with them, because these cards will be counted against their points. If you in case forget your cards here, the points won't be counted for you. Also, the cards will be taken if you forget them here at the We will have also here the CPD badge code. Okay, we will have the code later for you to scan. حمدا إلهي قد أنرت بصيرتي علما يداوي النفس حين تضل علم النفوس إذا استنار بوحيه يشفي السقيم يشفى السقيم به يداوى العل هدي الشريعة للقلوب مزكيا في منزل للعلم طاب الحل إني وهذا العلم بتنا إخوة في المبحث الموثوق لست أضل. كانت هذه أبيات نظمتها بشغف في حب علم النفس الإسلامي. I wrote these poetry lines in the love of Islamic psychology. And thank you for listening to them. My name is Dalal Al-Mullah, a master student in psychology and counseling psychology at Hamad bin Khalifa University. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the second International Symposium on Islamic Psychology here at Minaratain, under the special theme of this year, Integrating Islamic Spirituality across Mental Health Services in Middle East. إدماج المبادئ الإسلامية عبر خدمات الصحة النفسية في الشرق الأوسط. We gather today at this esteemed academic symposium to reflect a growing awareness of the significance of Islamic spirituality and as an essential dimension in understanding the human being and in developing mental health practices that are responsive to the cultural, ethical, and religious context of our societies. We hope that this symposium will serve as a rich and meaningful space for beneficial scholarly dialogue, collective reflection that contributes to the building of our communities and Ummah, and for bringing theoretical knowledge with practical application. We now begin, bi'idhnillah, this program of today, and this is with my great pleasure to invite Dr. Rajab Shanturk, Dean of the College of Islamic Studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University for the opening remarks of our symposium. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Thank you. شكرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا وحبيبنا وطبيب قلوبنا وشفي ذنوبنا وقرة أعيننا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وأتباعه وإخوانه من الأنبياء والمرسلين أجمعين ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا اللهم ارنا الحق حقا فارزقنا اتباعه وارنا الباطل باطلا فارزقنا اجتنابه اللهم انصر من نصر الدين فاجعلنا منهم واخذل من خذل الدين ولا تجعلنا منهم. I'm very happy today with this organization under College of Islamic Studies, Hamad bin Khalifa University and Qatar Foundation. This is a groundbreaking event and our program is a groundbreaking program. It's the first and the only program in the whole world offering counseling psychology from an Islamic perspective, which is also integrated with the current practices of counseling psychology in the world. It integrates all the achievements and proven ideas of the current psychological practice with the Islamic perspective and the values. In the beginning, I would like to thank Dr. Prabhat Hajala, the provost of the HBKU University, for honoring us with his presence today in this opening session. And I would also like to thank Dr. Khalid An-Nama, Director of Advocacy and Outreach, Doha International Family Institute. And also we have a great number of partners who contributed in the organization of this event, institutions, co-organizers, in particular Qatar University, Khalil Center, International Association of Islamic Psychology, International Students of Islamic Psychology, Qatar University CPD Office, and Qatar University Psychology Chapter, together with Hamad Medical Corporation, Behavioral Healthcare Center, Nafar Al-Ahli Hospital, and all other international and local institutions who contributed in this scholarly intellectual feast. But in particular, I'd like to thank our psychology program, which is headed by Dr. Hman Keshavarzi, and we have a great team of professors and students. MashaAllah. Let's give them an applause. I'm very proud of our professors, very proud of our students. And you can see the groundbreaking work they are doing, and I'm sure the work they are doing will be very helpful for the Qatari society and beyond, to the whole Muslim and Muslim world and the Western world as well, because they are here shifting a paradigm. They are here building a new school of psychology, which they call TIIP, Traditionally Integrated Islamic Psychology. And what they are doing is also recognized and accredited by IRCAP, which is an accreditation agency in America. These are non-Muslims in America, and this institution provides accreditation to all counseling psychology programs in America. So I'm very happy that our program is also recognized and accredited by this agency. The practical benefit of it is that, first of all, the quality of work like we are doing here and the quality of education we are offering is not less than any education which is offered in America and other parts of the world. So it's a quality assurance. something very good. The other practical outcome of this is that our graduates can go anywhere in the world because our program is accredited. They can use their license to work as counselors, psychological counselor, anywhere they want. So alhamdulillah, and our program really deserves a great appreciation and thanks for this. I was supposed to give only opening remarks, but I realized they gave me a half an hour slot. And this half an hour opening remark will be too long. So I decided to share some of my ideas about the philosophy behind Islamic counseling psychology, the framework, the larger framework, which provides the philosophical underpinning for Islamic rooted perspective to all social sciences and behavioral sciences. So the title of my presentation is Multiplex Wellbeing. And by this I mean the well-being of the body, mind and soul. Because from Islamic perspective, as well as all pre-modern Christian, Jewish, Buddhist, Hindu, Confucius, Shinto, African, Latin American, it was all shared, accepted that a human being is constituted by body, mind and soul. And today there is a multiplex turn. There is a multiplex turn because people are disillusioned from this modernist and enlightenment materialism. Now they are moving into this direction, and inshallah we will lead the tide in this direction. So I observe a multiplex turn in psychology and pedagogy and also in behavioral sciences, and we need to embed our psychology, pedagogy and all behavioral sciences. As you know, I am also a sociologist, like social sciences, in this new cutting edge development. Otherwise, if we still continue with the old enlightenment or modern views, we will be left behind. So human being is multiplex, so must be human well-being. But this requires a multiplex approach to psychology, a multiplex approach to pedagogy, because multiplex well-being is the joint cultivation of body, mind and soul. And the ultimate goal is al-hayat al-tayyiba, which is grounded on a healthy, conscientious, successful and happy life. So Islam has the ultimate purpose is to make people happy. That's the purpose of Islam, to make us happy. And Ibn Khaldun says, Allahu ahrasu bi sa'adatika minka wa huwa a'lamu bi maslahatika minka. So Allah is more eager to make us happy. That's why He sent us Islam, Quran, Prophet Muhammad, and the ultimate goal is to teach us how to become happy and successful. Allah Himself doesn't need religion. Religion is for human beings, and that's the ultimate purpose. So when we look at the history of behavioral sciences, social sciences, we can divide them into 4 phases. The first phase, the pre-modern phase, and in this phase, all civilizations and cultures in the world, they share this multiplex approach. Epistemically, they share that there are different types of knowledge: empirical knowledge, rational knowledge, spiritual knowledge, and revelation, divine revelation. And they saw human being as constituted by body, mind, and soul. Of course, they had like different definitions of it. And behavior, they accepted that a human behavior is a product of, a joint product of body, mind, and soul. Not just body, body, mind, and soul. It's a joint product, and they all aimed at multiplex well-being, physical well-being, mental well-being, and the spiritual well-being. But after that, with the rise of modernity and enlightenment, there was a uniplex turn all over the world, and this turn is called the modern turn or colonial turn or positivist uniplexity, materialist uniplexity, trying to reduce everything to the material level and to the empiric knowledge only, and focusing on the body alone or the biological, neurological mechanisms, and they assumed that human behavior is an outcome of stimulus response, conditioning, biological drive, and is causally determined. So well-being from this perspective, functional and based on performance, productivity, efficiency, and reducing the symptoms. So feeling good. Since like after World War II, there is an increasing discontent and disillusionment with this uniplex materialist positivist perspective, and these moments of disillusionment and discontent, sometimes they are called postmodern, sometimes post-colonial, sometimes post-positivist, sometimes post-truth, and they are searching an alternative to the uniplex enlightenment and positivist approach. So the representatives of these movements, they are anti-essentialist, and they advocate for the absence of an ultimate truth. And for them, a human being doesn't have any objective definition. It is self-constructed. People decide who they are. People decide what they are, but how they decide about it based on their feelings, based on narrative self. So they decide how they should be called, how they should be treated. So this is complete opposite of the modern objectivist perspective, completely subjectivist. And the behavior is discursively constructed, power-laden, context-dependent, and as a result, well-being is subjective, just feeling good about it. And now, I believe that we are entering a new phase, because there is an increasing discontent and disillusionment also with this postmodern approach. People are coming to realize we cannot survive without reason, we cannot survive without using science, we cannot survive without accepting that there is truth, there are values. So now I observe a new phase is beginning, and this phase I call it rooted future. The phase of rooted future, there is a greater appreciation of the work of our ancestors. But we cannot replicate it as they are. We need to build a future, but also integrating the achievements of the ancient pre-modern time as well as the modern time for building a new future. So in this phase, people increasingly recognize that there are multiple ways of knowing, and the human being cannot be reduced only to the body. So there is body, mind, and soul, and the human action, behavior is a joint product of body, mind, and soul, and the ultimate goal is the multiplex well-being of human beings, physical well-being, mental well-being, and the spiritual well-being. So we would like to embed our psychology program and also Islamic studies program in this latest phase, so that we are synchronized and aligned with what's going on in the world, but from our own position, from our own perspective, rooted in our Islamic tradition, but with the purpose of contributing to the global discourse in the East or the West, without isolating ourselves. I have already talked about this multiplex term because of this discontent and disillusion with positivism and uniplex approaches. And let me give you one example. I'm sure presenters after me, especially Dr. Hman, will talk about in more detail how people in the West, in America, they are trying to learn from Eastern traditions. The president of American Psychological Association, Susan McDaniel, in his presidential speech in the opening of the American Psychological Association in 2016, she said that Western psychology can learn a lot from Eastern psychology organizations. So she recommended we have to look east. But today in the Muslim world, I see we are looking to the West. But these people, they are aware, and they are increasingly becoming more and more aware of the insufficiency of the tools that they have. Yeah, they are turning to the East, and we keep turning to the West. So this is what I mean, that we have to embed ourselves in the current discussion. I mean, I studied in the West. I'm not against the West. I don't trash their achievements. I admire many of the achievements that they have, but I'm not worshiping. And they themselves, they are aware of their shortcomings. They are very honest and objectively confessing that. So we are the East. So our work will help ourselves first, but at the same time, it will help people like Susan McDaniel, who are open-minded and open to learn from the non-Western traditions as well. So we have two contributions, inshallah ta'ala. And another example, head of the sociology department in Harvard, Petrim Sorokin, he wrote the sensate culture, like this empiric culture, he calls it sensate culture, by recognizing only one reality, the sensory, material, observable, empirically measurable reality, has inevitably led to the disintegration of truth, ethics, and most important, personality. This is coming from someone who's a respectable sociologist from Harvard University. I'm not going to go to other details. I think these two just I presented as examples. So as I have mentioned, Islamically, we accept that a human being has body, mind, and soul, and this is something we commonly share with all non-positivist traditions, and this is in parallel with the whole world, because we accept that the world, it has visible, invisible, and divine levels. So we also accept that human beings are different than other creatures. Other creatures in the world, they are pre-programmed, they have no free will, and there is no way for them to improve. Like a tree, you cannot educate it, you cannot improve it. A giraffe, you cannot you cannot educate it, you cannot improve it, you cannot take the giraffe to the school. But a human being has this challenge, but at the same time, great honor that we are less than what we can be. We are less than what we ought to be. We should be aiming to be more than who we are. This is our duty as human beings. This is a great challenge, but also great honor by Allah Ta'ala. So what it is and what ought to be is different for human beings. So we have to recognize who we are at the moment and who we can be based on our potential. So that potential is called in Islam al-insan al-kamil, the ideal, the wholesome, the complete human being. And this requires this multiplex perspective, and that's the purpose of education, pedagogy, and psychology, social sciences, to help us, elevating ourselves and humanity from the level of who they are to who they can be. This nature. And from this perspective, I came up with these three types of the self deriving from our classical literature. So we assume or we accept that the human being has ruh, qalb, and it has two conflicting faculties. The faculty of hedonistic self, which is sometimes called an-nafs al-amara or an-nafs al-shahwani or al-hawa. The conflict all the time, that's the most important direction. And the reason. And depending on the relationship between the two, the type of self is determined. And the behaviors follow the self. Behaviors, actions is an outcome of the type of self. So type 1 self, where hedonic self is dominant, and this is called an-nafs al-amara. And in this self, aql is ma'mur, nafs is amir. So aql is subjugated to the orders of the hedonistic desires. So this is the lowest self. And the type 3 self, where reason is dominant and the hedonistic self or desires are subjugated to the control of reason. And this is called an-nafs al-mutma'inna. In this phase, al-aql al-ammara. So it shifts from an-nafs al-ammara to al-aql al-ammara, shift from al-aql al-ma'mur to an-nafs al-ma'mur. So nafs becomes subjugated to the control of intellect. And this is called an-nafs al-mutma'inna, the content self, the happy self, radi and mardi self. But in between, there is a transitional phase, and this is called critical self. The self, type 1 self, the appetitive self, wakes up from his sleep and becomes aware that he has this great potential and he must improve himself and to realize himself. But in this phase, it swings between following the voice of reason and following the voice of the hedonistic desires. No complete authority to any of them. And majority of people, they are in this phase. And the goal of education, psychology, social sciences elevates human beings from type 1 self to type 3 self, from nafs amara to nafs al-mutmainna. But how can you do it? So our scholars, they came up with some methods. And they say the methods to be used to elevate a human being from following selfish, hedonistic animal desires to the level of following reason with a decent ethical life is first love. Love of the Creator and also love of the creatures without any discrimination. All human beings, animals, plants, all of them. Love. Comprehensive, universal love. And service. Serving the whole creation, human beings, animals, plants, out of love for the Creator. And also sohbet, friendship, establishing friendship. Then God consciousness, which is zikr. And also minimalist life, contentment, and inner struggle to subjugate desires and establishing inner control of reason and intellect. So these are the methods they proposed. Because when you, for instance, service, how it helps you improve yourself. So if you are practicing khidmah, serving other people, you can no longer be arrogant, you can no longer be egocentric, selfish, you can no longer be jealous, because you are sharing and serving. So this is how it helps people to improve themselves. So from this perspective, there is a circular causality between behavior and human self. So human action is the fluid of self, but at the same time, this action influences the self and helps improve it. So Amal is a fluid of yourself, but at the same time, your good deeds influences yourself and influences yourself. And we need to go deeper and study how the behavior is produced. In this multiplex perspective, in type 1 self, human behavior is predictable, always following passions, always following hedonistic, egoistic desires, very predictable. And the current social sciences, behavioral sciences, they take type 1 self as human nature, and this is what they study. So they are the amara. But our goal is to recognize that human being is open to evolution, for education, training, and elevation from this level to that level. So the behavior of the type 3 self is also predictable, always good, always following reason. But in between, the behaviors of type 2 self is unpredictable. You never know whether he will act in a good way or evil way, because he's swinging between the two. Sometimes he's an angel, sometimes he's a devil. Because no stability inside there. So depending on the dominant ruling power inside, behavior is produced, and by looking at it, you can predict it. But a human being is not a fixed entity. We have stages in our life. We are first created in the womb of our mother, then we are born as a baby, then become a child, then become adult, then we reach the old age, so we are evolving. So there is maratib and marahil. So like maratib, spiritual level of existence, mental level of existence, and the physical level of existence. But each of three levels, they go through transformations. This is how Allah Ta'ala created us. We are not like stone. we always change. So we move through different phases of life, and the psychologist and the pedagogist must take this into consideration. The questions and the problems of embryo, child, youth, adult, and elder person is different from each other. You have to take all these things into account when you provide education and counseling psychology. But the ultimate goal is afterlife. I have supervised one master's thesis demonstrating that according to Muslim pedagogists, the ultimate goal of education is prepare the student for happiness in the afterlife, the eternal happiness, as-sa'ada al-abadiyya. But this eternal happiness in the afterlife does not exclude happiness in this world. So the goal is happiness in this world, but also in the hereafter. But the materialists, they limit themselves with the happiness and success only in this world. So the ultimate goal of psychology and pedagogy help the people to become happy in this world, but also in the afterlife, because afterlife means your spirit continues its life. Your body is dead because it came from earth, it goes back to the earth, but your soul continues it is life. So you have to prepare the soul for this phase of life as well, as a psychologist, as a pedagogist. So you see, multiplex well-being. So we don't only aim well-being in this world, we aim well-being in the akhirah as well. Actually, this is the ultimate goal. And so the horizons of the multiplex well-being, psycho-spiritual state, content nafs, with tranquility, settled and peaceful. So without contentment, regardless how much you own, you are not going to be happy. Like Homo economicus, this economists, they say economy is satisfying endless needs of human beings with limited resources. This is nonsense. A human being doesn't have endless needs. The needs of the human being is limited. And unless you have contentment with what you have, your limits are endless. So that's nafs amara, person with greed. So this nafs mutmainna is considered al-radi and al-mardi. So he's happy, radi, and also Allah is pleased with him. And this person with the multiplex well-being has haqq al-yaqeen, certainty based on experiential knowledge in his faith. And he has al-ikhlas ad-da'im al-kamil. So everything he does it for the sake of Allah Ta'ala. So his will is perfectly, continuously aligned with the will of his creator. So that's al-ikhlas ad-da'im al-kamil. And for the person with multiplex well-being, performing good deeds, following morality and ethics become easy. It's because it's a malaka for him. It's a sifat for him. So multiplex well-being requires shifts from ilm to ittisaf, from knowledge to turning knowledge into your attributes. So let's say generosity is something very good, but this is only a knowledge. When generosity becomes your malaka, your sifat, then this is multiplex well-being. So the goal of psychology and pedagogy is to help people to reach this multiplex well-being and nafs al-mutma'inna, which will give us al-hayat al-tayyiba, and this is what we call al-insan al-kamil. So al-insan al-kamil has three features, three characteristics: al-aqlu salim, sound judgment and mental health; al-qalbu salim, sound orientation toward truth and goodness, spiritual health, and الذوق السليم, a sound moral spiritual taste, which is based on physical health. So mental health, spiritual health, and physical health. These are the characteristics of Al-Insan Al-Kamil. So I would like to conclude once again to repeating the argument that human being is a multiplex being, which requires us to adopt a multiplex perspective in psychology and pedagogy. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your valuable speech, Dr. Rajab, and also enlightening words. As a student of Islamic psychology, listening to such inspiring words make me more thankful for being here and taking this ilm on daily basis. نسأل الله أن ينفعنا، أن يعلمنا ما ينفعنا وينفعنا بما علمنا وأن يزيدنا علما. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to welcome Dr. Hman Kajawarsi to the podium for an overview and also recognition ceremony for the MA in Counseling Psychology International Accreditation. Dr. Hman, the floor is all yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي أكمل لنا ديننا وأتم علينا نعمته بالإسلام وفضلا لنا على كثير ممن خلق تفضيلا والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وذريته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم ربنا زدنا علما وعملا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I'd like to welcome all of our guests, our distinguished scholars, thank Dr. Rajab and all of the organizers as well as all of the, mashallah, volunteers behind the scenes, all of our students who have been putting in months of work to try to make this happen. So I do ask of you that you exercise patience with us if there are any shortcomings and to overlook any of our faults. MashaAllah, the students have been doing a lot. You will notice those who are wearing this in this room, with some exceptions, are our volunteers and students. Okay, the Palestinian Kafia, we thought, how can we honor the Palestinian, the Gazan cause, even in an academic environment in which we ensure that we don't forget the plight of our brothers and sisters across the world. Inshallah, Allah Ta'ala help them and assist them, inshallah Ta'ala. So if you need any assistance, look for those who are wearing this. I'm sorry if you just happen to be wearing a kafia and you're not part of the voluntary committee and they ask you questions. Don't give them false information, you know. Try to be helpful, inshallah ta'ala. So, you know, just to kind of build off really quickly, and I'm going to try to keep it really short, inshallah. I want to start with a little bit of context and a story before I get into the objectives of the actual conference, which builds upon kind of the necessity for this multiplexity and the philosophy and foundations of multiplexity at Hamad bin Khalifa University, at CIS, that we really kind of subscribe to. The story starts with going back to the late 1800s. At the turn of the 20th century, we had the foundation and the starting of the American Psychological Association. 1870s, 80s, it kind of really takes shape and hold in the early 1900s. At the beginning of the foundation and the development of this organization, Stanley G. Hall at the head of them, they gather and assemble a meeting in which they will set the stones and the foundations and the assumptions and tenets of this particular institution and foundation that will, as they aspire, be the kind of set the shape and the tone and the definitions of how psychology will be shaped for the rest of human history, taking on a very ambitious kind of goal. And they're founding essentially a new discipline, because psychology is an emerging discipline at this time. Of course, there's some philosophical discussion, some early individuals like Freud, for example, in Europe was talking about this. But the Americans really move into institutionalizing and recognizing and formalizing this discipline. They get together and they say, what will be the methodological foundations and assumptions of this particular association? And they offer various different counter perspectives. Finally, they conclude on the fact that we will be empiricists, building off of the British positivist kind of tradition. And the reason why we need to do that is because we need to model ourselves in the image of the American Medical Association, who has been taken very seriously. So we need to adopt a medical model, and we need to adopt empiricism in order to be taken very seriously as a science. To such an extent that they subscribe to this, that they actually make a condition for belonging to the American Psychological Association for them to ask any of their members to revoke their license, revoke their membership in any associations that have to do with spirituality and metaphysics, which included the Society for Psychical Research, which many of the APA original founders were a part of. And they all complied, with the exception of William James, the father of structuralism, very famous American psychologist, who continued to write about transcendental spiritual experiences, which kind of gets marginalized and really ignored in the field of psychology, and hence why you see the behavioral revolution, behaviorist kind of revolution, until we have this sort of cognitive revolution in psychology. The question that I want to ask us, for us to consider, is that we in this part of the world, on the other side of the planet, right, are we bound by the definitions and by the foundations and the assumptions and decisions made by a handful of American psychologists on the other side of the world? Do we have to comply and follow their decisions as to the way that we govern our psychology? That's what I really want us to consider. Why do we have to sort of adopt the foundations that they've adopted? In fact, let's imagine that they adopted a completely different narrative, methodology. Would we have followed them into that lizard hole? As Malik Badri has written a book on this, and the Hadith Sharif talks about how Muslims will follow, the non-Muslims into the lizard hole. So that's what I want us to question, and that's really what this conference is going to be about. But what I want to do is to then show, and this isn't all kind of doom and gloom to say that we're like destined for failure and just putting out the symptoms, but I actually want to show you this. Now fast forward, right, 130, 40 years after this decision is taken, and look at what APA finally comes to acknowledge. In 2021, they offer an apology to the world. They offer a formal apology to the world, saying that now we make a commitment to embrace diversity of thought and diversity of epistemology. Here's the language they say. They say, we reject hegemonic science. The underpinning is that we were producing hegemonic science before this, i.e. research focused on identifying and reinforcing supposed hierarchies of human value based upon a white default, and will continue to oppose it through culturally responsive training, ethical and equity-focused approaches, peer review and publications. And APA will encourage psychologists and trainees to consider the limitations of Western-oriented clinical practice and gain awareness of other healing approaches emanating from indigenous and other non-Western cultural traditions. So this is where it has brought us to, and how do I go back? The back, okay. And this was the statement of Susan McDaniel that Dr. Rajab had put up. Looking east, 2016, Susan McDaniel makes this keynote address, and she says the following: these countries have some of the most advanced civilizations in human history, with philosophies that do not always fit with the tenets of Western psychology. All psychology is cross-cultural. It can be challenging to avoid projecting our own values and intentions in science and practice. The commitment is clear to develop a psychology that incorporates Western science and Eastern philosophies. However, not everything important is verifiable through the scientific method and obviously the Western models. So if they're looking east, we need to look inside. That's kind of where I want us to go. And that brings us to the objective of this particular conference. The objective of this particular conference was for us in this region. That's why we intentionally focused this conference this year on the region, on the MENA region. In the Middle East, those that are with us from Western countries are typically working and involved in kind of the Muslim world. Us in the Muslim world. I think it's time for us to kind of remove the shackles and limitations, the imaginary glass ceilings that we've set for ourselves or has been set for us, and to start to consider a different perspectives and worldviews, and one that is more consistent and aligned with this region's culture, with this region's history, with the Islamic and spiritual values that we profess. So that's really the objective. And the question and concern for us as a conference is that we wanted to bring distinguished scholars, academics, public policymakers, directors of hospitals, healthcare practitioners, all together to say, we represent this particular field in this part of the world. So how can we as a collective together think together to start to put something in place, right? To start the current, to start sort of the movement, to start to consider how we can move from, and I don't say this in a demeaning way, move from cultural adaptation to Islamic integration, okay? Cultural adaptation is necessary and it's good. CBT for Muslim populations, DBT for Muslim populations, EFT for Muslim populations. We make some cultural adaptations of them. Fine, fair enough, it's a necessity, but I feel like it's the training wheels on the bike. At some point, we got to take off the training wheels. And that is for us to go back and say, instead of taking for granted the assumptions that have been given to us in the models, how can we rethink well-being, depression, anxiety, diagnosis, therapy, and the very nature of human beings, right? We don't reject. We don't have this false dichotomy. And this, I think the conversation is now over, probably in our communities, of the, is there a difference, the science versus scripture, science versus sacred kind of, I think these barriers are starting to become more melted and fused together. And we're seeing this in the world, that these false dichotomies, these arbitrary lines that we've set for ourselves are starting to melt, right? And I think we're moving past the conversation of, is it okay to mention religion in a psychological and scientific context, to how do we effectively do it in an informed manner? And I think that's where we want to take the movement next, is for us to be able to work together to think about how do we co-construct and co-build the next 100 years, the next 200 years, leaving a civilizational legacy for everybody in the world to benefit from, that Muslims came here and they offered solutions to contemporary problems, whether they are Eastern or Western, and we're going to change the flow of information. We're changing the direction of the flow of information from west to east to west, inshallah ta'ala, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. Jazakumullah khair, wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. So, I forgot the very important thing I was going to talk about, which is the accreditation. Sorry. So our program basically is the Counseling Psychology Program Master's degree, and we have become accredited. Now, you might say, after speaking about all this, why do you need Uncle Tom to stamp your program, right? It seems like a very contradictory thing to do. Well, at the moment, Uncle Tom does hold some keys, right, for us. So long as we can use those vehicles for khair, and we acquire our own, keys and tools and resources, we'll use them to our benefit, inshallah ta'ala. الحكمة ضالة المؤمن فإنما تجدها فهو أحق بها. So as a hikmah, we find it, and it's our commodity, inshallah. So what this does afford us, because as you know, the stigma oftentimes arises. You guys graduated students from the College of Islamic Studies. What did you study? Pastoral care? Did you learn how to do wa'adh and give a khutbah, for example? Did you tell people you need to just make 2 rakat and that's the treatment for your depression? So people have all these sort of like misconceptions and false sort of dichotomies that may exist still within the field. So we said, hey, the source of where you get your education is the same person who accredited our program. Right? And so that means that we meet the same bar. We wanted to demonstrate to individuals that our students are practitioners. They're clinicians. They learn diagnosis, they learn treatment, they learn group therapy, marital therapy, individual therapy, all of these very important things. And so that recognition by an American accrediting agency becomes important for that reason, as well as to be able to give them some recognition and mobility, like globally. So if they wanted to get licensed in different parts of the world, it allows them that sort of access. So we did kind of work hard to try to acquire this recognition, and we hope that, inshallah, it's a wasila to greater khair, inshallah ta'ala. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Hman, for sharing the good news with us, and for all your efforts, and also the whole team for making this program happen. Thank you very much. Much appreciation. So please, Dr. Hman, we need to invite you again because we have a small surprise for you. And we would like also to invite Dr. Rajab with Dr. Hman for this courtesy gift that Dr. Rajab will give to Dr. Hman in recognition of this program. Jazakumullah khairan, Dr. Hman, and all the team for all the great efforts you've been doing to serve this ummah. نسأل الله تعالى أن يكون هذا العلم في ميزان حسناتكم، في ميزان حسنات كل من يتعلمه ويتبعه ويعلمه. اللهم آمين. So now, ladies and gentlemen, and especially those who are here for the points, we're putting here the CPD evaluation questionnaire. We need you for CPT participants to enter and do this. It will take like 2 or 3 minutes. Please do it before the panel starts, at least. And also we would like to remind all CPT participants that your badge must always be on you at all times. Don't leave it here, or else we will have to take it. The machines of the badge readers are there at the entrances, the 4 entrances of our hall today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have to move for the first panel of the day, led by Dr. Wahdat Gourmet, discussing the public health perspective. Dr. Wahdat Gourmet is a professor of child and adolescent psychiatry and cognitive developmental psychology at the College of Islamic Studies, Hamad bin Khalifa University. Thank you, and please, let's enjoy this panel of today.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'd like to welcome you all to this great initiative and our second symposium. So, the theme of the first panel is public health perspectives. So we have 5 speakers and limited time, so each speaker will have around 15 minutes. Inshallah, I'll invite each speaker one at a time. and will give a short reminder 2 minutes before the end of the talk, inshallah. And there will be Q&A session after all talks, presentations finished, inshallah. So our first speaker is Dr. Khalid Al-Zamzami. Dr. Khalid is a colleague of mine, a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and he is also an assistant professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Dr. Al-Zamzami serves as co-director of the Longitudinal Scholars Program in Human Flourishing at Johns Hopkins. It really is a flourishing project. Dr. Khalid, please.
Already started? No time to drink. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah. I want you to imagine you feeling anxious, stressed out, feeling depressed. Maybe you are grieving, and you reach out to a friend, to a family member, to a religious scholar, to an imam, and tell them how you're feeling, what you're experiencing. And the answer you receive is, as Dr. Hman said earlier, all you need to do is maybe do some more dua, pray 2 rak'ahs, strengthen your connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Dear colleagues, I wanted to start today in a way that's a bit maybe unusual for an academic talk, but I think our sister Dalal here set the sunnah of starting with some poetry. So I prepared for you all a small piece of poetry here, but it's in Arabic, that I wanted to use to, Bismillah. That I wanted to use to capture this tension, this dilemma between religion and mental health that presents itself at times when we seek help from loved ones. And the topic of my talk is religion as a pathway to mental health, looking at the Egyptian sample here, at an Egyptian sample. But I want to start with taking this scenario a bit further. Imagine an imam rising on the minbar and giving a talk on mental health. The poem will be in Arabic with some English translation on the side here. Just show of hands, how many people here in the room speak Arabic, understand Arabic? Please raise your hand. All right. For those who don't, I have an English translation on the side. The Arabic piece is written purely by human natural intelligence. The English translation was done with support from AI and artificial intelligence, just to support our colleagues here. وقف خطيب الجمعة يوما وقف خطيب الجمعة يوما بين الناس فخطب وأما قال أيا معشر إخواني حديثي اليوم عن الإنسان وما قد يشعر من أحزاني والهم الذي منه يعاني لو قد أسلم لله حقا ما قد غم ولو لثواني فالإيمان سبيل أمان وسكون واطمئنان فقام المأموم وقال أنا والله برب إيماني وعليه توكلي ويقيني وما خلا يوم من قرآني لكن قد نزل بي هم من فقد قد فجع جناني من حرب أخذت أحبابي أو وسواس قد أعياني أو بالدين الذي غلبني أو قهر رجال بزماني أو بالحزن الذي ما زال يلازمني من دون تواني أنظر من حولي أتساءل لما أنا من دون إخواني نزلت ذي الأوجاع بنفسي فما قوي لصدها بنياني فما قولك في ذا يا إمام أو حقا قد ضاع إيماني أو حقا قد ضاع إيماني. What I hope to capture with this short piece is that tension that arises when there's a view that limits everything we need to do in order to improve our mental health to more religious involvement and engagement. And on the other extreme, as we mentioned the origins of psychology, on the other extreme there was a view propagated and advocated for by some of the founders of the modern field of psychology, such as Freud, where religion was seen as a harm to your mental health, as a detriment to your mental health, where Freud had said religion would thus be the universal obsessional neurosis of humanity, So on the one end, we have a view that says religion is all you need to improve your mental health. And on the other end, we have a view that says religion is harmful to your mental health. And from these two sides, these two extremes, emerged a field which can be called a discipline, or a field that can be called the field of religion and health, or spirituality and health. And within that field is my talk today. And that field asks the question, does religion protect your health? Does religion treat your health? Is it both? Is it neither? And some of the questions that this field asks are, if yes, if religion treats and protects, which aspects of religion? And if yes, which mental disorders does religion treat or help? When religion is everywhere in a society like in Egypt and Qatar, where religion is everywhere, which parts of religious life matter most for mental health and which do not, for example? What's the nature of the effect? Is it positive? Is it negative? What's the direction of that effect? Does religion affect your mental health? Does your mental health affect religion? Is it bidirectional? And what can we as clinicians do with all this knowledge and all this information? This field of religion and health has been around for over 50 years now, with so many publications, reference works that summarized what this field has found over the last 50 years or so. And some of the major findings have been, from the overall findings here, that many religious and spiritual dimensions are associated with lower depression, lower anxiety, lower substance use, lower suicide. Religion and spiritual involvement is associated with higher meaning in life, higher life satisfaction, higher resilience. The limitation of this body of work, the major gap, is that most of it has been done in Western Christian-dominant contexts, and the evidence from Muslim-majority contexts has been limited. And we have a summarized version of the evidence that came out from the Muslim-majority countries in this textbook, Health and Wellbeing in Islamic Societies, which I recommend everyone here in the room to take a look at. However, when you look at this book, one of the observations is that most of the studies that have been done in the Muslim world have been small-scale studies with small populations, school populations, college students, small clinical populations, no nation-level, nationwide, nationally representative samples that have been used to study this discourse. Why is it important and relevant for us to study Muslim societies in this context? Is that religion is deeply embedded in our daily life here in Muslim societies. It affects every aspect of our lives, but also the context in the region where trauma exposure, where stigma, limited access to care, economic hardships are quite prevalent. So these questions are very relevant to understand what aspects of religion and faith affect the mental health of the population on the population level. So we need nationally representative data and samples in order to answer some of these questions. An opportunity presented itself in what is called the Global Flourishing Study, الدراسة العالمية للحياة الطيبة. Right? Flourishing is a beautiful word. I know some people use the word well-being for الحياة الطيبة, but I think the term flourishing is presenting itself nowadays as an alternative term, and I feel like it's a beautiful term to use in this context. The Global Flourishing Study is a collaboration between Gallup, Harvard, Baylor University, and the Center for Open Science, where they are interviewing over 200,000 people from across the globe, from 23 countries. Over the next 5 years, they're going to be collecting data, multiple waves of data. So it provides cross-sectional, but also longitudinal data that can be used for causal relationships and associations and analyses. And the beauty of the survey is that it is collecting data across very, very important and relevant domains, including religious life, spiritual life, physical health, mental health, character and virtue, happiness and life satisfaction, meaning and purpose, and social life. So we, myself and my team, Dr. Hman, Dr. Zulqaida Mamat, we focused on the Egyptian sample in the Global Flourishing Study, which offered us a sample of 4,300 individuals who are over 18, who identify as Muslim. That's our sample size, which is a nationally representative sample in the way they collected the data. It was very, very intentional, designed by Gallup. And what we wanted to examine is how certain religious dimensions relate to mental health and mental symptom burden in the Egyptian population. Now, there are so many ways to study religion and religious variables on such scale. So people can study public religious practices, private religious practices, religious motivation, religious well-being, religious coping, religious history, religious experiences. All of these are dimensions that could be potentially studied in relation to health, physical health, and mental health. But at the bottom here, there's a consensus agreement by experts that if we don't have the time or the capacity to study all of these in relation to health and mental health, what can we focus on? And they provided what they call here the three-dimensional categorization of religious variables. And that is the one that we used in this study. Basically, the religious variables that we studied here in this population were importance of religious teachings, which is a scale from 0 to 10. That was the first dimension, so importance of religious teachings. The second one was private practice. We looked at prayer frequency, and we split the answers between more than once a day and less than once a day. We also, one of the measures we used for private practice was engagement with the Quran, with religious literature, reading, listening. And then the third one is public practice, which is participation in religious services and Salat al-Jama'ah and religious occasions and so on. Now, the Global Flourishing Study had a major kind of issue with the question on mosque attendance. In the Arabic translation, they asked individuals whether you تشترك في مناسبات دينية. They're trying to ask people if they do pray in the masjid, do Salat al-Jum'ah. And I don't know if any Arabic-speaking individual will read this question, تشترك في مناسبات دينية, and answer it as praying Salat al-Jum'ah in the masjid or praying 5 salahs at the masjid, right? And that is the problem of adopting some of the international surveys. They did a much better job with this question, which asked people about religious service attendance at the age of 12. They said, كم مرة تحضر الشعائر الدينية أو العبادة في مكان مثل المسجد أو الكنيسة أو المعبد أو أي مبنى ديني عندما كان عمرك 12. So we opted actually to use the bottom question, the question that asked about childhood religious attendance at the age of 12, because it was a more accurate question in our context here. And we studied all of these in relation to 3 outcomes. Depression screener, the PHQ-2 was in the survey, anxiety screener, the GAD-2 was in the screener, and then an overall flourishing score in the Egyptian population. So this is the summary of what we did. We looked at religious importance, religious private practice, religious public practice, and the outcomes were depression, anxiety, burden, and flourishing scores. It was a cross-sectional study, and not a study. We did logistic linear regressions. I'm not going to bore you with the statistical details, but we can talk more. And we did unadjusted analyses, adjusted analyses, controlling for covariates, including age, sex, education, marital status, income adequacy, and so on. Now, looking at the overall sample here, and I think it's beautiful for us to spend a minute here just looking at that. There was an equal gender distribution in our sample. In terms of education, the majority of the sample were on the lower side when it comes to education. 50% had elementary or less education. Income adequacy, which is very important, as you'll see in the results. But a big chunk of the Egyptian population report difficulty or severe difficulty with getting by in everyday life in terms of economic hardships. Religion was reported as important by 99%. Almost every single person in the sample said that religion is important. However, when it came to the specifics of religious practice, whether private, public religious practice, there was significant variability. So for example, prayer frequency, 75% reported praying more than once a day. And we split our answer, dichotomized our answer into these two, more than once a day and less than once a day, because of the Islamic religious norm of praying 5 times a day. So we tried to capture that frequency here. But 75% reported praying more than once a day, and the rest reported praying less than once a day. In terms of engagement with sacred text, religious literature, there was kind of a variable distribution here, more than once a day, 33% of the sample, and the rest, as you can see in the number here. Service attendance at the age of 12, 50% reported more than once a week attending a ibadah in the masjid, and we use that as a proxy to perhaps adult religious attendance. And finally, there was a large burden of anxiety and depressive symptoms, with 36% of individuals screening positive for depression and 44% screening positive for anxiety. In terms of, here are the findings. What predicts depressive symptoms amongst these 3? And the 2 things that stood out as significant, statistically significant in both adjusted and unadjusted analyses were prayers, the frequency of prayers, and the importance of religious teachings. When we adjusted for covariates, age, sex, education, etc., younger age, lower education, and greater financial strain, and pay attention to the greater financial strain here, were all associated with higher odds of depression in this sample. And the impact of economic hardship was higher than the impact of religious involvement, prayer, and teachings on depressive outcomes. When it came to anxiety symptoms, what was significantly associated? Prayers, again, were significantly associated in our sample. When we looked at the covariates here, also younger age, lower education, economic hardships were all associated with higher odds of depression, and female gender was added here in our sample. Finally, what predicted overall sense of flourishing, reported flourishing, Prayer was again reported, and religious importance. And when we looked at the Quranic reading here came back positive in the unadjusted models, but not in the adjusted models. Older age, higher education, greater financial security were associated with higher flourishing. Now, what does that mean overall? So frequent prayer was always significantly associated with lower odds of depression, lower odds of anxiety, and higher flourishing, religious importance as well, across depression and flourishing. What does that mean from a mechanistic perspective? How do we understand that? And this is a cross-sectional study. We cannot infer any causality here, but trying to understand what does religious importance, what do prayers perhaps contribute to depression and anxiety? They offer a system for meaning-making. They help with emotional regulation. They offer perhaps some mindfulness, coping, attentional control, coping strategies. They inculcate virtues that lead to positive mental health outcomes. The salah can instill a sense of self-discipline that can lead to higher flourishing, lower symptoms, lower risky behaviors for individuals who subscribe to religious teachings, lower risk behaviors such as smoking and drinking. So this is kind of our hypothesis for, and I know our time is up here, and I'm going to wrap it up, inshallah, in 10 seconds. This was a multidimensional framework. We looked at multiple domains of religiosity, and there's much more in the global flourishing study that can be done. There are many Muslim countries that have been included in the study, and obviously we have to keep in mind some of the validity of the constructs, such as the service attendance. And finally here, looking at the financial strain piece, it was much stronger predictor. It was a much stronger predictor of depression and anxiety than religious involvement in the Egyptian population. So thinking about our imam and our colleague early on, when the individual was telling the imam that they have a debt that is weighing me down and affecting my mental health. So both the imam had a point in what he is trying to say, and the ma'mum, the congregant, had a point in what he was trying to say. And the whole purpose of this symposium today is to really know for the imam to provide the imam and the ma'mum with tools to navigate this conversation between religion and mental health. Yes, the imam had a point, the ma'mum had a point, but how do we address that intersection of religion and spirituality and its impact on mental health? Thank you so much for paying attention. And
So I guess the next step would be for a longitudinal or maybe experimental study. Absolutely. So our second speaker is Dr. Khalid Al-Jabir. Dr. Khalid is a consultant in family medicine and psychotherapy, as well as the founder and general supervisor of the Awqaf Psychological Clinical Platform, the Al-Nadharia Center for Psychological Research, and the Sakina Academy for Psychological Training in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His humble bio says he is interested in Islamic psychology, but actually he's one of the leading figures and a well-known social media figure. I think I should say Islamically integrated social media.
Thank you. Yes. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. ما شاء الله. A lot of people here. Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you everybody for inviting, for organizing, for supporting. جزاكم الله خيرا. Where is the next one?
صوتك ترى
بعيد. فين تحرك هذه؟
The big one is forward. No. This one is forward. This one is backward.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سأتكلم إن شاء الله عن باللغة العربية عن نموذج النفس الطيبة إطار إسلامي بنائي ووقائي للصحة النفسية العامة. أنا اسمي خالد الجابر. نشيل الكوفية بس شوي. أيوة. زي الوزراء كذا. أنا اسمي خالد الجابر. وهذه يعني المجموعات التي نعمل عليها. نموذج النفس الطيبة. هدف الورقة هو تقديم نموذج النفس الطيبة بوصفه إطاراً إسلامياً في الصحة النفسية، على افتراض أن الصحة النفسية أصلاً مصطلح يتناسب مع المفهوم الإسلامي، لكن نحن نأخذ أن نتعامل معه يعني نتداوله الآن، لعله في المستقبل يعني قد يخرج مصطلح أفضل منه. وينطلق هذا النموذج من البارادايم الإسلامي. أنا جدا مسرور بالكلمة التي أطلقها الدكتور رجب، وورقته مشهورة في المالتيبلكس يعني بارادايم، وهي تمثل تلخيص حديث جيد لجهود قرون طويلة من الثقافة الإسلامية. الناس يقولون ماذا عندكم في الإسلام؟ فورقة الدكتور رجب تبين أنه لدينا تراث طويل جدا يتعامل مع النفس، كيف نفهم النفس، كيف ننظر إليها. فجزاك الله خيرا. فنحن ننطلق من هذا المفهوم، مفهوم أنه لدينا بارادايم مختلف أصلا للنظر إلى النفس، ويبنى على لغة عربية أصيلة في المفاهيم والقيم، وهذا سنلاحظه إن شاء الله بعد قليل، ويقترح تصورا متكاملا للبناء النفسي، ويتجاوز المقاربات الاختزالية. علم النفس الغربي ليست مشكلته أنه مادي فقط، هذه مشكلة لا شك موجودة، لكن هناك مشكلات كثيرة يعني في الفكر الغربي عموما، أحدها هو المقاربات الاختزالية. واعتقد انه المنظور الاسلامي يستطيع ان يقدم كثيرا في هذه الجزئيه. نحن لدينا منهجيه مختلفه اصلا في النظر الى الامور، التعدديه التي شرحها الدكتور وشرحها كثيرون من الفلاسفه على مدى 100 سنه الماضيه خلال الاحتكاك بالفكر الغربي. هناك مشكله اصلا في النظر الى الوجود، في النظر الى الانسان، وهذه المشكله تنعكس على المنتجات والمخرجات. لذلك يجب ان نصحح اولا المنطلقات الاولى. لماذا نحتاج إلى نموذج جديد في الصحة النفسية؟ نماذج الصحة النفسية العامة الغربية كثيرة جدا، لكنها محكومة بأطر فردانية وقيم ليبرالية، وهذه نقطة يجب أن نكون شديدي الوضوح والجرأة بالتصريح بها. علم النفس الغربي المعاصر يمثل التيارات الليبرالية. علم النفس الغربي المعاصر يمثل التيارات الليبرالية الموجودة في الغرب، التي تؤمن بمنظور معين للقيم، منظور معين للإنسان، ما الذي يجب أن يكون عليه الإنسان، ما الذي يجب أن لا يكون عليه الإنسان، ما الذي يجب أن نناقشه. ولذلك مثلا هم يرفضون جدا الكلام عن المعيارية، دائما يقولون علم النفس وصفي، غير صحيح. والورقة التي سبقتني اختصرت كثيرا من الجهد، غير صحيح. علم النفس ليس وصفيا فقط، هو وصفي ومعياري في نفس الوقت. ولذلك من المهم جدا أن نعرف أن الإطار العام الذي يتحرك فيه علم النفس الغربي هو بوابة معرفية براغماتية تركز على خفض المخاطر وتقليل الأعراض. ولاحظتم الدراسة التي ذكرها أخي قبل قليل خالد، هو كان مضطر أن يترجم بعض المقاييس التي هي أصلا موجودة في إطار غربي ونطبقها على المسلمين. وهذه مشكلة في فهمنا أصلا لمعنى الإنسان، وفهمنا لطريقة تفكير المجتمعات المختلفة عنا التي تنطلق من بارادايمات مختلفة. نحن ننشغل بالإنسان كاملا. المنظور الإسلامي يكرر هذه العبارة: أنا أنشغل بالإنسان كاملا، والإنسان من الداخل كاملا. أنا لا أجزئ الإنسان أقسمه إلى مفردات صغيرة بحجة أن يكون قابلا للقياس والدراسة وإجراء الأبحاث. هذا جعل الإنسان شيء الإنسان، جعله أجزاء متفرقة، وهذا هو الذي أدى إلى الثيري فراغمنتيشن الموجودة في الإطار الغربي. المقترح النموذج النفسي الطيبة هو امتداد لإرث طويل جدا 1400 سنة في الثقافة الإسلامية، يؤكد المؤكدات أن الطرح الإسلامي لا يكتفي بالوقاية من الاضطراب، بل يسعى إلى البناء النفسي، يسعى إلى تقوية الإنسان من الداخل. إذا قوي الإنسان من الداخل، إذا كان بناؤه النفسي قويا، فإنه سيكون أقدر على الحياة بصحة نفسية جيدة، بسعادة، على مقاومة الأمراض، على تجاوز الأزمات. أيضا يركز على السؤال عن الغاية ومعايير السؤال. سؤال الغاية مفقود في الفكر الغربي عموما، لأنه يجرهم إلى مشكلات كثيرة، لكن سؤال الغاية عندنا لا نستطيع أن نتركه، لا نستطيع ألا نطرح هذا السؤال. الغاية من وجودنا أصلا، الغاية من وجود الإنسان، الغاية من أي فعل وأي سلوك يفعله الإنسان، وهذا ما سنذكره إن شاء الله بعد قليل. الإقرار بضرورة وجود علم نفس منطلق من المنظور النفسي الإسلامي، وهو أمر يعد واجبا علميا من جهة فرض الكفاية، حتى لا يستمر المسلمون في حالة التبعية الكاملة للنماذج النفسية الغربية. نموذج النفس الطيبة هو جزء من النظرية النفسية الشاملة. هذا مشروع نشتغل عليه، اسمه النظرية النفسية الشاملة، مكون من 4 أركان. الركن الثاني هو الركن المختص بالصحة النفسية العامة، وهو نموذج النفس الطيبة الذي نقدم ملخصا له في هذا اللقاء. الأسس الفلسفية أعتقد أني سأختصر، لأن الدكتور جزاه الله خيرا يعني اختصر علي الوقت، فأنا سأمر عليه سريعا. البارادايم الإسلامي هو المنطلق المعرفي الأساسي. لا يجب أن لا يكون علم النفس الإسلامي مجرد أسلمة شكلية للمفاهيم الغربية، بل تنطلق من رؤية كونية إسلامية متكاملة تفسر الإنسان والكون والحياة والمآل. الوحي مصدر تأسيسي للمعرفة النفسية، ولا يوجد أي تعارض بين الوحي والعلم، وهذه خلاص أصبحت مسلمات في علم النفس الإسلامي، ويجب أن لا نضيع مزيدا من الوقت في نقاشه. إنما نناقش في التفاصيل كيف يكون هذا، كيف نجمع بين العلم، كيف نجمع بين الحس والوحي والعقل. هذه قضايا تفصيلية إجرائية نستطيع أن نطور أنفسنا فيها مع الوقت، لكن يجب أن لا نناقش أصل الموضوع. إعادة الاعتبار لدور الإنسان الفاعل ومسؤوليته في تربية نفسه. لو تلاحظون علم النفس الغربي لا يتكلم كثيرا عن المسؤولية الفردية، عن المحاسبة، عن المجاهدة. لا، أنت مسؤول ومحاسب، عليك أن تربي نفسك، عليك أن تجتهد، عليك أن... مفهوم المجاهدة في الإسلام هو يختزل مفهوم كبير في أن الإنسان مسؤول عن نفسه، مسؤول عن إصلاح نفسه، مسؤول عن بذل الجهد ليصل إلى ما يريد من الإنسان الكامل الذي يسعى إليه. سؤال الغاية، الفضيلة مقابل المنفعة. علم النفس الإيجابي علم يبحث عن المنفعة وليس الفضيلة. لا، نحن بالنسبة لنا الصبر مطلوب لأنه فضيلة، وإذا حصلت مع الفضيلة المنفعة فاجتمع الخير مع الخير. لكني لا أقصر ولا أقتصر في دراساتي وأبحاثي على البحث عن المنفعة. ثم البحث عن المنفعة كما رأيتم في هذا البحث الذي أنفقت عليه ملايين الدولارات، مشوب بدراسات يعني بقيود بحثية كثيرة جدا، قد تخرج النتائج صحيحة وقد لا تخرج صحيحة، قد نضطر أحيانا نتجاوز الكروس سكشنال إلى اللونجيتودينال. فنحن يجب أن نتذكر دائما أن الفضائل هي فضائل لأنها فضائل، وإذا جرت إلى منافع دنيوية فهذا خير على خير، لكن هذا لا ينفي عنها كونها فضائل مطلوبة وتحقق الأهداف. من صيانة الآلة إلى بناء الإنسان، هذا مصطلح يعني أنا أحاول الآن أن أروج له، أن المفهوم الغربي كأنه يتعامل مع الإنسان باعتباره آلة. لو تلاحظون كيف يتعاملون معه، خاصة مثلا علم النفس المعرفي حينما يتعامل مع الدماغ والعمليات المعرفية والحمل المعرفي والكوجنيتيف لودز، كأنه يتعامل مع كمبيوتر، كأنه يتعامل مع حاسوب، بينما الإنسان أكبر من ذلك. هناك ذات حقيقية حرة مريدة مسؤولة محاسبة، ذات حقيقية حرة مريدة مسؤولة ومحاسبة. هذه الذات هي التي نحن في علم النفس الإسلامي نسعى إلى الحديث عنها. كل هذا مقدمات، لم أصل إلى صلب البرقة إلى الآن، فلعلي أستعجل. المنهج البنائي في الصحة النفسية تكلمنا عنه، الاستقلال المنهجي والمصطلحي، وهذه أحد الأسس الكبيرة عندنا. نحن متحيزون لغويا للمفردات الإسلامية، ولدينا تحيز آخر أيضا لأولويات الاهتمام. فلدينا كل ثقافة لديها أولويات اهتمام، ما الذي تهتم به، ما الذي تركز عليه، ما الذي يمثل أولوية بالنسبة لها. في المنظور الإسلامي هناك أولويات، لدينا أولويات عندنا، واستحضار هذه الأولويات مهم جدا في مسيرة علم النفس بالكامل. المنهجية التي اتبعناها في استخراج هذا النموذج، نموذج النفس الطيبة، هو نموذج عربي قديم مشهور. السبر والتقسيم، تجمع المفردات، المفاهيم تجمعها، ثم تقوم بعملية مسح منهجي. نحن عندي ورقة تكلمت عنها في أحد المحاضرات، اسمها المؤلفات والمدونات في علم النفس الإسلامي حتى القرن العاشر. جمعنا ما يقارب 300 مؤلف ومدونة تتكلم عن جوانب نفسية. جمعنا هذه كلها، فرزناها، قمنا بترميز مبسط، ثم أعدنا ترتيبها، وظهر معنا هذا النموذج الخماسي الذي سنتكلم عنه الآن إن شاء الله. هذا النموذج الخماسي هو الذي ظهر معنا في بعد عملية السبر والتقسيم والترميز. النموذج يتكون من خمسة مكونات، أسميناه البناء النفسي. الداخل، الإنسان كاملا وليس مجزأ، يشمل التصورات العليا، تصحيح التصورات وتقوية الإيمان والعبادة، يشمل فهم الحياة. أنا كنت أستغرب لماذا يهتم المتقدمون بالكتب كثيرا عن الزهد والحياة؟ لماذا؟ ما علاقتها بالصحة النفسية؟ ما علاقة الحديث الكثير في القرآن والسنة عن الدنيا الدنيا الدنيا؟ فهم الدنيا مهم جدا لصحتك النفسية. الفهم الصحيح للدنيا وقواعدها وقوانينها، نحن قسمناها إلى 3 محاور: الدنيا والسعادة والنجاح. فهم هذه المفاهيم الثلاث مهم جدا لتحقيق الصحة النفسية. الثالث الصفات النفسية، الرابع العلاقات، الخامس الأزمات، وسنمر عليها الآن إن شاء الله واحدة واحدة. الأول تصحيح التصورات العليا والعلاقة بالله سبحانه وتعالى. لا يمكن أبدا فصل الإيمان والعبادة عن الصحة النفسية، ولا يمكن اعتبار أن الصحة النفسية يمكن أن تنفصل. والسؤال الذي يتكرر كثيرا: هناك أناس كفار وسعداء، هذا السؤال جدلي لا فائدة له، لا فائدة منه هنا. نحن نتكلم عن أن الإنسان الذي يريد أن يحقق الإنسان الكامل يجب أن يكون لديه إيمان كافي، ويجب أن يكون لديه إله معبود وهو الله سبحانه وتعالى. الفهم الصحيح للحياة والنجاح 3 محاور أساسية: فهم الدنيا وفهم النجاح وفهم السعادة. وذكرنا أمثلة كثيرة من العيادة ومن الحياة العامة تبين كيفية الخطأ في فهم الحياة، الخطأ في فهم الابتلاءات، الخطأ في فهم السعادة، الخطأ في فهم النجاح، كيف يؤدي إلى مشاكل في الصحة النفسية. الصفات النفسية الأساسية، اجتهدنا في جمع وتصنيف وترميز الصفات النفسية المذكورة في كتب المتقدمين، وجمعناها في 7 مجموعات كما هو ظاهر هنا. وفي كل مجموعة هناك أمثلة تطبيقية. وبالفعل نحن كما سنذكر بعد قليل إن شاء الله قمنا بالفعل بتقديم برامج تطبيقية لعلي سأشرحها إن شاء الله فيما بقي من دقيقتين. الرابع العلاقات، أيضا جمعنا كل ما كتب عن العلاقات عند المتقدمين وقسمناه إلى 9 مجموعات. 9 مجموعات، كل مجموعة فيها أمثلة تطبيقية، وسواء في الصحة النفسية العامة أو حتى في الأمراض النفسية. الأزمات، من الأشياء التي لفتت نظرنا تكرار الحديث عند المتقدمين عن الصبر الصبر الصبر. هذا ليس عبثا، وتكرار الحديث في القرآن عن والسنة عن الصبر هو التأكيد على أنه يجب أن يكون لدى الإنسان محور مهم جدا في قدرته على التكيف مع الأزمات وعلى التعامل مع الأزمات. وجعلنا هذا المحور الخامس وهو محور التعامل مع الأزمات. المشاريع التطبيقية من النفس الطيبة، بحمد الله أنشأنا منصة اسمها سكينة. أخذنا هذه المحاور ال5 وبدأنا نقدم دورات تدريبية للجمهور، وأطلقنا حتى الآن ربما يمكن 6 أو 7 دورات. وبرنامج النفس الطيبة بالكامل كنا أطلقناه قبل 2 وخرجنا فيه الدفعة الأولى، ثم توقفنا وسنعود إن شاء الله في إخراج الدفعة الثانية بإذن الله تعالى. أيضا في مسار العلاج النفسي، نحن نرى بحسب المنظور أن العلاج النفسي كي يكتمل يجب أن يكون مصاحبا له ما أسميناه بالمسارات المتوازية. يجب أن يكون موازيا له مسار موازي من تقوية البناء النفسي، فلا يكون فقط إصلاح الخلل البسيط، لكن أيضا إعادة بناء إعادة تأهيل وتقوية البناء النفسي كاملا. المسارات البحثية المتوقعة أمدن المسارات البحثية المتوقعة، لدينا خطة بحثية طويلة. لعل الأسبوع القادم لدينا اجتماع مع إحدى الجهات في مناقشة هذه الخطة، ودعواتكم من الله تعالى يطرح فيها البركة. إذن الخلاصة: نموذج النفس الطيبة نموذج بنائي يتجاوز خفض الأعراض إلى بناء الإنسان، وضوح الغاية، عمارة الدنيا والفوز بالآخرة، الأصالة، مفاهيم نابعة من الوحي والتراث. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khalid, for this excellent talk. So our next presenter is Dr. Usman Umarji. Dr. Usman is the Director of Global Data Studies at Yaqeen Institute for Islamic Research and a Senior Consultant to Qatar Foundation, Doha. Dr. Usman Umarji is a scholar and educator specializing in the intersection of Islamic studies, psychology, and education. He holds a bachelor's in electrical engineering and an MA in educational psychology, both from University of California. what a good combination in the age of AI. Please, Dr. Hman.
Dr. Sosa, I need to check with the screen first. There's a black thing here. I don't know why.
It's okay.
Okay. Forward, backward. If it's the second slide, you have the disclaimer. Just keep it for a few seconds.
Forward, backward.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه من والاه. Inshallah, I'll speak today about cultivating holistic religiosity as a means towards improving mental health. And I'm incredibly grateful for my previous presenters, Dr. Khalid, who I haven't seen in 20 plus years, alhamdulillah, from our days in Egypt, and Dr. Khalid as well for his presentation. They've laid out a lot of the principles I wanted to go through, so I'll benefit from that tremendously. I actually want to take a step back. Actually, I want to build on what Dr. Khalid was speaking about. The first question that I want to spend some time on before we go into the details, when people keep asking this question constantly in the East and the West, that does religion affect mental health? And how does religion affect mental health? I think there's a fundamental problem with how both the East and the West have approached this question, which is, I actually think there's not conceptual clarity. When people are speaking about what do you mean by religiosity, I don't think we have clarity around that. As Dr. Khalid mentioned, in Western research, often church attendance or mosque attendance is a proxy for religiosity. And it is a terrible proxy, both for non-Muslims and for Muslims, especially because men are the ones obligated to go to the masjid, whereas women are not. But beyond that, I do think that there's a cultural component here where we often reduce the idea of tadayyun to things like how often you pray and how often you read the Quran, whereas Islam is a fundamentally far more holistic way of life that includes so many different dimensions. And usually the lacking dimension that I have found is actually the attitudes and the motivations and the emotions towards one's faith. And I'll speak about that in more detail. But I really want to stop and pause by when we speak about does religion affect mental health? First, what do you mean by religion? And I'll try to show briefly in the next few slides what I mean personally by it and what our research has found. And number two, the question is, what do we mean by mental health? You know, we all come from different traditions. The psychiatrists in the room here often are taught to focus on psychopathology and mental illness. The psychologists or the positive psychologists are taught to think about flourishing and thriving. And of course, the religious scholars might think more about intention or about self-actualization. So just want to stop for a moment and make sure that when we speak about these terms in research or even in clinical settings, when we answer this question or debate this question, the relationship between religion and mental health, what do you mean by religion? Let's be clear about it. And what do you mean by mental health? And so what we tried to do, as I'll speak about, just to give an example, when we speak about, someone says, okay, what do you mean by religion? I think there are so many ayat and hadith that'll give us some indicator about the breadth of religiosity. Right? If you take the ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah as a framework, right? What is birr? One aspect of religiosity. It is what you believe. It is what you do. It is your contributions to society, right? It is your character and whether you have sabr or not. And it is, and we can add so many different dimensions to that. The other thing that I'll share briefly about how we think about religiosity in our research, to build maybe off of what the Global Flourishing Study has done, maybe a little bit deeper, is to take a step back and put the Western definitions to the side and say, at the core of it, what contributes to Islamic holistic religiosity? We identified at least 5 domains here, or 6, that I want to briefly cover. And one, it's not just what you believe, but how do you feel about what you believe? So I'll give you an example. If you ask a Muslim, do you believe in Allah Azza wa Jal? You're going to have 99.9% adoption in any country you study, which actually gives you no signal as to the relationship between one's belief in Allah and actually any outcome of interest, because there's no variability. Or if you ask them if they believe in the angels. But if you ask somebody that, does your belief in angels affect your life in a meaningful way? This gets actually at the core of what Allah intends, which is not to say I believe in something, but what actually is the maslahah or the masalih of that belief. And if you say, I have no idea, I was just told that we believe in angels, then that belief actually will be stripped of any worldly benefit, which doesn't mean I don't want to say that it is not accepted by Allah Azza wa Jal. That is beyond the scope of this. But I do want to make it clear that simply capturing do you believe or not is not a good measure of what that belief translates into. The second thing that I think is probably the most important predictor that we have found in our research is one's attitudes towards religious concepts. And I have to summarize what I mean by this. I have found if I distill the Islamic attitude into numerous questions in our surveys, tawakkul probably captures what really matters when it comes to one's Islamic attitude and mental health outcomes. And I'll show you that in our findings. But when you ask somebody a question, for instance, Dr. Khalid, you mentioned poverty, right? If you ask someone a question is whether you make money, right, or you lose money, are you content with what Allah has decreed? That is an orientation towards wealth. That is different than do you have scarcity when it comes to your resources. Spirituality, of course, we speak about the extent of one's core aspects of salah, right, or of Quran. We also measure people's connections and their khushu'. Again, if one's salah is devoid of khushu', one does not understand what they're saying, one does not understand what they're reading in the Quran, does it have the worldly benefit that Allah intended? That's a separate question, then does it have ajr in the akhirah? I don't want to get into that. But what we found is that when you ask people about their actual connection with Allah Azza wa Jal in those acts of worship, you see a lot of variability that predicts different mental health outcomes. And the last two things briefly to speak about is that religion cannot be reduced to individual practice. This ummah, we are mandated to be part of social religiosity. That includes being present in our institutions, whether that be the masajid or other spaces. It also includes feelings towards the community. Do you feel a sense of belonging to your ummah, locally or globally? And the last thing I'll mention here is what do you do with your faith? Does it activate anything? Does it lead to giving your time, giving your wealth, giving your skills? And that is something which we measured. So in our conception of religiosity, what I'm laying the framework for is that we added up all of these components to give the individual a holistic religiosity score to see how it correlates with the world of mental health outcomes. And I'll stop quickly. By mental health outcomes, I will quickly take a step back and say there are three things that we considered. One was psychological distress, which you could include anxiety and depression, and that is a world of mental health research. We also include self-actualization, more about purpose in life. And the third thing was psychological flourishing and thriving or well-being. This is a study that we did a few years ago. This is a cross-sectional study that was done in January of 2021 on a global English-speaking population, skewed to be more religious, not representative of the ummah. So I want to make that very clear, which is why I'm not going to share descriptives, I'm going to share correlations. And what we ended up finding, when this question has to be answered, that how does religion affect mental health, we stopped and said, how does religion affect each part of mental health? So if we stop briefly, and we start with psychological distress, two measures, similar to the Global Flourishing Study, PHQ-2 and GAD-2, for anxiety and depression, you actually find that religiosity, where my red arrow is, actually has a rather small relationship with psychological distress. I don't say no correlation, but I say that it's small when you control for things like age, gender, education, marital status, and a few other variables I'll speak about briefly. We included religious doubt. One of the things that I think we skip when we think about religiosity is that the reality of today's world, especially for the youth, is the existence of shubuhat diniyah, East and West. We find it here in Qatar or a Muslim country, we find it in the West as well. And that is not something which is, it's not either you have religiosity or you have doubts. People have both. One can be very committed to Islam, practicing Islam, believing in the different components, and still struggle with doubts that are thrown upon them. So we measured the extent that they experience religious doubts. And the last, which I will speak about in more detail later if time permits, is a proxy for us on tawakkul, which is how much one tolerates ambiguity and uncertainty in life. As one of the key beliefs of Islam, of trusting in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's divine plan, people have a propensity at times to feel like they want to be in control of the universe. They don't like it when they don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. They don't like it when they don't know what's going to happen, let's say, what their paycheck is going to look like. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes it clear that إِنَّ اللَّهَ عِنْدُهُ عِلْمُ السَّاعَةِ وَيُنَزِّلُ الْغَيْثَ وَيَعْلَمُ مَا فِي الْأَرْحَامِ وَمَا تَدْرِي نَفْسٌ مَاذَا تَكْسِبُ غَدًا وَمَا تَدْرِي نَفْسٌ بِأَيِّ أَرْضٍ تَمُوتُ. Allah tells us in the Quran, you will not know some of the things you desperately want to know, because that is from the ilm of Allah Azza wa Jal. It is for us to have tawakkul in this and sabr in this. So what I want to show before I go into the other results is something interesting. The first is that religiosity has a small, non-trivial effect on the extent that one experienced depressive or anxiety symptoms at this moment in time. But the intolerance of uncertainty actually had a far greater predictive power. Actually substantially greater, I would say the order of 10 magnitude actually if you square the coefficients. So I just want to lay that out there. So religion, if someone said, does religion affect psychopathology when you control for many factors? You would say yes, but not a whole lot. So does that mean that religion doesn't affect mental health? Well, we move to our next outcomes. We speak about more of the positive side of things, the things to do with thriving, well-being, life satisfaction. You actually find that religiosity was the biggest predictor, holistic religiosity, that it had a very large effect. About 12% of the variability overall in those outcomes was explained by one's holistic, religious practice. At the same time, you also find uncertainty, intolerance, and shubuhat having that effect as well. Now, I know we can go into the details later, but for time, I want to quickly move through this and say that just to conclude this portion, we need to be very careful when we say, how does religion affect which mental health outcomes? Wallahu a'lam, what we are seeing in this study, which is why we need more and more studies that are longitudinal in nature, that religiosity has a much larger effect on thriving outcomes than it does on psychopathological outcomes, due to some of the reasons that have been mentioned, that a lot of the factors of life, poverty, and other things that are environmental, that are economic, that are part of societal issues, cannot be reduced to merely religious practice. This is a little bit more so actually clear that religious people, nonetheless, are thriving quite a bit more. I know there can be a lot here. In our study, we made it simple. We categorized people into being low religiosity, medium religiosity, and high religiosity. And you see that the more religious people had more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff. Now, I want my caveat for this, that much of the research shows, is that I like to make the analogy of physical health and mental health here, is that if somebody is very physically fit, it does not mean they will not experience physical pain. It does not mean they will not experience injury. But the more physically fit somebody is, the more quickly they recover usually from their physical pains. And the same can be said for religious outcomes in many ways, that religious people still here, you see, highly religious people still being flagged for anxiety and depression and doubts. But what research shows us, not this paper, but other papers that have been done, is that people recover more quickly from their anxious episodes, their depressive episodes, with religious principles that they're able to draw from. I'm very tight on time. I will skip this really fast. My last 2 minutes, I want to speak about zooming in a bit on another aspect of religiosity that we have found to be maybe central to this bigger question of how does religiosity then lead to the types of mental health outcomes we're interested in. And the research that we have been focusing on is trying to focus on this idea of what you can translate, we call it in English, one's image of Allah, one's perception of Allah. At-tasawwur al-ilahi, maybe a way of thinking about it, is oftentimes in Muslim societies, we focus a lot on teaching people intellectually what to believe about Allah Azza wa Jal. Intellectually. Means Allah's sifat, Allah's asma, this is who He is. But I believe that if you survey people, and we have, very few Muslims do not have the correct intellectual beliefs about Allah. From a 5-year-old to a 10-year-old can tell you Allah is Rahman, He is Rahim, He is Qareeb. But actually when we ask people questions in our research, that do you feel and experience Allah's rahmah in your life? Do you experience His forgiveness in your life? Do you feel that Allah is near to you? I believe He is near. I have to, because I'm a Muslim. I have to believe He's Rahman. But people will say, young and old, especially the younger, that we actually don't experience it in our life very often. Which is this disconnect between the emotions, and between the beliefs. And in my last few minutes, I will summarize a few things that we find is actually this notion of teaching, and we have done this in local context as well, trying to rehabilitate people's affective experiences with Allah Azza wa Jal. If I take the ayah in the Quran that Allah says 3 times, مَا قَدَرُ اللَّهَ حَقَّ قَدْرِهِ. They have not estimated Allah Azza wa Jal in His proper estimation. They have not evaluated people in His proper evaluation, meaning the human being is predisposed, the Muslim and the non-Muslim, to not having the husn al-dhan towards Allah Azza wa Jal that he is meant to have. And what we find in our research is that the less husnul dhan that one has, not belief in Allah, the belief is the same, but it's this feeling that Allah is there to do good for me, Allah is out there to protect me, that those individuals often suffer from the ailments of low self-esteem, right? Low sense of self, more propensity to anxiety and depression, and many other ailments that we can speak about later. I will close this part quickly. This is just an example. I know it's a lot, there's papers we can allude to, but it's actually non-trivial that there is a fair number of Muslims in our research, around 15% or so, from a religious sample, who believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, wa hasha lillah, is cruel, or He is mean, that He throws people in a test, and that He's not interested in their success. And what we find here is that those people have the highest amount of religious struggles and lack of desire to submit, and also have the highest level of self-doubt, right, and self-bullying, right, so on and so forth. I know I'm completely out of time. I wanted to speak about our interventions. I will maybe very briefly speak about what we have been trying to do. One is, yes, we're trying to launch more longitudinal studies, but number two is actually to work with practitioners. Dr. Khalid, your example of the imam was very important. We have sat with Western and Eastern agencies, or I should say institutions that deal with imams, to retrain them, to speak about how do you speak to your congregations about Allah Azza wa Jal in a way that builds husnul dhan, because we often think that through shaming and using fear that we get results. And we're telling people that the longitudinal effects of that are actually very detrimental. Inshallah, we'll speak about this more in the Q&A. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We see those whose image of God is a revengeful one who does what to the others. So it's a very important concept, really. Okay, so that would give us a couple minutes. 2-3 minutes. Okay. For the screen to be reflected on there. Okay, so in the meantime, maybe I can introduce our next speaker, inshallah. All right, it's coming back. So, yeah, I mean, we have a couple minutes. So, as you know, one of the main principles of statistics is that correlation doesn't imply causation. So we really should go beyond this data on correlational studies to longitudinal and experimental controlled data. That is the name of the game. So our next speaker is Dr. Hman Mubayed. Dr. Mubayed is a senior consultant psychiatrist and a globally engaged mental health advocate. He is a board member of the World Federation for Mental Health for the 2025 to 27 term, and is the scientific chairman of the executive board of the Syrian Association for Mental Health, where he also previously served as president. He has a recently published book titled Taj Mahal, Bereavement Between Sadness and Disorder.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. Professor Rajab Shamtouk, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's very good to be back in Qatar after 13 years. It feels like home. And it's so nice to see so many familiar faces, old and young. I have nothing to declare. Islamic spirituality integrated in integrated interventions. What are the opportunities and what are the barriers? No doubt that mental health care in the region does not occur in a vacuum. And the three speakers, or the four, highlighted this, that we cannot separate mental health from the way people live. And I liked what Professor Rajab said, that the purpose of Sharia, the purpose of Deen, is well-being of human. It is deeply embedded with Islamic worldview, where psychological distress is often interpreted through faith, destiny, ibtila, fitna, and patience. But while Western models are prevalent, they are often secularized, creating a mismatch with patients' expectations, and we see that usually in our clinics. And that's why many patients don't come to clinics to start with. This disconnect can lead to underutilization of vital mental health services. And I know that all countries are trying to close the gap between the needs and mental health services available. Definition is important. Therapeutic approaches that intentionally incorporate Islamic beliefs, values, and practices into mental health, assessment and treatment, seeking coherence between psychology and theology. And that's why interventions often include Quranic, hadith, supplication, dua, remembrance, dhikr, and ethical self-development, tazkiyat al-nafs. Unlike simple cultural adaptation, which some countries have been trying to do over the last 2 decades, these models align psychological techniques with Islamic concepts of the self, suffering, and healing. But what is the reality of our patients in our countries where we live? Research confirms that many Muslim patients independently engage in prayer and consultation with imams and religious scholars as a first response to distress. And when services ignore these dimensions, treatment is perceived as incomplete or incompatible with their worldview. And again, I'm sure you have that experience in your own clinics and practices. Integration does not introduce something new. So if we do it gently and Muslim-friendly, it will structure the existent practice. And just imagine the state of mind of a Muslim when he or she received mental health service in a more faith Islamic-friendly manner. Alhamdulillah that there are many Muslim psychiatrists and psychologists who in themselves as a model bridge that gap. So you will see the patient coming anxious, but after a few minutes and feeling comfortable with the psychiatrist or psychologist or counselor, they lose their fear, if you like. There are key opportunities here. This central law of Islamic in shaping identity, which help us a lot, not only in prevention, but in building the soul, as Dr. Khalid mentioned, and social norms in the region, makes spiritually congruent interventions inherently more acceptable. And the role of imams, before. Patients explicitly prefer services that acknowledge their religious values. People go to Dr. Muhammad Omar Salim. Where is Dr. Muhammad Omar Salim? Because they know that he's a good Muslim model. So people differentiate to whom they go. And the role of the imam, religious leaders and imam, are often the first point of contact. I remember in a couple of countries, like Palestine, we did a training, even in Kashmir. We trained religious leaders and imams, even in Qatar. For example, in Qatar, we trained religious imams, I should not say religious imams, and even judges. We trained them about the gender identity disorders because we were afraid that if a case for transaction or whatever, transsexual, go to the court, that will be very difficult to live with. So we trained imams and we trained judges so that they understand what is it. In Kashmir, after the earthquake 2005, we trained imams and judges as well about trauma. And I remember we did the training on Thursday. So Friday morning, the helicopter came to take us in the morning. So I saw one of the imams who received the training. I said, I'm sorry, I can't wait to hear your khutbah on Friday. What are you going to make the khutbah about? He said, I'm going to mention 2 things you have mentioned. I said, what 2 things I've mentioned? He said, you mentioned the elephant in the room. People were talking about everything, but not about zilzal, which is in Kashmiri zalzala. And the other thing he said, I would like to encourage the al-ma'mumin to talk about their feelings. So half-day training of an imam, young imam, he really, the following day, Professor Rajab, he put it into al-khutbah. So this is a great resources. This creates a unique opportunity for collaborative care models that respect both spiritual authority and clinical experience. How we can cope with positive psychology? Western psychiatry and Western psychology, they have so many things useful. I wouldn't stop at terminology. I think most of them, and I lived in Ireland for more than 30 years. Most of my colleagues there, they really try to understand man, human being. They are not trying to squeeze or categorize. And I think personally, if they divide into cognitive, psychoanalytic, they are not saying that man or human being, they are divided or broken. But this is what we call it to make it easier to study. Because if you want to study mankind, you need to go into different avenues. So I don't think they claim that man is divided. But to make the study possible, they have to study the mind, they have to study the cognition, they have to study the emotions, etc., etc. Concepts in positive psychology, such as gratitude, shukr, hope, raja, and patience, sabr, resonate strongly with our values. When culturally adopted, these interventions can enhance resilience and well-being, providing a natural bridge for Islamically informed psychological practices. And as Professor Rajab said, that people in the West, they are looking for alternative. And this is something we can share with them. There are 3 barriers. The first is lack of training. Many clinicians, psychologists or psychiatrists, feel uncomfortable or ill-equipped to address spiritual issues. Psychologists and psychiatrists who are in this hall, you are not random sample. You are the mental health practitioners with Islamic background. So you are not a random sample from the community. So maybe you don't feel uncomfortable, but there are many colleagues, not in this hall, they feel uncomfortable. And stigma, the big mental stigma. Mental illness is sometimes associated with weak face. I'm sure all of us, we came across a video or a statement or something when people attribute depression or anxiety that your Iman is a bit weak. Without sensitive integration, services may unintentionally reinforce this stigma. And I've heard cases when patients go to psychiatrists and psychologists who are not Muslim friendly, and they come out with this concept. And no doubt we have a big research gap. And I'm glad to hear Dr. Khalid Zamzami and Dr. Usama about their research. And inshallah, Jamiat Hamad bin Khalifa will do more of that. Since we have masters, you see, when we go and do masters in the West, we answer questions they have. So it's the time now when we have master students to try and solve some of the issues we have. 3 strategies. Education and training, curricula, must include training of Islamic spirituality, and that's the goodness about Master of Islamic Psychology, and religious competence to build clinical confidence, and to collaborate, partnership with imams and mental health workers, and of course community initiatives to bridge the gap between the needs and services available. This is my own sort of hypothetical, which sometimes when I have patients in my clinics over many years, I ask them a simple question. If you have a CBT or EMDR or whatever, or a psychiatrist or a psychologist with Islamic background or cultural background from your country, where do you, so like 85%, they will be more receptive to Islamic care. And this is hypothetical figures. So lastly, we must move beyond superficial cultural adaptation toward authentic, ethically grounded, and practically informed Islamic psychological models. This approach respects patients' worldview and faith and contributes to a more inclusive global mental health framework. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mubayat, for this excellent presentation. So our last speaker is Dr. Sama Jabber. And Dr. Sama is a psychiatrist practicing in Palestine, serving communities in East Jerusalem and the West Bank. Formerly, she was the head of the mental health unit within the Palestinian Ministry of Health. She is an associate clinical professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., and participates in the scientific committee of the Global Initiative Against Impunity for International Crimes and Serious Human Rights Violations, a program co-funded by the European Union, and she's a member of its scientific committee. And the title of her talk is A Justice-Oriented Islamic Psychology for Mental Health in Palestine, a response rooted in Islamic spirituality to political violence and trauma.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. It's a great honor and pleasure to be with you today. And thank you for the generous introduction. Let me state first that I have an interest in decolonial approaches to mental health. And one of the meanings of decolonial approaches is that we go back to the organic ways in which people help themselves. And here comes the interest in Islamic psychology. Nothing to declare. And then this is the title, Justice-Oriented Islamic Psychology for Mental Health, stemming from Palestine, but it is relevant to everybody. And why Palestine matters beyond our territory. It exposes limits of depoliticized global mental health, offers a model for oppressed communities all over the world. Palestine is not the only place where there is oppression and injustice, and it calls for ethically grounded clinical practice. In I've been practicing as a psychiatrist in Palestine for 20 years, and more, I receive young people in my clinic with the question, why is this happening to us? Why is God allowing all of this to happen to us? And I have young people in the family, within my acquaintances, who feel that they are forced, they are scolded by their family members for having a beard, because there is a higher chance that people will be persecuted when they go through checkpoints. So this is just a glimpse of the reality to which we are exposed. So we have persistent exposure to dispossession and oppression, high prevalence of trauma-related distress in Palestine, and our usual clinical tools are not sufficient. So we need to shape up and respond to the emerging questions in reaction to the mounting level of injustice in Palestine. And we observe at the same time people grounding themselves in spirituality where our usual tools don't correspond to their needs. I want to refer to two thinkers of liberation psychology. One of them is Ignatius Martin Barrow, who says that trauma is socially produced. And his experience stems from Latin America at a time of oppression. So much of his thinking is relevant to Palestine. And in Latin America, liberation psychology was an extension of liberation theology. The other thinker is Frantz Fanon, who worked in Algeria during colonization. While he has very pertinent views on colonization and oppression and their effect on mental health, he under-theorized the Islamic ethical framework. For him, he has several references to Muslims, but for him, it's an ethnographic group. He could not understand, in my opinion, the significance of Islamic faith in the way people lived their oppressive experiences and reacted to it. This is a very brief graph table that shows the mismatch between conventional psychology and patients' experiences in Palestine. We have a different ontological language to express distress. While a lot has been published about Palestine regarding trauma, if someone comes to me and talks about trauma, he means road traffic accident. But in reaction to political violence, people talk about ibtila, musiba, dhulm, qahr. So it's a completely different language. And the nature of the problem is viewed as individual pathology from a Western perspective, while we understand colonial trauma as collective, cross-generational, cumulative, and above all, intentional. It has the intention to cancel people's agency and to break the belief system of people. The Western psychology has the therapeutic goal of homeostasis, returning people to the pre-traumatic situation. While in Palestine, people want to change the power structure. They want to change oppression. And the professional stance, there is in the Western psychiatry, there is over-emphasis on neutrality and impartiality. And in Palestine, mental health professionals don't accept to be neutral when it comes to torture, when it comes to political violence. So within the Islamic framework, there are very important messages that shape our understanding, conceptualization of people's predicament and problems that they present, and also it affects the way we respond to it. Some examples, وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي آدَمَ. Beer Zayt Research Institute have published a lot about humiliation as the most prevalent trauma in Palestine. إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُ بِالْعَدْلِ وَالْإِحْسَانِ. So justice is a very central concept in people's experiences, and it is part of, for Muslims, it's one of the social conditions for well-being. It's not only a moral value. The absence of justice produces moral and psychological harm. And usually we don't talk about, there is over discussion about trauma, and we don't talk about moral injury. Those who are not affected directly but observe what's happening to their countrymen, they are extremely affected by just being part of this population and being forced to be quiet about it because they want to survive. So witnessing injustice without the ability to change it hurts. This is true for any person, but also for us working in the health field and in the mental health field. And I quote here, وَلَا تَرْكِنُوا إِلَى الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا. What is justice-oriented Islamic psychology? It integrates Islamic ethics, political awareness, and clinical practice, names oppression rather than neutralizing it, and centers dignity, meaning, and moral coherence, provides accompaniment and witnessing. It sees faith as moral coherence, not coping only, because much of the Islamic mental health overemphasizes coping strategies, but doesn't talk about the social contract, justice, and the responsibility to respond to injustices and oppression. In my paper, there are many vignettes, clinical situations that explain the centrality of the question of justice and the mental health harm that it can cause. I will bring a few examples. 18-year-old Palestinian man with insomnia and anger after brother's killing. He had bursts of anger to the point that his family were worried about him and brought him to the clinic. Now, at the beginning, he didn't want treatment, and he was expressing frustration with everybody, with his family members. And slowly, anger was reframed as a moral signal, not as a pathology that requires treatment, but a moral signal that points to the fact that this person, for him, justice matters a lot. And then he started using Quranic narratives to restore meaning and agency, giving many examples where prophets were exposed to injustices. He liked very much the story of Prophet Yusuf. So we should not rush towards reassurance or symptom control. We need to create spaces to name injustice without fear of diagnosis. And here, therapy was used as meaning-making under oppression. Another example, working with a victim of torture who could not tell the details of what happened to him when he was asked to share some of his experiences. There was a moment in which he was very distressed, and he gasped for air. He was unable to speak, and then he got a paper from his pocket and shared it with me. And what was written on the paper is this ayah: وَلَا تَحْسَبَنَّ اللَّهَ غَافِلًا عَمَّا يَعْمَلُ الظَّالِمُونَ إِنَّمَا يُؤَخِّرُهُمْ لِيَوْمٍ تَشْخَصُ فِيهِ الْأَبْصَارِ. So witnessing is very important. And if there is no one to witness what happened to him, for him, he knows that God sees what happened to him, and there will be justice in the afterlife. That belief was grounding for him. So grounding can, we teach people Western ways of grounding, but people teach us a different way of how they get grounded. And I supervise mental health professionals, and they speak about impunity and their inability to serve a very devastated population. And in one group of supervision, someone spoke about the meaning of witnessing. وَلَا تَكْتُمُوا الشَّهَادَةَ كُونُوا قَوَامِينَ بِالْقِسْطِ شُهَدَاء لِلَّهِ. And this concept of witnessing comes from Latin American liberation psychology, and also it's an essential concept in Islamic literature. So there is a difference between treating someone who is a victim of torture and helping this person to document his story in a psychologically and medically adaptive way, and then reporting something about torture practices. So you move from being someone who's reducing symptoms to someone who is providing witnessing and engaged in advocacy. So what I propose here is an Islamic moral framework for mental health, which is a clinical and ethical lens derived from Quranic conceptions of human dignity, justice, and moral order, through which psychological suffering is understood not merely as an individual disorder, but as a disruption of the moral fabric of life caused by injustice. This lens is an addition to our usual intervention. It's not a replacement. It's another way that we can add to our tools. With that lens, we see, for example, depression not only as serotonin deficiency, but also moral sorrow in an oppressive reality. We see hopelessness not only an ominous sign of depression and suicidal risk, but also a result of a blocked horizon of justice. The implications of this framework require of mental health professionals to name injustices, validate the moral pain that results from such injustices, restoring dignity, witnessing, engaging in witnessing and advocacy, and providing accompaniment and reconnecting to agency. And briefly about accompaniment, it's also another concept coming from liberation psychology in Latin America, where unlike the psychoanalytic approach when the patient is lying down and the patient is supine and the analyst is standing, in accompaniment, the patient is the experienced in his own suffering, and the therapist will just support him in the pathway that he takes in order to solve his own problems. So this framework, in comparison to the conventional psychology, we can see many differences. So the symptom is not considered as just a disorder or as a disorder, it's a moral response to injustice. And patient is not an individual case, but a person embedded in a moral political reality. Therapy is not only about symptom reduction, but restoration of dignity and moral coherence. Therapist cannot be neutral about a situation of injustice, but he becomes a witness and he participates in advocacy. And faith is not limited to coping mechanisms, but it becomes as an ethical structure for meaning. And I conclude by this: when justice collapses, mental health cannot be understood without a moral framework. The Islamic moral framework offers clinicians a lens for practice in context of oppression. Mental health without justice is incomplete, and Islamic psychology must engage lived political realities, not only talk about the individual practices. Healing, dignity, and pursuing justice are inseparable. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much for this excellent talk, Dr. Jaber. So can I please invite all the speakers here for Q&A session? And so we have microphones there. Okay. So when you ask your question, please specify who you are going to address your question to.
one is that even in Arabic comes on. And when Allah says, the Prophet in the Hadith, that this is an ancient debate over how to interpret these things. So this terminology exists. So there's two ways out of it. Either we just fully lean into having our own terms fully, which I don't think we're there yet. So for me, this was a bridge, just like Smak mentioned. A lot of this was built on Christian literature. Actually, even I would say it's non-religious at all. This idea that they would even interview atheists, and they would realize that atheists had a perception of God in their mind. So it wasn't coming from a particular tradition. So we use the word because it was following a research tradition. I personally prefer using perception of God or using Arabic terminology when appropriate, because it gets us out of these issues that often will make people say, oh, you're from this camp, I don't want to listen to you anymore. But again, as long as we're clear that this is what we mean by it, so we remove that confusion in people's minds, I think it's okay. Yeah, so you said the soul really bad. But again, in English, people won't understand it. So you have to give an English equivalent to it. That is different.
لكن هو اللفظ العربي يعني هو هذه مشكلة استيراد المصطلحات. حين تستورد المصطلح تضطر أن تبحث له عن تكييف، وغالبا ستجد له تكييف، غالبا ستجد حديث أو آية. لكن هل هذا المصطلح هو الأصل أو لا؟ الأصل في الحديث عن الإيمان هو اليقين. إذا أردنا أن نتحدث عن الإيمان هو اليقين، مستوى اليقين بالإيمان، مستوى العقيدة. فاستيراد المصطلحات سهل جدا أن تكيفها وتبحث لها عن هناك نص يقابلها، هناك آية تشبهها. لكن ما هو المصطلح الأكثر تداولا؟ most frequently المصطلح الأكثر تداولا هو اليقين، أليس كذلك؟ أنت أستاذنا في
مراتب اليقين.
اليقين نعم.
رسالة من يومين من أمريكا تسألني عن Islamic psychology في قطر، فقلت لها عن طريق صديق، قلت لهم أنه برنامج جديد ولكنه واحد ويتطور. حقيقة إذا بهاليومين طلعنا بأسئلة أكثر من الإجابات بكل جميل، كي لا يعتقد الناس أن موضوع Islamic psychology خلص جاهز. مو جاهز. تحديات كثيرة جدا. مثلا the concept of God image. أنا في تجربة سويتها وأرجو لأحد يسويها مع أولادي. أحد أبنائي كان عمره 9 سنين ممتن. قلت له بابا ممكن ترسم الله؟ فأخذ الورقة وذهب. رجع بعد مدة دقائق ورسمها. أرجعني الورقة محتفظ فيها. راسم شيء بالأزرق. قلت له يعني كده بترسمها؟ قال لي مسألة فوق. قلت له شو هالحين سنة؟ مع أن زوجتي وفاة ولا أنا لم ندرسهم هو وإخواته، لم ندرسهم يعني موضوع العقيدة والإيمج، بينما عملت دراسة أو بحث على الإيمج جارد عند الكريستيان، ميكي ماوس، واحد على الصديق لحية طويلة أطول من لحيته.
في دكتور أطول مني لحية.
يعني فقط موضوع يعني الإيمج أوف جاد بالإسلامي سايكولوجي عندنا مجالات كثيرة. أريد أن أقول القرآن مليء يعني بالأشياء المفيدة والحديث النبوي. لذلك يعني ردا على سؤال الأخونا، إذا بهاليومين طلعنا بأفكار بأسئلة كده بدأت أبحث وأريد ما أقول ما قلته هنا، كونه في ماستر ديجري Islamic psychology بيطرق لنا الباب بيفتح لنا أبواب لأبحاث كثيرة. وكما أجبت هذه الفتاة في أمريكا إنه برنامج جديد واعد ويتطور، إن شاء الله يتطور.
شكرا.
I'd like to say that in our PhD in Islamic studies, psychology MA holders can pursue PhD also, because PhD in Islamic studies is multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary is open to Islamic psychology, architecture, ethics, Islamic global affairs, interrelations, يعني متعدد التخصصات. So we have a 2 years coursework, 1 year general foundations, علوم إسلامية. Second year, in the concentration, students must write his or her thesis. So this I would like to share with the audience also. So you are most welcome if you have MA in psychology and you want to do theoretical psychology PhD. You are most welcome to communicate with our psychology professors, and you can pursue your degree in Islamic psychology, inshallah. تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية الشكر للجميع على هذه الأوراق الراقية والجميلة، والكلمة موجهة لأخي الدكتور خالد في المبادئ الجميلة الثلاثة التي ذكرها، وهي التعريف بالدنيا والسعادة والنجاح. إذا أمكن إضافة جانب رابع، وهو أننا نجعل الركن الديني، أو أنك أنت مضمنة في أحد الجوانب الثلاثة، لكن الإبرازة في الجانب الديني في الجانب الشنع
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just have our seats. Yes. Kindly have a seat. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like now to welcome our moderator for the second panel of the day, Dr. Fahad Habib Khan, Assistant Professor of Islamic Psychology, College of Islamic Studies, HBKU. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. People are already asleep, taking their nap. Inshallah. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Before I invite the speakers on the stage, I just want to recognize this moment that we have here, alhamdulillah. Not just in this room physically, but also spiritually and emotionally. We are here under the banner of Islamic psychology. It's not an easy banner, especially in this time when the Muslim world is being tested with so many tests. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Rum, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم ومن آياته خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف ألسنتكم وألوانكم إن في ذلك لآيات للعالمين. Among His signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth and the diversity in your tongues and in your colors. Indeed, in that are signs for those of knowledge. Now, modern psychology for a very long time treats differences, our tongues and colors, as variables that they can control or hurdles that you overcome in favor of a universal standardized Western model. But the Quran teaches us that our local contexts, our geographies are not barriers of truth, they are ayat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are signs. They are vessels through which we understand the human condition. So we're not just reading country reports, as it might say on the title, country profiles and experiences. We're hearing stories of how our soul breathes in different parts of the world. Now, we can't obviously speak of psychology in these parts without speaking of the displacement, the rubble, and the resilience that comes with it of the human spirit. So we'll read all about that and we'll hear all about that, inshallah. The question is, how do we build a psychology that is robust enough for a university lecture hall, but also tender enough for a refugee tent? So hopefully the panel is that bridge. So I'm humbled to share the stage with these scholars and practitioners, and I'm looking forward to a wonderful discussion. So to invite our speakers, the first, I'm going to invite each one of them and they can have a seat, and then inshallah the first one would come and speak. Our first speaker will be inshallah Dr. Taha Burak Toprak from Turkey. Dr. Taha is the head of the clinical psychology department and vice chair of psychology at Ibn Khaldun University in Istanbul. He has a decade of clinical experience. He is a certified cognitive therapist, bridges the gap between standard clinical practice and tradition. His current research focuses on the philosophical foundations of the field, specifically in the integration of Islamic thought with modern psychotherapy. He's also the founding president of the Psychology and Psychotherapy Research Association. Dr. Taha, please join us on the stage. Have a seat. Moving on, we have Dr. Muhammad Al-Abri from Oman. He's joining us from Sultan Qaboos University, where he serves as the Associate Dean of Student Affairs. He is going to, inshallah, present a very important model here today, and related to the values that are part of the practice in Oman, inshallah. So Dr. Al-Abri, inshallah. Dr. Muhammad Abu Hilal, he is a psychiatrist and the founder of the Syria Bright Future organization. He is working probably one of the most challenging contexts that we have on this earth. But alhamdulillah, he developed a very practical guide for integrating religious and cultural values into the system for displaced Syrians, moving from standard trauma care that we see to a culturally grounded healing. So Dr. Abu Hilal, please join us. Noura Amkie, mashallah, is a clinical psychologist, and she's joining us all the way from Lebanon. I've known Noura for many years. Mashallah, she's very passionate about her work. She's very passionate about Islamic psychology, and I look forward to listening to her presentation as well. Noura, please. And last but not least, and I'm going to butcher this last name. I did ask him, and I'm going to try. Bismillah. Omar Ajitunumobi. Correct. He's joining us. He's a doctoral student in communication studies at the University of Kansas. His research offers a critical counter-narrative to the Eurocentric medical models, focuses specifically on the transcendental health beliefs, such as jinn possession and the unseen. So inshallah, we look forward to your presentation. Shukran. With that being said, I'm going to invite Dr. Taha Burak to come and start his lecture on the topic of integrating Islam, psychology, and psychotherapy, global gaps and local responses from Turkey. I'm a very stickler on time, so you only have 15 minutes, and that's it. I will remind you. Oh yeah, we have a clock there too, but.
Assalamu alaikum. Inshallah, I will try my best in a strict time. Actually, at first I should read about this. I think I have no disclosure, so inshallah I will begin. All. Yes. So it will degree from my time, inshallah.
Yes.
Presenting authors and scientific planning committee have no relationship, no conflict of interest to disclose. So inshallah I can begin with a question that why this integration matters, why we should do integration. Actually we can discuss about the term of integration. Is it really relevant to our topic? Can we use another word instead of integration? Actually, personally and as an association, we prefer to make psycho-ontological studies about it. But integration that is also matter for us because in Turkey and in also in the global area, we have lots of contexts, and so I think we have a responsibility to find a solution to relevant to our context. So because of that, I will use sensitivity, adaptivity, integration as psycho-ontological frame. Depends on the context, depends on the need of the country context, maybe I should say. At the perspective of Ummah, everything in existence from the smallest particle to the planets requires rethinking and reshaping in the light of Islam. Just as believers strive to reorient themselves in the faith, so psychology as a discipline is naturally instructed to this process. In psychological context, psychology is critical impasses. So I mean that despite being a major intellectual actor in the modern history, psychology has reached several critical impasses. This field reflects many of humanity unresolved issues, and the Islamic tradition offers essential contribution towards addressing them. I can distinguish them in some aspects. I will try to tell you ontological limitation, clinical limitation, ethical limitation, and the limitation of existence and meaning. As all we know, modern psychology, no unified theory of selfhood exists across psychological schools. So we have a problem of coherent understanding of self. It's a big issue actually. And also the hard problem of consciousness remains unresolved in the context of psychology and psychotherapy. And limited framework for understanding the reflective consciousness is also. In clinical level, actually we have very clear problems. For example, in specific psychopathologies, for example, OCD, we have very limited effectiveness, especially in severe cases. schizophrenia, persistent symptom despite intervention, and bipolar disorder, incomplete symptom management, and also personality disorders seems slow progress, and we have very, very high relapse in this context. So in ethical gaps, maybe it's more important than the others in some contexts. For example, the problem of false neutrality. Modern psychology and psychotherapy, while claiming neutrality, often privilege secularism, as all we experience and know. So treating modernity primarily as an evolutionary adaptation rather than a metaphysical reality, though this stance limits moral development. And also, we have very important issue. The moral consequences of not addressing morality in therapy are never discussed. So it's, maybe we can say, the trap of neutrality during psychotherapy. And we have also limits of moral progress. This stance limit, I should say about it, maybe I should say human destructiveness despite the fields of wide expansion. We have still problem of human destructiveness. So it means that social sciences couldn't solve our problem about morality. In existential gaps, the meaning of life is also a problem for modern psychology and psychotherapy. Modern psychology also lacks a coherent and robust account of meaning of life, specifically an integrated vision of what makes life worth living and what renders suffering from worth enduring. And we also, maybe I should skip this, it would be better. If I come to contribution of Islamic intellectual heritage, maybe I should say not contribution, I should say treasure of Islamic intellectual heritage. Islam provides vast and detailed resources, especially within Sufism, for psycho-ontologically offer fresh and profound insight. For example, conceptualization human being, not merely in terms of body and mind, but also incorporating dimensions such as heart, soul, consonance, may provide more coherent theoretical foundation. So we hope this holistic understanding offers an alternative to a theoretical weakness that prevents the resolution of many psychopathologies. And also, maybe we shouldn't forget about it. We have very critical concepts come from Quran. So we should integrate them in psychotherapy, and we should try maybe lots of study about it, and we also have tried someone. But the tefekkür, muhasebe, tevbe, dua, shukr, and tevekkül, I mean. But it is very critical that we should redefine these terms on the context of our psychotherapy. Because we write this, but tefekkür is not the same with reflection. Also, muhasebe was not the same with self-examination or accountability. These all link to representation of Allah Jalla Jalaluhu and our relationship with Him. Ethical framework, and Islam offers a coherent and internally consistent ethical framework grounded in a well-established juridical tradition, fiqh. And fiqh is very, very critical also for us. Maybe we focus more Sufism and Kalam, but fiqh is very important. Actually, as a Muslim, we think with fiqh in the all level of our understanding of these contemporary world problems. So without fiqh, we couldn't think actually. We couldn't solve anything on the lots of surface, on the lots of context. The central to this framework is critical distinction between immutable moral constants and context dependence variables, and also allowing ethical judgments to remain stable in their foundation while adaptable in their application. And the meaning of life, and imtihan, akhire, and muhasebe is very critical one for us. Maybe they are the basic difference with modern psychology and psychotherapy. Basic difference of understanding of human being and his story, maybe I should say. I will come it, inshallah, in the tension. So, I think we should accept that there is a big tension between science and religion. We didn't do that, but we experienced this in all levels. So there are relatively few examples of genuinely harmonious integration of religion and science in many contexts, particularly as a result of experience of sharp modernization. Actually, in Turkey is a very critical example of this sharp modernization. A trajectory has emerged in which religion has been distanced from the scientific domain, and science in turn has consciously avoided religious engagement. So in this tension, we can focus on, for example, these psycho-ontological differences. We don't have to, but we should be aware about it. It is very hard to speak about heart, ruh, and consonance with these empirical methods. We don't have to, but we should be aware about it. And another main difference, actually, the perspective of modern psychology and psychotherapy depends on functionalism. So I mean that we all trying to reducing symptoms, actually. But in religion, our well-being depends on moral existential lens connected to ethical conduct and meaning of purposes. So it's more important than a moral people to be functional in our religion. We can do both, actually, but if you come to which one is important, which one priority to the other, and ethic come first, moral ethic come first. And it's another tension, actually. Religious ethic grounds moral obligation in divine command, while secular frameworks prioritize individual choice and self-determination, leading to fundamentally different therapeutic postures. So we have basic principles, for example. They didn't change on contexts. And the other one, maybe the most important one, the difference between self-actualization and servanthood. So we perceive ourselves as a servant, but it is not very familiar with understanding of human being in modern psychology and psychotherapy, because the sources come from liberal humanism, and our sources come from Quran and Sunnah, and it's one of the main differences of understanding of human being. Wonderful, hocam. But I think I have 10 minutes more because of this disclosure part. So in world literature, we have three faith-based studies: religiously adaptive studies and Islamic psychology studies. These all have advantages and disadvantages, actually, but maybe I should speak to them. In Turkey, maybe I should say, we have 4 branches when we are trying to make our studies. One of them is culturally and religiously sensitive and adaptive studies. This theoretical structure of psychotherapy is preserved and only the therapeutic stand and is adjusted to respect the client's religious belief and values. But the other one is culturally and religiously integrative studies. Psychotherapy techniques and religious concepts are systematically combined, making religion an active and structural component of the intervention. And original psycho-ontological studies means that reconstruct the understanding of human being and the theoretical framework of the therapy based on Islamic ontology. I think it's the main point. And we have theoretical studies, review studies, and aim to identify gaps and needs in the literature, including the qualitative and quantitative research. And we have some models. Maybe in short, I can say we have Islamically psycho-ontological model. We call it the NEFS model, and we have some operational model that we call them 3K and 3M models. And one of them is drive model, and one of them is consciousness model. And we have 4T model is another cognitive framework. And we have is a changing model, we call it TMTT, and we use the tefekkür, muhasebe, tevbe, and tevekkül during the psychotherapy. We use them by integration or in specifically or psycho-ontological stance. And we have clinical study and more than 15 we have published studies, 3 treatment modalities, and we have, alhamdulillah, nice symptom reduction in this context. And these are our studies. There is nothing to say anything you can see in Turkish, there's a joke. Yes, we have psychontological studies also. And these are our ongoing studies, inshallah. So in future direction, maybe I should say, we have conceptual clarity. It's very important, actually. It's very important to redefine our concepts and why we use them and what we trying to say by using them and what we want to change with using them, actually. And methodological rigor, it's also very important to use indigenous methods, but I think it's also use these contemporary methods too, in all contexts. And I think it's the main one, important one, authentic grounding. And we also should try to make a relationship our sources in very authentic way. I think we need this before than everyone. So, okay, I'll just only show some pictures. This is Dar Shifa. We have Islam and Psychology Center in Istanbul, inshallah. There's a joke in Turkish. Can you say your pain with English? And they say that, how can I say my pain in English? It's like that. So it's our psychology and psychotherapy research laboratory. And it's our research team and it's our foundation. Yes. It's okay hocam. Thank you so much.
Jazakallah khair. I know some of you are fighting your nafs to like stay awake, but this next one should wake you up. This is about jinns. And normally if the light starts flickering or camera, like the mic is not working, we call the IT, but if it happens now, just Ayatul Kursi would be the next thing we should do. So I'm going to ask Brother Umar to inshallah join us here and present on the topic of health seeking at the margins, jinn possession, stigma, and therapeutic pathways in Africa, Arab shared traditions.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. First, before I begin my presentation, I want to appreciate this organizer of the program for putting up this interesting kind of conversation. This is what we need as interdisciplinary scholars. So, and I will be coming from the angle of communication studies. So we ask our questions, what is the relevance of communication within Islamic psychology? So it's very relevant. That is why my topic will be around this important kind of discussion.
The disclaimer has to be read.
Yeah. So for this presentation,
can you go back to the disclaimer? It's important to read the disclaimer.
Okay.
Go back. Go back. This one.
Yeah. So here I'm disclaiming that there is nothing to declare. So no conflict of interest, no relationship with the committee of this program, and that's why I'm here. So I will start with these two important quotes. So from two of my participants in a study I conducted in 2024 in Nigeria. So because it's a relationship between Africa and Arab regions. These two quotations summarize what I'll be speaking on today. So the names are pseudonyms, not their real names, because of ethical consideration in research. So this first person is talking about the fact that jinn possession needs a kind of spiritual attention beyond what medical practitioners may not understand. While the second person is also trying to tell us about some of the things you can use to that helped her to manage jinn possession, like Quranic recitation, like prayers. At the same time, she passed through some kind of stigma from her husband, to the extent that she was later divorced as a result of that. So that tells us that this kind of conversation is a conversation that needs a lot of things to talk about and is stigmatized heavily within African context and Arab region. So I won't waste time on introduction. I believe that we should know what gene possession is all about. It's about having a kind of alteration or even manipulation of individuals' cognitive kind of or even behavioral capacity. So, because it is believed that genes can manipulate human psyche, and they are going to have a kind of effect on what they have. Those people are behaving, like having control or influence on them against their will. And we also believe that among Muslims in Africa, in Arab regions, even beyond, as long as we are, one is a Muslim, there is a kind of social stigma, public stigma, a kind of even self-stigma around these conversations, because people believe that one way they can explain their health issues is through this kind of spirituality, and because of that, the people who don't understand what gene possession means might try to stigmatize against them. And some of the mechanisms they use to manage gene possession include prayers, sermons, exorcism, and literature has said that it gives us a kind of coping mechanism against case management and even stigma management around this conversation. Why this conversation matters is because of what we've been talking about since morning. So, and I appreciate every one of the speakers who have spoken today aligns with what we are actually conversing. So it's about a way of making sure that there is a kind of spiritual kind of conversation around this issue. Because Western medicine, most of the time, always trying to exclude this kind of discussion from clinical practice, and it is what people believe that has happened to them. So in the course of discussion, we're going to talk about how some of the experiences of these individuals and how I did it. So in literature, we've seen different interpretations across societies. Some people believe that whenever they have issues that cannot be explained, whether they go to the hospital or not, they believe that it's a kind of spiritually connected, saying that gene possession is sihr, is sorcery, is even witchcraft, and why in some contexts they believe that it's kind of clinical, why in some other contexts they believe that it's both related, that is, you can have the relationship between having gene possession issues or even spiritually connected health issues with maybe history of trauma, history of physical health issues and psychological health issues. That is what this is talking about. And among, like I said, it's a kind of having, because it's a discussion that needs a lot of explanations. Today I was discussing with someone that because some symptoms of gene possession, of sorcery, of witchcraft can have similar kind of discussion with psychological issues, at least clinical health issues. For example, someone having hunger issues, having a lot of maybe hearing voices, hallucination, it can actually be explained from medical perspective and even from a spiritual perspective. That's why it's very important for us to be very careful of how we just conclude that what's happening to you is gene possession, what's happening to you is sorcery, or what's happening to you is just witchcraft. So I won't waste time on this literature review. Let me quickly move on to the three objectives that I will be focusing on today. The first one is just trying to, like I said, what I've done is a synthesis of literature that I've talked about within African and Arab context. The other one is to tell us how these people conceptualize what's happening to them. Because in communication studies, for example, we believe so much in narrative analysis of patients. And that is why, in fact, in psychology, I always say it that many, especially from the West, the Western epistemology of how we understand health issues, we always exclude narratives of people. Whereas the more we exclude narratives of people, the more, at least the lesser kind of care we are going to achieve from this issue. And last one is just, it's not like a development, but it's like a way of building more on the popular biopsychosocial spiritual model of health issues, saying that we have to include spirituality, but how? So because this one will be based on the practice, because I work with exorcists, especially from Nigeria, so, and from their experiences, we built something on the already existing model. So the method, I won't waste time on that too. So this is my first time of using qualitative secondary analysis. So it's a study, it's an approach whereby we have published papers already. So I just go through those papers and pull out the quotations from the participant. That is what qualitative secondary analysis is talking about. So one of my studies is also part of the 9 papers that I try to investigate. Because if we want to talk about stuff like this, we need to bring out kind of evidence. And in qualitative studies, evidence is from people's quotations, what they have said, and how we can reanalyze what they have said so far. So, and at the end of the day, I extracted about 5,431 quotes, words, then I reanalyze it using Masquerade, which is a software for analysis. I make sure that I followed ethical issues, and maybe if you have questions on method, we'll talk about that in the course of our discussion. So these are the, at least sorry to, you may not see what these studies are about, but these are the studies that I did a qualitative second analysis on, and yeah, these are the 9 studies. Most of these studies, all of them have from Africa, we have Nigeria, we have Ghana, we have Somalia, so as we have even from Kuwait, even we have from Qatar. So that I try to study, that is the link between Africa and Middle Eastern relations or context. The findings, the first finding that I got from this work is the fact that gene possession, all of these studies try to conceptualize that whatever that happens to them, whether they go to the hospital or not, they believe that it's as a result of gene possession, or as a result of even sorcery, especially in Northern Africa and even some Middle Eastern countries. Even Qatar, we have some participants who believe that, yeah, you know, I'm beautiful, and no, people will have to, the moment you are beautiful, there is maybe the evil eye will look at you. And the moment they have that perspective, even if what is happening to them is not evil eye, they are not, some of them are likely not to even seek help, while some of them will only seek help spiritually. So that is what we want to talk about here. Then we also see some of them who explain their issues based on, yeah, I know I have schizophrenia, for example, and at the same time, I have a way of nurturing it from my exorcists, my spiritual healers. Why some say, no, I'm not going to any medical practitioner, because they always stigmatize us, don't want to listen to us. So that is the first finding I got here. And these are some exemplars. I won't be able to read this, but maybe if the entire book come out, we are going to understand more about what this is talking about. Like this first person is talking about, you know, when you could hear voices of people, and that is what, this can be linked to schizophrenia, for example. So that's why in psychology, they may say, okay, what you are hearing is just schizophrenia, it's just mental health issues. Whereas at times, schizophrenia can also share the same symptom with gene possession. So when someone is possessed by gene, they are likely to be hearing voices. This is practical, and this is from practice. So, but before we can just conclude that gene possession is psychological issue, we need to we check how we diagnose these people, how we conclude that's what is happening to them. Another finding that I got was, you know, this is still under conceptualizing what is happening to them, having a kind of social disruptive behavior, and the way they are stigmatized. Most of them are stigmatized, and for that reason, they don't disclose what is happening to them, especially to medical practitioners or even psychologists, especially those who don't understand the Islamic concept or the religious part of psychology. Or this argument that, do we even talk about religion in psychology, or do we talk about spirituality in psychology? For that reason, they will not even be able to speak about what is happening to them. And some of them use methods like selective disclosure, disclosing to imams, for example, disclosing to exorcists who believe that they will not stigmatize them, disclosing with trusted individuals who understand that, yeah, this is gene possession. At times, they also try to conceal what is happening to them. No, I won't tell anybody. Because the moment I tell people, they are going to stigmatize. It happens across all these studies within the Middle Eastern settings and African settings. And some of them accepted their illnesses as, well, this is it is called out from Allah. It is Allah's destiny that it's going to happen to me temporarily, and it will go. So all these are what we found. Then these are some of the examples that we found. And this is an example of an Egyptian study done in 2015. So, and this is another example of a study from, I think this is from Kuwait or Qatar, but these individuals try to ask questions from different participants across the Middle East. Then the last finding here is how they treated this kind of issue. We have two methods that they used. While the common method is spirituality, which is using because it's a non-biomedical kind of interpretation. So it's a non-biomedical issue. Then they say, yeah, what I do is I go to religious healing centers, I engage in ruqyah, I do self-recitation of Quran, I increase my daily afkar, and some of them even went far ahead to go to magicians, saying that, yeah, you know, especially it happened in some Northern African countries, I think in Somalia, and I think in Ghana. So some of them say, well, I had some people where I know the try to understand it, I go to them. Why some of them will say, no, this person, it goes against my religious doctrine to do that. So it's a traditional style that is used. Why some do biomedical and integrative treatment. At the same time that they know that, yeah, I have schizophrenia. I have 2 cases of participants who had schizophrenia. At the same time, they say, yeah, I know I have schizophrenia, but I still believe that Quran is shifa wa rahma lil alamin, that it is healing to the world, so I have to also engage in Islamic therapy. So that tells us that we cannot still dispute the fact that both of them can work hand in hand. And these are some examples of some of the participants who said that. And this is the model that I think we need to talk more about, especially as practitioners. If we are practitioners, at the same time we are academics, it's already in existence. It's a biopsychosocial spiritual model. So, but what I mean here is that from practice, from experience, whenever people, because at times I go beyond academic kind of discussion, because I know these people don't even understand our academic jargon. So what we do is just kind of have social support groups that I create for people, especially from Nigeria, who have issues like this. Let's have conversations. So now whenever I say, yeah, I'm having nightmares, my life is not balanced as it should. So what I always ask them is that, what are the symptoms you feel? If they say, after saying those symptoms, the next thing is, maybe let's try Ruqya. Maybe you can recite Ruqya on your own, or you say, if you recite Ruqya, what are you feeling? If your case requires that we see a physical therapist, a Ruqya, for example, and if doing Ruqya, from experience, some don't have symptoms of jinn possession, or don't have symptoms of sorcery, or symptoms of even witchcraft. So what they do next is go to the hospital. Maybe you have psychological issue. It can also be reversed. Maybe going to the hospital first, then if hospital doesn't see anything, go to the Ruqya practitioner. But from experience, we try to say, start with Ruqya. Because if it is Ruqya and you go to the hospital, they may not, most of the time, they may not say that, yeah, go to the practitioner. Then next one, it leads to the treatment model that they can give, maybe biomedical, non-biomedical, or integrative. I might speak to this later on in the course of discussion or the panel discussion. Then the post-therapy too happens after you have done all these things. What are the kind of post-clinical meetings, for example? Ruqya practitioners too also have the same thing in their kind of conversation. It's the kind of model I think we can work on. Then finally, I believe that we have less than a minute. I believe we can have a kind of religious cultural competent care. That is, we believe in religion and we should have an integrative approach. Then multi-level strategies that we've been talking about today. We don't have one way of understanding this kind of narrative. And one way we can also do is to do a kind of education. So this is a YouTube page that I created for this purpose in Nigeria. Basically, though it is in Yoruba language, which is my language that we speak, and we interview Nigerian exorcists, and these people, at least we've been having a lot of people coming back to us and say, yeah, I have this, I have that. Then we link them to these exorcists. And funnily, these exorcists are not charging anything. They are doing it free for people who want to do it. Then finally, this is another one that I create. It's a Telegram page for anybody who have issues like that. What we do is we have a weekly kind of lecture, more or less like a spiritual support for them. We have people who have, you don't have to have those issues, but let's come here and discuss. I say kind of, this is on the Telegram, and these are some of the practical ways I believe we need to use to include in this kind of conversation if you want to go beyond theories. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much. I was going to say, like, I have a gentle reminder to, end on time. I have another joke to wake you up. Okay, ready for this? Knock, knock. Waswasa. You're not supposed to respond to waswasa. That's the whole point. You say A'udhu Billah and then you move on. Astaghfirullah. Treatment's not working here. Oh, next slide. Clicker. Okay. Okay, inshallah, we'll move on to our next presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Abu Hilal to come here and present on the topic of Assyrian context experience in integrating religion and culture into mental health and psychosocial support services, challenges, and lessons learned. Okay. we made a deal. He has 2 extra minutes, by the way.
Yeah.
Here is forward, here is backwards.
Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأفضل الصلاة وتم التسليم على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم. I recommend that you put on your translation because I will speak in Arabic, and if you want to hear some out of the box talk. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أول شيء conflict of interest. I think I have conflict of interest because I like the program. So I'm not sure if that could be considered under this disclaimer. So, yeah. شهد علم النفس الحقل العلمي في علم النفس والصحة النفسية زيادة واضحة في الاعتراف بأهمية الدين والروحانيات كمحددات لها علاقة مباشرة بالصحة النفسية والرفاهية العامة. هذا اعتراف عالمي الآن، توجه عالمي بهذا الموضوع، ولكن ينقصه الكثير حتى يتحول إلى شيء عملي يفيد الناس في السياقات المختلفة. 80% من سكان العالم متدينون بدين ما، مع ذلك ما يعرض عليهم هو علم النفس السائد الذي هو علماني وغربي، وهذا باعتراف الغرب، يعني ليس ادعاء من عندنا، وبالتالي المشكلة تمس 80% من سكان العالم. في العالم الإسلامي أصبح لدينا اهتمام أكثر في موضوع علم النفس الإسلامي، وتزايد في الآونة الأخيرة على مدى السنوات الماضية، ولكن كثير منها كان حبيساً للتنظير ولم ينزل إلى أرض الواقع. كان هناك مراجعة للتراث العلمي في علم النفس في التراث الإسلامي، إعادة البناء النظري، ولكن نادراً ما انخرط في الاشتباك الجاد اشتباك، هي كلمة مهمة، الاشتباك مع الواقع. نادراً ما تجد أن علم النفس الإسلامي اشتبك مع هذا الواقع. الآن هناك مشكلات في علم النفس الإسلامي كما أراها. أولاً هناك مشكلة في عدم التمايز الموضوعي التوبكس والمنهجي بين العلوم الشرعية من جهة وبين مجال علم النفس الإسلامي من جهة أخرى. هذه مشكلة وتخلق الكثير من الإشكاليات الأخرى كما أراها أنا. هناك اختزال لعلم النفس الإسلامي في مراجعة التراث أو استخراج مفاهيم نفسية من النصوص الدينية دون إخضاع هذه المفاهيم للاختبار في الواقع. أيضاً هذا مظهر آخر مرتبط. ضعف الاهتمام بالتجريب والقياس وتقييم الأثر في كثير من مبادرات علم النفس الإسلامي، فادعاءات الفعالية غالباً ما تبنى على القناعة الدينية أو القبول المجتمعي، لا على دراسات مقارنة أو أدوات قياس واضحة. إذن هذه بعض النقد الذي نوجهه إلى حركة علم النفس الإسلامي. وهنا يأتي ما نطلق عليه علم النفس الإسلامي النقدي أو reflective Islamic psychology. نحن نحتاج إلى هذا الأمر، ونحن لا حاجة لنا الآن، يعني أنا مثلا كباحث في هذا المجال لا حاجة أن أخترع من جديد نظرية في علم النفس الإسلامي. سمعنا الكثير من النظريات اليوم، وهناك نظريات أخرى ربما لأشخاص لم نسمع بهم، وبالتالي أنا لماذا أأتي وأكرر العمل؟ ولكن هذه ثغرة تقول أن نريد أن نقدم نقداً بناءً من ضمن الإطار المعرفي لعلم النفس الإسلامي. فنحن لا نناقش أولئك الرافضين لعلم النفس الإسلامي، يعني نحن كما قال الدكتور خالد تجاوزنا هذا الأمر، ولكن ضمن تيار علم النفس الإسلامي نقول هناك الكثير أن تنتبهوا له يا أصحاب النظريات. سابقاً عملنا مناظرة مع الدكتور خالد جابر، ما بعرف من يتذكرها، عدة سنوات مضت، وأنا أقدم الآن أي شخص يريد نقد نظريته أنا جاهز نعمل مناظرة إن شاء الله لنناقشها. فيعني هي فور فري، يعني تمام، فهي يعني أوفر. الآن هل فقط نحن ننتقد علم النفس الإسلامي؟ لا، نحن ننتقد كل علم النفس. وهنا يستحضرني البروفيسور الأكاديمي الدكتور عبد الله البريدي، وهو باحث وأكاديمي سعودي رائع رائع بكل معنى الكلمة، وأنا أنصح أي إنسان يريد أن يتحدث في علم النفس الإسلامي أن يقرأ له. هو يتحدث في الفلسفة وفي المعرفة، يتحدث عن شيء يسمى الأنفة الثقافية. يجب أن نتمتع بالأنفة الثقافية، بمعنى أن لا نأتي أنه يعني مشان الله اقبلونا نحن كمان عندنا شيء أنه نساهم فيه في الحركة العالمية العامة. لا أبدا، نحن نرفض ذلك. لذلك نحن نقول عندما ذكر الدكتور صباحا أن هذه الأجنباوية تقول سننظر شرقا، سننظر شرقا، يعني وكأنها هي أستاذ كبير وتقول يعني وصلنا لنتيجة أن يجب أن نتعلم من طلابنا أو ربما من أولادنا. هذه هي اللهجة التي يتحدثون بها. نحن نقول لا، نحن لا نريدكم أن تنظروا شرقا، نحن من سننظر غربا وسننظر شرقا وسننظر إلى تاريخنا وسننظر إلى واقعنا ونخرج بعلم نفس إسلامي يناسبنا نحن في هذه اللحظة التاريخية. هذا الذي نحن نقوله في علم النفس. سأطرح عليكم الآن سؤال، يلا جهزوا حالكم، سأطرح عليكم سؤال لأريكم مدى الإشكالية. إذا قلت أنا لكم تخيلوا لدي الآن 3 أشياء، بقرة، دجاجة وعشب، وسألتكم يا ترى إذا سألتك تجمع 2 لهم علاقة مع بعضهم، ماذا تجمع؟ طبعا الدجاجة والعشب لا علاقة بينهما، تمام؟ بقي عندك إما الدجاجة مع البقرة وإما البقرة مع العشب، صحيح؟ الآن سأعمل إحصاء، من سيجمع الدجاجة مع البقرة؟ يرفع إيده. دجاجة مع البقرة، تمام. الآن من سيجمع البقرة مع العشب؟ تمام، جميل. الآن أجريت هذه الدراسة على عينة من الغربيين، أوروبا وأمريكا من جهة، وعلى الشرقيين في جنوب شرق آسيا، اليابان وكوريا. ماذا كانت الإجابات؟ أغلب الغربيين أجابوا البقرة والدجاجة، وأغلب الشرقيين أجابوا البقرة والعشب. لماذا؟ لأن عقليتهم تهتم بالتصنيف، أما عقلية الشرقيين تهتم بالعلاقة. وعملوا الكثير من الدراسات، أنصحكم في كتاب جغرافية الفكر. إذا نحن الخلاف ليس فقط ثقافي، حتى في تركيبة العقل نحن هناك خلاف، وبالتالي نريد أن نشترح من لدينا نحن هذا العلم. حتى أنا أقول، حتى يقول لك أعطني evidence، يقول لك qualitative quantitative، نقول حتى الإيفيدنس لدينا نحن أدلتنا الخاصة بنا، أدلتنا من الوحي نأخذها، وأيضا أدلة منهجية. لذلك أنا هلأ اخترعت منهجا اسمه البحث القائم على الباحث. الفيل في الغرفة دكتور مأمون، الفيل في الغرفة، البحث القائم على الباحث. نقول لهم حتى منهجية البحث التي هي متناسبة مع عقليتكم ليس مع عقليتنا، وقس على ذلك. فهذا مثال أننا ننتقد حتى العلم الغربي. الحديث ذو شجون. التجربة السورية كما تعلمون عشنا 15 عاما كنا في الدمار وفي الحرب. الحمد لله اللي نجانا، الحمد لله الذي فرج عنا. تجربتي أنا في منظمتي نبعت ضمن هذا السياق، حيث كنا نعمل لنساعد الناس في المخيمات، نساعد الناس الذين يعانون من الصدمات النفسية والمشاكل النفسية. هنا لم يعد سؤال ما هو علم النفس الإسلامي، وإنما كيف أستطيع أن أساعد هؤلاء الأشخاص. ولكن ما حدث أنك محاط بالمنظمات الدولية وبمنظومة الأمم المتحدة العلمانية. طبعا هي تقول عن نفسها علمانية، هي لا، يعني هي ليست شتيمة، هي تقول عن نفسها علمانية، لدرجة أنك تعمل في بيئة، كنا نعمل في بيئة في المناطق المحررة شمال غرب سوريا، نشترك معهم بنفس الثقافة ونفس الدين ونفس الطائفة ونفس كل شيء، ولا تجرؤ أن تستخدم أي شيء من الدين في العمل معهم، خوفاً من وقف الدعم، خوفاً من وصمك بالإرهاب، خوفاً من الكثير من الأمور. طبعاً خلافاً لأيضاً عدم وجود التدريب الكافي، عدم وجود الخبرة الكافية. لذلك ترى حتى الأخصائيين النفسيين يخشون من أن يقوموا بذلك. أنا هذه مشكلتي الآن، هذه مشكلتي التي أحاول أن أحلها. طيب، هنا تأتي فكرة المقاربة المنظومية أو system thinking. لا تستطيع فقط أن تركز على مريض أو التقنيات النفسية التي تساعد أو كيف أشفي المريض. هناك منظومة كاملة تلعب دورا في المخرج النهائي. هناك الأكاديمية، هناك الحكومة، هناك المتدربين، هناك إذن عناصر كثيرة منها. هذه عناصر، بعض عناصر المنظومة. الحوكمة، من يتخذ القرارات؟ من يقول أن هذا المنهاج نطبقه أو لا نطبقه؟ الخدمات، ما هي أنواعها؟ الموارد البشرية، الموارد المالية التي تخنق فيها. وهذا يعني عتب. أقول المنظمات الدولية تحاصرنا وتقول تمشوا مثل ما بدي كما أريد حتى تعملوا. طيب نذهب إلى التيار الإسلامي، فهو يعني للأسف إما يقول لك يعني يجب أن تكون صفة معينة أو شيء معين، تمام، أو لا يوجد، أو التبرع عند المسلمين يذهب إلى الصدقات المعروفة دون التفكير أنني يجب أن أدعم جهود الأسلمة والتأصيل والإنتاج. فهذه قضية مهمة، وهنا يأتي دور رجال العلم الديني أن نعيد النظر أصلا في كيف تكسب الموارد وكيف الأوقاف. يجب تفعيل الأوقاف التي تحقق استدامة، التي تصرف على الصحة النفسية. إذن هذه عناصر المنظومة. أنا خلفيتي مع الطب النفسي، معي ماجستير إدارة أعمال ومعي إدارة المشاريع الاحترافية، وبالتالي أنا مرضاي هم المنظومات. يعني أنا أعالج منظومات، آتي إلى المنظومة أدرسها وأعالجها. فلذلك أنا الآن عندي منظومة علم النفس الإسلامي، أنظر إلى عناصرها ورأينا النقص الذي يمكن أن نقدمه. لا أهدمها، هذه نقطة مهمة، وإنما أساعدها على النمو وعلى أن تتجاوز ربما حتى الشيء العالمي. طيب برنامجنا اللي إحنا ساويناه من هذه المنظومة، سأطرح مثال ماذا فعلنا، لأنني لا أستطيع أن أتحدث عن التأصيل، لأنني لا أتحدث عن الرؤية الكاملة، أنا أريد شيء عملي. فما فعلته أنا، هناك اسمه برنامج اسمه المعالجة المطورة للمشكلات Problem Management Plus، وهو من منظمة الصحة العالمية، برنامج قائم على CBT، يتألف من 5 جلسات تستطيع أن تدرب فيه حدا مع بكالوريا يعني هاي سكول معه، تمام. التدريب قد يأخذ 3 أشهر، ولكنه يستطيع أن يقدم خدمات نسميها غير تخصصية، لا يشخص ولا يقدم علاج نفسي، وإنما يقدم دعم نفسي اجتماعي وفق هذا البرنامج. برنامج رائع، وأنا أنصح فيه الجميع الطلاب أن يأخذوه، لأن هناك تطبيق عملي دون أن تؤذي، هذه نقطة مهمة، ويضعك في منتصف طريق أن تصبح معالج. فماذا فعلنا؟ نحن بدأنا ندرب هذا البرنامج بصيغته يعني العادية من منظمة الصحة العالمية. ثم بعد فترة قلنا نريد أن ندخل عليه بعض الجوانب الدينية، تمام؟ إذا نحن نقوم الآن بأسلمة كما يقال. أنا لا أعمل تقصير كبير، ولكن هذه الظروف هي التي حكمتني، وهذا الشيء اللي أنا أستطيع أن أوزع وأعمل نورماليزيشن، تطبيع لفكرة علم النفس الإسلامي والديني في سياق مثل سياقي. وبالتالي ما فعلت أنا، أحضرنا البرنامج، عملنا على إعادة تأطير الخلفية المفاهيمية للبرنامج بحيث تعترف صراحة بدور المعتقدات الدينية والقيم الثقافية. أدخلنا عناصر تقييم تأخذ البعد الديني في عين الاعتبار في قبيل الجلسة الأولى. أضفنا جلسة سادسة إلى ال5 جلسات تناقش دور العبادة دورها في حياة هذا الإنسان، تمام؟ وبالتالي يعني كانت هي الإضافة الكبيرة. وأيضا دمجنا البعد الديني بشكل انتقائي في باقي الجلسات، ووضعنا ضوابط حتى تمنع الخلط بين الدعم النفسي والوعظ الديني. إذن هذه هي العملية التي قمنا فيها، والتي نرى أنها إحنا الآن في مرحلة التجريب الآن، يعني نطبق هذا البرنامج نرى، ولاحقا إن شاء الله يتم ربما تعديله ونشره. ولكن نرى لأنه الآن هذا يسهل عليك، لأنك إذا مثلا تأخذ ماجستير في علم النفس الإسلامي 2 تأخذ 2 مثلا، أو تريد برامج تأخذ أكثر. هذا البرنامج هو خلينا نقول هو مرحلة ما قبل العلاج النفسي، تستطيع أن تنشره بشكل واسع بسرعة التدريب، تمام، تعمل نورماليزيشن، تحدد الأرضية، ثم تأتي البرامج المتقدمة والمتخصصة في هذا الأمر. تحديات العمل: نقص الكوادر المؤهلة القادرة على العمل في هذا التقاطع الحساس بين الصحة النفسية والدين والثقافة، غياب الأطر المؤسسية والتنظيمية، توتر، هلا توترت أنا لأنه خلص الوقت، توتر واضح بين الحاجة للتكييف الثقافي والديني ومتطلبات الحياد بالمعايير الدولية. شكل التعامل مع قياس الأثر وتقييم الفعالية تحديا مركزيا، خاصة في ظل تدخلات ضمن عناصر ذات طابع ذاتي ومعنوي. الدروس المستفادة: أن دمج الدين في الصحة النفسية لا يمكن أن يكون إضافة تجميلية أو خيارا تقنيا، بل يتطلب وضوحا مفاهيميا وحدودا مهنية صارمة واحتراما حقيقيا لحرية المستفيد. أن المقاربة المنظوماتية سيستمز رغم بطئها وتعقيدها أكثر قدرة على الصمود والاستمرار من التدخلات الجزئية. أن الاشتباك مع الواقع بما فيه من تناقضات وضغوط هو شرط أساسي لتطوير النفس الإسلامي التطبيقي. بناء هذا المسار هو عملية تراكمية طويلة المدى تتطلب الصبر والتعلم من الأخطاء والاستعداد الدائم للمراجعة والتطوير. وشكرا لحسن استماعكم.
جزاكم الله خيرا, Dr. Abu Hilal. Inshallah, next presentation we have is by Noura Amkieh, and it will be on the topic of spiritual fortitude in crisis, collective care practices fostering resilience in wartime Lebanon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Okay. First, I would like to start by saying that I'm so grateful to be here in this room. MashaAllah, very brilliant people, and I'm already learning so much. So, Bismillah, and thank you, Dr. Hman and Dr. Fahid, for all the support and the care throughout this process. And I do not have any conflict of interest to share. Okay. So today I'm going to share with you a small but hopefully, inshallah, a significant study that I've done in Lebanon. And my study focused on a group of people, just a small portion, who turned to spirituality and religious coping when war did not only take away their homes or their lives or their property, it dismantled what makes a life a livable life: routine, predictability, safety, whether inside or outside. And just for me to read the room, can I know by a show of hands if any one of you has been in a conflict, in a war, in a crisis setting? Okay, nice. Alhamdulillah. Okay, great. So, thankfully, not all of our misery goes underdocumented. The World Health Organization estimates that there's about 1 in 5 people in a conflict setting who would develop a mental health disorder. And research in the south of Lebanon showed that there are high rates of anxiety, depression, PTSD linked to trauma and war exposure trauma in specific. And these findings were from the 2006 war, which lasted for only 34 days. The current hostilities have been going on for way longer, and it's not just confined to the south of Lebanon. So what guided me was a pretty simple question. When there's no safety, what do people use that they find helpful, and why do they continue doing it? So, of course, I'm a therapist, and I thought of, hey, why don't we have everyone in individual therapy, the 1 in 5 people, which is about 20% of the population. So if, let's say, an average session would be $50, which is normal for Lebanon, numbers can easily inflate to millions and billions of dollars, which is something that neither our economy, which is already struggling, can handle, and even the world's largest economies are struggling with. So what I just shared is under specialized services, and this is the pyramid that the WHO IST developed for mental health support. And on the top of the pyramid are like the scarce resources that are expensive, not everyone can get to them. But my paper is situated more towards the middle of this pyramid, the non-specialized community support, which is not formal therapy, and it's also not nothing. It's something, and it's something really meaningful that is worthy of being shared. So let me tell you a bit more about my community. It is called Al-Makan. It's based in Beirut. It's a spiritual and cultural center, and in normal days, alongside religious activities, it hosts art gatherings and talks and many other activities. But specifically during November and the period of the escalated hostilities, it just focused on spiritual and religious coping, and which includes halaqat circles, like religious scriptures that are inspired about the current times, sahba dhikr, or circles of remembrance, repeating names like Asma Allah al-Husna, like Ya Salam, and salawat on the Prophet, which is usually coupled with collective dua, and Quranic recitation, like reading Surah Al-Kahf together on a Friday, followed by coffee and tea and informal gatherings. So what happened was, when the ceasefire was signed in November, I opened the WhatsApp group of the community, and I just saw all of the influx of the messages of Alhamdulillah as-salame, this has been really horrible, the last night was the worst, Alhamdulillah for having this space. And I just like the light bulb in your head when it goes on, I noticed everyone in the community knows I'm a therapist, and no one reached out for me and said, Noura, can you help us process this? Can you do a debrief session? What they reached out during the crisis was for each other, to be together under the frame of worship, to be connected under ibadat. So I thought to myself, okay, we tell people what you should be doing. Maybe it's worthy of recording what they actually did do, and a portion of people, of course. So this was a small mixed method study. I sent a survey on the WhatsApp group right after the ceasefire was signed, so it was pretty fresh. And I asked them, how often do you come to the Makan? What activities do you engage in? How long have you been here? How do you rate these activities from 1 to 5 for your mental health, for your sense of belonging? And then I ran a small focus group discussion with 3 of those women who wanted to do a deeper conversation about this. And if you notice here, most of them have been involved in the community for quite some time. So these strategies aren't really introduced. They've been present in their ecosystem for quite some time. And most of them were coming almost half weekly and a third multiple times a week. So, So before I go into more of the results section, I just wanted to show you a glimpse of this setting. This is one of the rooms that we sit in. And we often study and we do research and we forget that we're studying humans. And I wanted, inshallah, to do honor and to honor these women with this work. I wasn't in Lebanon in November, but they were, and I would call them and they would be comforting me more than I would be comforting them. And this is not to glorify their coping or to say bravo, but it's just to honor and to say how humbled I am by religious and spiritual grounding in times of crisis. Because if we want to be humble ourselves in the mental health field, we often fall short. We're expensive, we're out of reach, we're time sensitive, we're narrow in what we can offer. So we could learn a lot from communities. So very briefly about the results of this small study. Engagement was pretty communal and pretty high, and most folks would come to halaqa and collective dua sessions and sahba dhikr circles and Quranic recitation. And if you notice, and for those of you who have been in conflict, you notice that war is already isolating. You already feel alone, and your family is probably somewhere and you're somewhere. So coming together is a big reason why this was helpful for these women. And if we look at the mental health impact perceived, this is self-report, this is not the clinical outcome, perceived, it shows us, it points us towards a finger and know, okay, something's working. They rated it as 4 out of 5, almost 92% of them. And the most highest rating was sahba dhikr, slightly followed by halaqa and then Quranic readings. And just my possible explanation about this, for this small difference, is that in sahba dhikr, you're usually engaging and you're repeating, you're embodying, you're breathing, you're doing something with your body, while a halaqa can be more of your receiving and your learning. So if you've ever been in a crisis as well, you know how important it is to do something, to feel like, okay, I'm doing something and I'm not just sitting there. And yeah, one interesting point about belonging, almost all of them reported that they felt the sense of belonging pretty high, very much or extremely within the group. And it didn't really differ much between if you came 3 times, if you came less. And this shows us that this is not like a dose response. When you become part of a collective and of a community, this lasts. And as for the focus group discussion, and I'm just aware of the time, so I'm trying to make this shorter. So the focus group discussion was pretty interesting because they kept going back to the same point, which was these sessions gave them a sense of inner safety or himaya, protection. And these women were, most of them came to the center, some of them joined online, but this sense of protection was not because the bombs stopped dropping around them. It's because for one moment, the room that they were in felt safer. Their hearts felt safer. And we all are familiar with the verse, أَلَا بِذِكْرِ اللَّهِ تَطْمَئِنُّ الْقُلُوبِ, and this was very much embodied here. And interestingly, that they knew as well, like they did not romanticize dhikr in a way that it could do the impossible. If a jet was flying by, thunder, fireworks, or anything was happening at the same time, they would be hyper-vigilant, they would react. And they did not attribute this to spiritual failure, or like, oh, dhikr didn't work because I got anxious. One woman shared with me, Noura, right after the dhikr session, we would close, and then they would issue evacuation warnings. And I would be glued to the TV, and I'm anxious again. And she said, you know what, this is normal, because I needed to be attentive. My body needed to know, because her house might be next, so you need to be hypervigilant. There's nice work on continuous traumatic stress about this. Okay, so what we can wrap up with, since we're almost at the end of the time, is that I want to wrap up constructively, because I don't think anyone in this room needs any convincing that war is bad and we shouldn't do it. But we're here more to talk about what we can do to integrate, to build, and to ethically and wisely work on care becoming accessible, culturally relevant, and safe for people to access. So, what I noticed is that the first thing, and this is based on my reflections and on this paper, is that we definitely need to build bridges between each others and not silos. I often see faith communities doing work over here, alhamdulillah, it's good, and then mental health communities doing work over here, and they're happy, but they're also like, but people don't come to us because there's stigma and lack of awareness. And I definitely think that we should humble ourselves a bit with the fact that people might not come to us because what we offer might not be what they need, or it might be too expensive, or it might be just too individualistic, or not fitting for their own thoughts and methodologies, and that's totally fine. So what we need to do is we need to meet those people where they are at, like in these centers, for example. And we can use, as Dr. Muhammad was talking about the Problem Management Plus, and I was like, yeah, we can absolutely use this program, but in a way that does not strip it out of its out of meaning, or for it not to be very landing in a shallow way with people. When I first started working with women in the South, and I would run these like Problem Management Plus programs, not exactly, but I noticed sometimes that they had a small look of disappointment in their eyes. Like, do you think that our problem is that we don't know how to think or how to solve our own issues? It's not about their lack of skills. It's more about when the world around them is collapsing and they're needing a certain space to feel grounded and present with their unseen world and their seen world. Probably tools might be helpful, but what's more helpful is to be present with them and to follow them through their journey, no matter how it looks like. And this is something I'm so open to discussing with all of you, inshallah, of how these programs would look like, because we need to pilot them. We can't just adopt them and just have them as is. We need to see and co-create with people of what works and what doesn't. And I'll add one uncomfortable piece, and it's related to the funding of such programs that I'm just imagining, inshallah, one day, what program can we do and how it would look like. Funders would ask us, okay, how can you measure change? Like, how do you know that someone became better? Is it just a difference in PHQ-9 that would tell us, or in GAD-7? Or, I'm not sure, but could change look like in unstable situations, which almost feel like most of the world right now, like staying intact, staying present, staying human, and staying with your values. So the point here is to be able to integrate things with humility, to train our community leaders. I love my sheikh, but my sheikh does not believe in therapy. And to train clinicians as well on culturally sensitive approaches. And obviously, we absolutely need more research, which is something that I'm more than happy to see how we can collaborate together on. Longitudinal research, this was a small sample, just women, biased, absolutely, I hear that. And we need to do more work because lack of evidence, we usually measure physiology in dhikr because it works somehow. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't deserve the seriousness like other approaches. And I'm going to end with this. This is definitely not an argument to replace dhikr with therapy. I like my job and I like to keep it. But it's more of an argument towards having a bridge between them, to know that when systems around us collapse, communities still generate care. And it's our responsibility, with humility akid, to learn from these communities and to strengthen them safely, not to build hierarchies on them, but to build more bridges together. And jazakumullah khairan for your time. Thank you so much.
Jazakallah khair, Noura. Alhamdulillah, we're doing good with time. How many psychologists does it take to change a light bulb? Just one, but it might take 8 to 12 sessions, and the light bulb has to want to change as well. If my kids were here to see how the jokes are landing today, they would appreciate me a bit more. Our last presentation comes from Oman, Dr. Muhammad Al-Abri. And the topic is incorporating social and cultural factors when designing and delivering psychological counseling services, Sultan Qaboos University as a model. Jazakallah khair. There's no disclaimer. Next slide.
Thank you. You go forward and this is backwards. Forward, backwards.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله حق حمده والصلاة والسلام على خير عبده وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اتبع نهجه. من الجميل أن نرى المسلمين مجتمعين من مختلف أمصار المسلمين لتناقش أمرهم. نسأل الله أن يجمعنا دوما على الخير. حديثي سيكون في سياق التجارب الدولية، وسنتحدث عن احتواء العوامل الثقافية والاجتماعية عند تصميم وتقديم خدمات الإرشاد النفسي. وسنأخذ تجربة تأسيس مركز الإرشاد الطلابي في جامعة سلطان قابوس كنموذج لهذا الاحتواء. مركز الإرشاد الطلابي في جامعة سلطان قابوس تم تأسيسه في العام 1999، أي قبل ما يقارب حوالي 27 عاما بالضبط. المجتمع في ذلك اليوم في عمان كان يختلف عما هو عليه اليوم. أدرك القائمون على تأسيس المركز ضرورة أن يستوعبوا العوامل الثقافية والاجتماعية في تلك الفترة والأخذ بها عند التأسيس. طبعا العوامل الثقافية والاجتماعية مفهوم واسع ومتشعب، لكن نحن سنأخذ فقط العوامل الثقافية والاجتماعية التي تؤثر في موضوع الخدمات، سواء في قراءة أو في موضوع السلوك الإنساني، سواء في قراءة وتفسير هذا السلوك أو تعديل ومعالجة الاعتلال في السلوك الإنساني، أو حتى في ما يتعلق بالأمور المتعلقة كتقنين الاختبارات النفسية أو ما شابه ذلك. وبالتحديد هي العوامل التي سنتناولها العوامل التي تؤثر في كيفية فهم الفرد للمرض النفسي وكيفية تعبيره عن الألم ومن أين يطلب المساعدة، وتشمل هذه العوامل منظومة المعتقدات، القيم والعادات والهياكل الاجتماعية. لماذا يجب علينا هذا الاحتواء؟ هناك أسباب كثيرة، سنأخذ 3 من هذه الأسباب أو هذه الدوافع في الاعتبار. أولاً بداية بسبب تقبل المجتمع الخدمات النفسية، وثانياً المواءمة مع النظم واللوائح القائمة، وثالثاً أيضاً بحيث نتمكن من توظيف الموارد الثقافية والاجتماعية عن تقديم الخدمات النفسية. وسندخل في هذه المبررات واحدا. أولا موضوع تقبل المجتمع الخدمات النفسية. طبعا جميعنا يعرف وجود وصمة العار الذاتية والاجتماعية وضغطها على المسترشدين وأولياء أمورهم والمجتمع بشكل عام. نظرة الإنسان للمريض النفسي أو حتى لكل شخص يطلب الخدمة النفسية دائما تكون عائق في أي تأسيس أو تقديم للخدمات النفسية في أي مجتمع، خصوصا في مجتمعنا. تعارض الخدمات النفسية مع العادات والتقاليد، تعارض الخدمات النفسية مع القيم الدينية، أو على الأقل هذا ما يظنه الناس أو السائد في المجتمع. الموائمة مع النظم واللوائح. طبعا تقديم الخدمات النفسية يحتاج إلى منظومة من اللوائح والنظم التي تحفظ حقوق المسترشد من الناحية السرية الخصوصية، وأيضا من ناحية الحماية القانونية للمرشد النفسي في التعامل مع الحالات اليومية. أيضا فيما يتعلق بسرية المعلومات، كيفية حفظ هذه المعلومات والبيانات للمسترشدين، متى يتم رفع السرية عن هذه المعلومات، أيضا ما هو دور الجانب القانوني القضائي في هذه المسألة، أيضا إجراءات الأرشفة والبيانات في موضوع الاحتفاظ بسجلات وملفات المسترشدين. كل هذه الأمور في ذلك الوقت لم تكن موجودة على أرض الواقع. توظيف الموارد الثقافية والاجتماعية عند تقديم الخدمات النفسية، بحيث أنه يتم تحديد الاحتياجات الإرشادية للمجتمع. لم يكن هناك دراسات موثقة تحدد هذه الأمور. أيضا لم يكن هناك القدرة أو تأطير لمسألة توظيف الدعم الاجتماعي، سواء كان الأسري أو دعم من الأقران للطالب أو المسترشد. توظيف القيم الدينية والثقافية، كانت منظومة القيم الدينية والثقافية تساهم في العلاج بشكل غير مباشر، لكنها غير مؤطرة بالتأطير الذي يمكن أن تشكل فيه دعم حقيقي بالفعل للعملية. لا بد أن نضع في الاعتبار الوضع الراهن عند تأسيس مركز الشهر الطلابي. في ذلك الوقت كان الطب النفسي الخاص شبه معدوم في عمان، وكان مستشفى ابن سينا للأمراض العقلية المسرة حاليا هو الواجهة الوحيدة، وكانت وصمة العار في مستوى عال. أدرك القائمون على تأسيس المركز أن احتواء المجتمع العماني لن يكون عبر التوعية الحديثة المعتادة في وقتنا الحالي، وإنما عبر الاندماج في الثقافة السائدة والعمل تحت عباءتها، بمعنى أن نتفهم ونوظف، نتفهم العوامل الموجودة ونحاول نوظفها لصالح العلاج النفسي. المجتمع العماني مثلا كان يتقبل فكرة أنه أعصابي تعبانة، عندي توتر في المعدة، لكنه يرفض فكرة أنا مكتئب أو أنا عندي وسواس أو غيره. فالمريض كان يمكن أن يدخل العيادة ليأخذ دواء مهدئ للأعصاب، وهذا كان المدخل المقبول اجتماعيا للعلاج النفسي، وهو المدخل الذي بني عليه في فترة التأسيس. أساليب الاحتواء والتطبيق على حالة مركز الشهر الطلابي. عندما بدأ القائمون على تأسيس المركز عقدوا عدة اجتماعات وورش عمل لتحديد ما هي هذه العوامل وكيف سيتم التعامل مع كل عنصر من هذه العناصر اللي هم في هذه الفترة اعتقدوا أنها ستكون معيقة لمسألة تقديم الخدمات النفسية، وقاموا ببعض الخطوات. أول هذه الخطوات مسمى المركز. حرص القائمون على المركز على استبعاد مسمى النفسي من اسم المركز والاكتفاء بمركز الإرشاد التوجيه، ثم تحول إلى مركز الإرشاد الطلابي ليكون أكثر قبولا من الطلبة وأولياء أمورهم. طبعا تم تغيير اسم المركز من مركز الإرشاد والتوجيه إلى المركز الإرشاد الطلابي عندما تم فصل الإرشاد المهني والتوجيه الوظيفي في مركز آخر. كذلك موقع المركز، تم اختيار موقع المركز بعناية بحيث لا يكون مفضح إنجاز التعبير، لا يكون في وسط زحمة الحرم الجامعي فيسبب الحرج لمن يرغب في الاستفادة من خدماته من جهة، وأيضا لا يكون بعيد عن الطلبة ليسهل الوصول إليه من جهة أخرى. كما حرص القائمون على تأسيس أن يكون مبنى يجمع ما بين صفات بيت العائلة والمبنى الرسمي، بمعنى هو يأخذ، وبالفعل تم تخصيص أحد الفلل اللي مخصصة لسكن أعضاء هيئة التدريس لتكون المركز في أول سنوات عمر المركز. كذلك من الناحية الداخلية في موضوع تأثيث المركز، الأثاث اللي تم اختياره، عملية توزيع الأماكن، مراعاة خصوصية الذكور والإناث، مراعاة المداخل والمخارج، الطالب اللي يدخل من مدخل معين يخرج من مخرج آخر حتى لا يلتقي الطلاب مع بعضهم البعض، لأنه مسألة أنه يلتقي طالب مع طالب آخر تكون محرجة له. إنه فلان أنا شفته في مركز إرشاد طلابي، أكيد إنه فلان مريض نفسي، لازم يعني فكان حريصين على إنه ما يلتقي الطلاب مع بعضهم البعض. حتى في موضوع المواعيد راعينا هذه النقطة كذلك. موضوع لغة الخطاب، المصطلحات والمفاهيم المتداولة. طبعا تغيير لغة الخطاب في مجال الصحة النفسية وخطوة ذكية وحاسمة لكسر حاجز الخوف والوصمة، والهدف هو الانتقال من النموذج الطبي العلاجي الذي يوحي بالمرض والخلل إلى النموذج التنموي المهاري الذي يوحي بالقوة والنجاح والمرونة. نحن نستخدم مصطلح المرشد بدل الطبيب النفسي أو المرشد النفسي، نستخدم مصطلح المسترشد بدل العميل أو المريض، نستخدم مصطلح الصعوبة أو التحدي أو المشكلة بدل الاعتلال النفسي أو غيره من المصطلحات العلمية. وقد جرى دراسة المصطلحات المفردات المستخدمة في المطبوعات وتجنب المفردات التي تحمل دلالات المرض العقلي الصريحة أو حتى تضفي الصفة النفسية على الخدمات، والبحث عن بدائل تؤدي الغرض وتراعي مخاوف ونفسية الطلبة. كل مطوية، كل منشور، كل إعلان كان يصدر عن المركز كنا حريصين على كل كلمة تصدر منه بحيث أن تكون ما يعني لا تغذي مسألة الخوف من وصمة العار. النقطة اللي بعد اللي هي مواجهة الأفكار المغلوطة. قمنا في تلك الفترة بدراسة ما هي الأفكار المغلوطة عن المرض النفسي وما هي المخاوف التي يمكن أن تكون في نفس الطالب، وأصدرنا مطوية متكاملة عنها بحيث أنها تكون ترد أو تفند هذه الأفكار. مثلا، هل ذهابي إلى مركز إرشاد طلابي سيتسجل في ملف الجامعي؟ لا. هل المركز اللي يراجعه هم المرضى النفسيين أو المرضى العقليين؟ لا، يراجعون الأسوياء. هل المركز يقتصر فقط على الطلبة اللي يكون لديهم مشاكل؟ لا، في طلبة يراجعونه يكون عندهم رغبة في تنمية مهارات معينة أو غيره. بهذه الطريقة قدرنا إن احنا نكسر حاجز الأفكار المغلوطة اللي لو ما تصدينا لها كان يمكن نتلقى أرض خصبة إن تكون مانع وحاجز كبير من إنه الطلبة يقدموا على تلقي الخدمات النفسية. الاستقبال. لتنفيذ هذا الاحتواء للطلبة وتثقيف أولياء أمورهم كنا نحتاج إلى فريق عمل أخصائيين وموظفي الاستقبال يمتلكون ذكاء اجتماعي عالي جدا وليس مجرد شهادات أكاديمية. فريق عمل مدرك لخصوصية المجتمع وقادر على احتوائها، وظهر ذلك من خلال نظام النداء، كيف ننادي على الطالب حتى ما ننادي الطالب باسمه، ننادي أبو فلان الفلاني وهكذا، بحيث أنه نحفظ له خصوصيته. قد يكون الأمر بالنسبة لنا عادي، لكن بالنسبة للطالب حاجة مهمة أنه ما حد يعرف اسمه أو أنه متواجد في المركز، موجود في المركز. حجز المواعيد مثل ما ذكرت كنا نترك حاجز بين كل موعد وموعد بحيث أن الطلبة لا يلتقوا بأعداد كبيرة في قاعات الانتظار. التعامل مع الطلبة خارج إطار العمل، مثلا يعني إذا أنا حصلت أي واحد مسترشد خارج نطاق العمل في السوبر ماركت في أي مكان، فريق العمل يقوم بتجاهل الطالب هذا إلا إذا أقدم الطالب بنفسه إلى السلام على عضو الفريق، بحيث أن الطالب يختار لنفسه هل أظهر نفسي بأن أنا أعرف فلان اللي يعمل في مركز إرشاد طلابي أم لا. وغيرها من النقاط التي أظهرت تفهما عاليا من فريق العمل لما يجب القيام به لكسب ثقة المجتمع. الأنشطة والفعاليات. استراتيجية حصان طروادة. بهدف كسر الجليد حرص المركز على تنظيم فعاليات وورش عمل في مهارات مختلفة في مبنى المركز في مواضيع تربوية ومهارية عامة. تمكن المركز من خلال هذه الاستراتيجية من كسر حاجز التردد وتطبيع الموقف مع الطلبة بعد زيارتهم للمركز، الأمر الذي شجع الكثيرين منهم لطلب المساعدة النفسية المتخصصة. اليوم نعمل دورة تدريبية في أساليب المذاكرة، يحضر الطلبة معنا، أو حتى إننا نطلب من واحدة من الجماعات الطلابية إن تنظم فعالية عندنا في المركز. الطلاب يحضروا إلى المركز، يكسروا حاجز الخوف، يكتشفوا أن المركز هو مثل كل المراكز الأخرى في الجامعة، يقدم خدمة للطلبة. هذا كان المفتاح، أنه هو طالب يأتي في المرة الثانية يقول لا أنا عندي مشكلة معينة، أتمنى أن أحصل منكم المساعدة في تجاوز هذه المشكلة. أثر الاحتواء. هل نجح مركز إرشاد الطلابي في المهمة؟ طبعا اليوم بعد مرور 25 سنة أو 27 سنة كانت النتيجة جدا مبهرة. بالنظر إلى النتائج المتحققة من سياسة الاحتواء يظهر لنا مدى النجاح الذي تحقق والإنجاز الذي صار واقعا من خلال: أولا، تكوين اتجاه إيجابي نحو الخدمات النفسية المتخصصة، ارتفع مستوى تقبل المجتمع الخدمات النفسية في مقابل تراجع ملحوظ لوصمة العار الذاتية والاجتماعية على حد سواء، ويظهر ذلك من خلال: أولاً، أصبح طلب المساعدة من قبل المسترشد بنفسه بدلاً من التحويل من المرشد الأكاديمي أو الكلية، الطالب بنفسه يبادر ويحضر إلى المركز. ارتفاع مستويات الإفصاح وكشف الذات والحديث عن صعوبات وتحديات خصوصية عالية كحالات الإساءة والابتزاز الإلكتروني وحالات التنمر. هذه الأشياء اللي كانت تكون من المحظورات إنه طالب يمكن يتحدث عنها. افتتاح مراكز حكومية وخاصة لتقديم الخدمات النفسية، بل بدأ افتتاح مراكز ذات بنية تنظيمية عالية كمركز الإرشاد الطلابي والتوجيه المهني بوزارة التعليم، كما تم إضافة وجود مركز للدعم النفسي كأحد بنود الاعتماد الأكاديمي لمؤسسات التعليم العالي. كذلك ازدياد عدد المتخصصين في الإرشاد النفسي والخدمات النفسية وارتفاع مستويات المؤهلات العلمية والعملية لهم، كما تم افتتاح برامج البكالوريوس والماجستير في الإرشاد النفسي والتربوي والتوجيه المهني. في 99 كنا نبحث عن أخصائي يكون عنده بكالوريوس إرشاد نفسي في تخصص الإرشاد، ما حصلنا. اليوم الحمد لله عندنا مئات الدكاترة، مئات من حملة الماجستير وفي تخصصات دقيقة داخل الإرشاد النفسي. استحداث وتطوير النظم المنظمة. طبعا أصدر وزارة التنمية الاجتماعية القرار الوزاري بإصدار اللائحة التنظيمية لمزاولة مهنة الإرشاد النفسي والاستشارات الأسرية. أيضا صدر المرسوم السلطاني بإصدار قانون حماية البيانات الشخصية. صدر مرسوم آخر بإصدار قانون وثائق المحفوظات، وهذا نظم المهنة بشكل كبير. توظيف أكثر كفاءة للموارد الثقافية والاجتماعية. ارتفاع الوعي المجتمعي بالخدمات ساهم في توفير الدعم الاجتماعي والأسري للطالب، والذي انعكس في تقبل الأساليب العلاجية الجمعية. دراسات نظرية وتطبيقية في توظيف الأساليب الدينية في الإرشاد النفسي أدت إلى توظيف هذه الأساليب بطريقة منهجية وعملية أثبتت كفاءتها بدراسات موثقة. اتجاه المجتمع للاستفادة من الخدمات النفسية في مجال صعوبات التعلم، العلاقات الاجتماعية، الاستشارات الزواجية. أصحاب الاختصاص مرشدين ومراكز إرشاد أصبحوا أكثر كفاءة في تحديد الحاجات النفسية للمجتمع بطرق علمية ومنهجية موثقة كل 5 سنوات. الخلاصة والتوصيات. النقطة الأخيرة: نجح القائمون على تأسيس مركز الإرشاد الطلابي في احتواء العوامل الثقافية والاجتماعية عند تأسيسهم المركز من خلال دراستهم للمجتمع وتفهم خصوصيته، والعمل على صناعة قالب مهني وعلمي من جهة ومتلائم مع سمات المجتمع العماني من جهة أخرى. إلا أن الأمر قد لا ينجح في بيئات ومجتمعات أخرى أو في فترات زمنية مختلفة بذات الخطوات المذكورة، مما يستدعي القيام ببعض الدراسات قبل تحديد الخطوات المناسبة للحالات المماثلة. يعني أي حد يريد يخطو نفس الخطوات يقوم ببعض الدراسات يتأكد من وجود العناصر اللي ذكرناها ومدى بالفعل هل هي موجودة في مجتمعه أو لا، من خلال دراسة اتجاه المجتمع نحو الخدمات النفسية، دراسة وصمة العار الذاتية والاجتماعية ومستوى حدتها، دراسة الحاجات النفسية للمجتمع، ودراسة أيضا اللوائح والنظم والتشريعات ذات العلاقة. هذا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. جزاكم الله خير. So we only have about 15 minutes instead of 45 minutes for Q&A.
Rahmatullah. Please, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. We're going to start in 1 minute. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. We are here today with the third panel of the day. I hope you all enjoyed the last two panels, just like I did. During those panels, we learned so much. We saw so many researches, and we listened to distinguished guests sharing their knowledge and the research knowledge with us. So thank you for those panels. This panel of today will be guided by Dr. Radwan. Dr. Radwan is the moderator, who is also a senior consultant, psychiatrist, and adjunct lecturer at the College of Islamic Studies, Hamad bin Khalifa University. تفضل دكتور رضوان.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله وآله وصحبه أجمعين. Today we have quite a rich session, inshallah. So I will not waste time by giving you my own take on the session. We have a selection of very interesting topics, but we will make it more exciting for you by changing the sequence a little bit, so you keep up with what's happening, okay? So, today we'll start with the first presentation with Her Excellency Sheikh Hissa bint Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani. This will be the first presentation, which was number 4. And then we will follow the sequence after that with Dr. Ayman Al Husseini, and then Tuana Gultkin, and then finally Dr. Arij Al Siaghi, okay? So I'll introduce the first speaker, Her Excellency Sheikh Hissa, Dr. Hissa bint Hamad Al Thani. This is what she wrote about herself. I might add a couple of things. She's a teacher at the College of Education at Qatar University. Actually, she's assistant professor and used to be the dean of the college. She's president of the Center for Wellbeing, Al-Hayat Al-Tayyiba, which is a pioneering center for well-being from an Islamic perspective. Her work focuses on education and well-being, and she is currently completing her graduate psychology degree in CIS HBKU. So with the goal of becoming a clinical psychologist soon, inshallah. And her topic is, I would say, a pioneering one. It's a homegrown application of the technique of group therapy in counseling. Without further ado, I will leave you to listen to Dr. Hissa's presentation. But please, for all our speakers and the audience, we will have each presentation for 15 minutes maximum, and then only 2 questions after each presentation. So that's the second change to the sequence, okay? So 1 presentation, 2 questions, and so forth. No, we will change. We will have questions after each presentation. So, Dr. Hissa, please.
Okay. And this is the time. Oh my God, the timer started. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. How is everyone doing? Ready for the last presentations today, right? We are the last people of today. ختامها دائما مسك. Sheikhna, Dr. Rajab, and all of my colleagues and professors and students, thank you for coming here. Today my topic is about integrating collective resiliency toward a holistic approach of الحياة الطيبة, the case of young adults here in Qatar. As I've been hearing, there has been lots of talk about mental illness and mental stigma, so let us just further dive into it. In the age where psychological distress is treated as a private struggle, often managed in isolation, the prophetic tradition in Islam offers a different point of view. Nabeen alayhi salatu wassalam states, remain with the jama'ah, or the group, for the wolf preys upon sheep that strays from the flock. This metaphor needs a deeper psychological reading. Can this wolf may represent quietly what consumes? No, I'm fine. What consumes, I don't know what's happening with the presentation, but I think we are fine. What consumes the human being when they are cut off? The loneliness, the despair, the intrusive thoughts, and the gradual erosion of meanings. The withdrawal in our deen was encouraged only under specific conditions, when the social environment itself was morally or spiritually corrupt, or when closeness endangered one's integrity. As the tradition in our tradition teaches, solitude is better than bad company. يعني الوحدة خير من جليس السوء. But this was an exception, not the norm. The normative vision was one of shared presence and collective support. Draw near to one another and show mercy. تزاحموا تراحموا. إن شاء الله إني أنا فهمت على الحلوة هذه اللي قالت لي to do this. But what is this?
Read this. You can skip. No, read it.
Why should I read it? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. She told me to skip. I skip. Okay. Okay, والله العظيم زحكتونا. Okay, here we go. So I hope this part is not recorded. So what is the dilemma? المشكلة, I'm with all of my doctors. He's like, one is doing all of the body language. What do you want? Me, carrying this? I will. I've been speaking since the morning. خلاص. Okay, so let us get into it. My doctors here, my teachers here, they know that I've been, as a teacher at Qatar University, I've been actively pioneering and encouraging the shift in mindset and to encourage collaborative work. Collaborative work, Qatar is not unique about that. Internationally speaking, collaborative work has its own issues. But when it comes to our Middle Eastern context, it's even more and more challenging. We have students, generation upon generation, they have not gotten the exposure or the experience into collaborative work. So when they come to the college and, here's the reality of project-based learning, problem-based learning, they get frustrated. They are used to a spoon-feeding, very well, instructions, memory-based mostly. So think about this problem of the collaborative learning, okay? And then me, in my second career in my life as a clinical psychologist, inshallah soon, ادعوا لي. I think we should consider this as my defense on khalas, So where, mental illness is stigmatized. So the collaborative problem with the mental illness as stigmatized makes group therapy quite a dilemma, isn't it? Okay, so let us understand what group therapy is. طبعا my notes is all over, so please forgive me. In group therapy setting, the group function as a social microcosm where participants inevitably recreate their interpersonal patterns, allowing for real-time observation and change. So it's not like a da'wah thing. It is a therapy-based approach, okay? By focusing on immediate interaction within the room, members gain direct feedback, fostering interpersonal learning and corrective emotional experience that translate into their outside lives. So what are the advantages, disadvantages of group therapy? Emotional support as a big benefit, providing a safe space, validation and empathy toward one another, normalization of the illness or the problem that they are facing with, so they know that they are not alone and there are other people also dealing with similar issues. This allows to reduction of isolation, so people are able to interactively work together in a group. The limitation of that is like how much of emotions you can be speaking about. The vulnerability can be a little bit threatening or overwhelming. There is also the pressure to conform with the group, everybody saying something. If I am very different or out of the box, or let alone that I'm dealing with an issue that is maybe taboo in my cultural context, how am I going to express myself? And then this discomfort sharing makes it difficult for a person to publicly speak about their own issues. Okay. So the development of the stages of the therapeutic group work starts with the exploration stage, where people develop trust and self-discovery, moving on to the awareness and challenge, that's the transition stage, then working stage, that's the active change. That's when you see like people are relating to one another, maybe even influencing each other's behavior, and then termination stage, integrating and closure. And the study that I have conducted, which I will later share, females' termination stage was very different than the boys. Like I will share later. Yalom has, throughout all of his studies, came up with 11 therapeutic group factors in group therapy. I'm not going to go over all of them, but installation of hope. I don't know how to get to this now. Installation of hope occurs as members witness other members' progress and begin to believe in the possibility of improvement for themselves. This is a big thing, especially, if you want to allow more agency, especially for young people. Installation of hope is a big one. Altruism, basically to enhance self-worth as members experience meanings through helping each other. Imitated behaviors. You are acting and then other people are seeing what you are doing, and then they will, catch up, whether how you say, how confident you are sitting, your body posture, your tone. And this happened also in the study that I've conducted where there was a role play. I love psychodrama. So inshallah, soon I will put our group here into the psychodrama, inshallah, very soon. Okay, let us move on. This is a group therapy. It is guided by rules. So it is unlike, in our cultural heritage, the majlis gathering or the salawat jama'iyya, or like any different gathering. It has rules and regulation. Confidentiality is sacred. A person has to be in the here and now, being present to what they feel, like what they think, how are they behaving. They need to speak on them, about themselves. Not to do the fardaniya, Dr. Rajab, I see the smile. It's not about fardaniya, it's like really about focusing on yourself in order for you to heal. And then you heal collectively as one group. Feeling matters, members are responsible for the group. They are allowed to exit or, enter the group whenever they want, and they don't need to speak when they don't feel like it. This is like in a lump sum, some of the golden rules, but these golden rules are very important. Okay. Now, a culture like the Qatari culture or many of our Islamic culture where there is aib and shame, discourages people from speaking up. Even though, paradox is احنا collective society. In the time of crisis, you see us helping one another, right? But then when it comes to our own self-endeavor, people are not speaking. I see the youngsters shaking and nodding their head, yeah, and the old ones are holding in a smile. طيب, this is a good age therapy we need it here. Privacy concern. يعني نبينا عليه الصلاة والسلام يقول لنا إذا بليتم فاستتروا, right? So what is that level of sitter, and what is, what do we need to do about that, okay? Islam encourages jama'ah. Islam encourages shura. Islam encourages nasiha. These are all beautiful indicators for collective healing, social support, and shared wisdom. Okay. Ta'sil. Now, like I am with the giants here, so ta'sil can be like a very challenging endeavor. Again, our fuqaha go with first, who is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what Allah have said, then what does the Nabi have said to us, and then what the Jama'ah. So I go and revisit Allah's names, and among of His beautiful names is the Sittir, right? Allah is one who conceals rather than exposes, one who covers humans' weakness instead of humiliating it. This divine name has been misunderstood as a command to suffer silently. But in reality, the Sattar in Islam is about protection and preventing public shaming, not forbidding safe and disclosure. So group therapy here can mirror this divine attribute. It creates protected space governed by confidentiality, boundaries, and mutual respect. Allah Azza wa Jal is the Rahim. Nabina alayhi salatu wasalam stated, described believers as being merciful to one another. Ar-Rahimun yarhamhumullah, reminding us that divine mercy flows through human relationships. Therefore, group therapy operationalizes this rahmah at this interpersonal level. When individuals witness others struggle, similarly, shame softens and isolation dissolves. Being emotionally understood without being condemned is in itself a form of mercy. Allah Azza wa Jal, He is the Hakam, He is the judge, the ultimate judge. One of the greatest barriers to emotional disclosure among our Muslim population is the fear of being morally assessed rather than supported. I see some nice smiles. Islam, however, is clear. Ultimate judge belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Therefore, group therapy can be understood in a way that human beings are not authorized to assume Allah's role as the judge, but are commanded to offer support and counsel. And I believe there is a prophetic saying here, but my notes are not with me anymore. Nabi alayhi salatu wassalam stated, what would you say? يعني الجماعة رحمة والفرقة عذاب, but there was something about Allah, the Hakam, that is just like slipped out of my mind, but inshallah, if it's allowed, it will come. Okay, Nabina, now Sayyidina Isa also, alayhi salam, stated, do not multiply speech without the remembrance of God, lest your heart grows hard, for the hardened heart is far from Allah, or from God, though you do not perceive it. And do not look upon the sins of people as though you were lords. I meant Sayyidina Isa, and I was like Sayyidina Muhammad, what he said, but it was Sayyidina Isa. But look upon your own sins as though you were servants. People are only of two kinds, one afflicted and one granted well-being. So show mercy to those who are afflicted and give thanks to God for well-being. طبعا our scholars from Imam al-Balkhi, al-Ghazali, Ibn Sina, al-Razi, all encouraged companionship, dialogue, nasa'ih, and this, we can delve into this even to the muhasibi time and before that, right? So now let us go to what has been conducted, which is a career counseling group therapy. Career counseling is a soft topic, belongs to everyone. There is no taboos. There is no fear. But we know, the students who participated in this program understood it to be a therapy form. Many of those students, are diagnosed with general depression, social anxiety, as well as other mental disorders. So the intervention took, consecutively 3 weeks. I had 2 groups of male and female students from higher education institutes here in Qatar. Each session was 50 minutes. The participants, the progression was from trust building to emotional exploration, skill development, and reflective integration. I used Al-Hayat Al-Tayyiba framework, which I will explain soon, as well as referencing the Hitler's multidimensional wellness and career construction theory. Al-Hayat Al-Tayyiba, please visit our website. If I'm allowed to say the website here or not, maybe not. Okay, so Al-Hayat Al-Tayyiba has 5 pillars, constituting, the whole domains of, us humans interacting on this earth, starting with the spiritual pillar, emotional pillar, intellectual, physical, and social. The spiritual pillar has 3 mother values. All of these values, from the spiritual until the social, we use Al-Hayat Al-Tayyiba instrument, 45 statements, to measure the intervention pre and post. Some of the questions that students replied on, their self-perceptions, such as in spiritual well-being, I regularly engage in the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or I carry through my decisions despite life pressures, I follow health guidelines to reduce the risk of illness, I ask questions to understand things in depth, and lastly, I take responsibility for the outcomes of my decision, whether positive or negative. Those are some of the questions. This is like an instrument with 45 statements. Students took it pre and post the intervention. The demographic of our participants were as follows. Total of 15, 9 Qataris and 6 non-Qataris, males and females, as I said, but separate, and the age ranges, some were in their 30s and in their 40s, but that's normal to the context of higher education here in Qatar. The first session looked into the spiritual well-being. As we start, there is a hadith. And the hadith can be reflected in multi-dimensions, but here in our clinical group therapy, we are looking at career counseling. So the first hadith was قال نبينا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما من أحد يحسن الوضوء أو مثل وضوء هذا يصلي ركعتين يتوجه فيهما بوجهه وقلبه إلا وجبت له الجنة. Here in this hadith, we are trying to understand, that niyyah, that ihsan, and that, sense of purpose and direction. Whereas for the emotional and intellectual well-being, we integrated them. It was more about, their cognitions, metacognitions, how they learn, as well as how they think and how they feel with the growth mindset and fixed mindset. Toward the end of that session, students were able to realize where they have fixed mindset and how to rewire themselves toward growth mindset. The last session was physical and social well-being. Here we did a role play, where students were introduced to becoming, one is the interviewer and then a panel. Am I done with the time? I'm over time. Oh my God. طيب خلاص والله انك generous. Okay, so results, interesting result. This is a pilot. It's a small intervention, but it did show some statistically significant indicators. Interestingly, emotional and intellectual well-being showed positive significance. Physical, showed positive improvement, indicating some success. Interestingly, social and spiritual were stable. So it's either that I'm not a good preacher or that spirituality takes time. I would say spirituality takes time. And then satisfaction, high level of satisfaction. We did thematic analysis where in the spiritual well-being, the overall genders integrated spirituality into career perspective, but male students lean toward principle-based, outcome-oriented reasoning, while female prioritize relational, experiential, and emotional aspect. Regarding the second thematic analysis, the female approach growth through emotional regulation and reflection, and the males approach it through practical action and controllable internal factors. Lastly, males for the social and physical well-being approached it from a task and outcome-oriented perspective, yet our females, they were like supportive, relational, emotional, helping one another, encouraging one another in that role play. This is the overall, again, limitation, as I mentioned, it's a pilot, it's small, it requires time and more duration. And then lastly, moving forward, Yadullah مع الجماعة, Allah is with the Jama'ah. So how can we adopt spiritually integrated counseling or group therapy model? We need to extend this duration, strengthen attendance and engagement, even though it's totally optional, implement gender-sensitive group facilitation. Let me tell you, toward the last session, the girls opened up even more than the boys. Like some of the girls were like, you know what, I am dealing with this illness. I am getting this support. And they helped one another. The boys, the weaker, the boys who were more sensitive and more introvert were not included in the play. They were left outside. Versus the girls, they were like almost like told, no, you have to try it. Come on, girl, sit properly, use your tone, body gesture. So that for me was very, very interesting. Now I say maybe because I am, a female therapist, would that be, if it was a male therapist, would that dynamism have changed? I don't know. But that was our conclusion in the study. And I'm very excited to continue in that and more to the psychodrama. And thank you very much.
Exciting presentation about what I said earlier, perhaps a pioneering project within our local
Dr. Ayman Al-Husseini. The topic is on an Islamically oriented cognitive behavioral model for addictive behavior. As a brief introduction, Dr. Al-Husseini is an assistant professor of psychiatry at Al-Azhar University and a faculty member in the College of Islamic Psychology with extensive experience in psychiatric education, clinical supervision, and evidence-based psychotherapy training. Dr. Husseini, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. Actually, it is my great honor to be with you today, and very thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me to be with you today. Actually, it will be unforgettable experience for me. Thank you very much. And actually, I'm not very fluent in English language like you, so I will make my presentation hybrid English and Arabic language, so the AI system will be confused what he will do, inshallah ta'ala. Alhamdulillah, I have no conflict of interest to introduce, to disclaim. My presentation will be an Egyptian experience about Islamically oriented cognitive behavioral model for addictive behavior. It is a clinical experience that happened in my clinic, in my practice, and actually I reviewed it with Al-Azhar Al-Sharif, with Dr. Mahmoud Hilmi, who is a member هيئة كبار العلماء التابعة للأزهر الشريف. He helped me in writing this paper, so I hope inshallah ta'ala it will be helpful for you. And it is Egyptian experience unique for us, so I hope inshallah ta'ala it will be reviewed by you, and I receive your important feedback. As an introduction, actually we are dealing with a growing experience. In 2021, there is increase by 23% more than the previous year, according to the World Drug Report published in 2023. So we are dealing with rapidly increasing problem worldwide, and actually our region is not different from what is happening in the world. During 2019, there is increase by 23% in the Middle East of addictive behavior, compared with what measured during 1990. Addictive behavior, so it is a progressively increasing problem. The concept of addictive behavior has been widened in the last year to لكي يتجاوز expanding beyond substance use disorder to include some other forms of addictive behavior like gambling disorder, like gaming disorder, like digital addictions, like porn addictions. The DSM-5 actually included gambling disorder in its context, and also the ICD-11 system included gaming disorder. So the concept of addictive behavior becomes a wide concept that requires our great attention. Actually, the phenomenon of addictive behavior should be approaches using the four model approach: biopsycho-socio-spiritual model, because actually it requires a great deal of motivation. And the spiritual power that we aspire from religion is very important to motivate the patients to overcome this intense desire to continue with addictive behavior. In this Cochrane review, published in the Cochrane Library, as you know, it is the most important library publishing well-designed meta-analysis, there is a high-quality evidence that manualized AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, and 12-step interventions that are spiritually based are more effective in dealing with the problem of addiction than secular forms of therapy like regular CBT or motivational interviewing. So we believe that if we integrated Islamic principles into the cognitive behavioral model, which is the most important psychotherapeutic intervention nowadays and most evidence-based intervention, integrating both of them, inshallah ta'ala, will greatly improve the results of dealing with addictive behavior. What we mean what we mean by integration, we mean by integration, sorry. Okay, why CBT especially? CBT specifically is important because it provides us with tools of a change rather than a philosophy of life, خلافا to other psychotherapeutic interventions like psychodynamic approach, which is theory-laden and full of concepts that is contradicting with Islamic background. Actually, CBT provides us with tools for a change, so we can adhere to the Islamic principles, Islamic values, and Islamic behavior, and use CBT methods to achieve these behaviors and these goals, as we will see, inshallah ta'ala. This is the basic cognitive model that explains the addictive behavior. Actually, it starts with you know, the problem with addictive behavior is not to stop addictive behavior. It is to prevent relapse again and going through addictive behavior again. The relapse starts by when we are exposed to risky situations. Risky situations may be external situations or internal situations, or internal phenomena like stress or anxiety or something like that. When we are exposed to this stressful situation, the patient exposed to this situation in the presence of his core beliefs, which colors his perception of himself and the world around him, then may trigger a transient desire or transient urge to consume drugs. Sometimes the core beliefs are colored with religious themes, like, for example, Allah will never forgive me, or I'm a bad person religiously. So if we use Islamic concepts to deal with these maladaptive cognitions or unhelpful cognitions, we may modify these core beliefs. Then when the transient desire happen, it will increase to become an urge urge to use drugs. And this urge is accompanied with some sort of cognitions that we call facilitatory beliefs. Facilitatory beliefs are concerned with positive outcome experience. When I use the drug, it will lead to positive outcomes, or negative outcomes when I'm not using the drug. And sometimes the facilitatory beliefs are related to low or poor self-efficacy beliefs. I cannot deal with the urge or with this difficult situation. And here comes the concept of at-tawakkul and al-ista'ana, to deal with my weaknesses. And then with the presence of this beliefs, the craving increase, and then we go through the addictive behavior, which is automatic response to this belief. So then we will review the Islamic methodology for dealing with addictive behavior. Actually, the Islamic methodology for dealing with addictive behavior depends on major values like taqwa, which is composed of a complex system of cognitions and behavior. Allah Azza wa Jalla يقول ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب, which is a cognitive element, ويقيمون الصلاة, which is a behavioral element. So taqwa is a very important concept. Patience, emphasizing patience, أو الصبر, directing desire toward permissible outlets. You know الحديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يا معشر الشباب من استطاع منكم الباءة فليتزوج فإنه يغض للبصر وأحسن الفرج ومن لم يستطع فعليه بالصوم. So when we have a desire, you should permit this desire in a permissible outlet. And then at-tawbah, which is a very important concept. Positive perspective towards sinners. حديث النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لما كانت المعزية ترجم عند أحد الصحابة سبها قال لقد تابت توبة لو وزعت على أهل المدينة لوسعتهم. كذلك حديث الصحابي الذي كان مدمن خمر سيدنا عبد الله لما كان يجلد وقال أحد الصحابة لعنه الله قال لا تسبوه لا تكونوا عونا للشيطان عليه إنه يحب الله ورسوله. So there is a balanced view for the sinners. Those who commit crimes, actually there is a balanced view. They are punished for their crime, but actually we see the positive aspects of their personality and the behavior. Also taking practical steps, seeking Allah help and trusting divine decrees, al-qadr, al-iman bil-qadr, wal-ista'ana billahi azza wa jal. All these concepts are required as a resource for dealing with this type of beliefs. Actually, I will present some examples of how we deal with these sets of problems. For example, staying away from high-risk situations. It is a very important concept in dealing with addictive behavior, is to stay away from the risky situations, and it is a manifestation of taqwa. النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم نهى عن الجلوس على مائدة يدار عليها الخمر. اتقوا الشبهات فمن اتقى الشبهات فقد استبرأ لدينه وعرضه. So we have to leave a space between us and the addictive behavior. But the problem comes here that motivation. We deal with a problem with escalating motivation. And here comes a technique which is analyzing gains and losses, and should consider keeping religious gains and losses in mind. هذه الآية تبين هذا التباين. الله عز وجل يقول: زين للناس حب الشهوات من النساء والبنين والقناطير المقنطرة من الذهب والفضة والخيل المسومة والأنعام والحرث ذلك متاع الحياة الدنيا والله عنده حسن المآب. These are the gains of shahwa. Also the gains of stomach. قل أنبئكم بخير من ذلكم للذين اتقوا عند ربهم جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار. Actually, I'm talking about concepts that we can use to deal with a problem, not talking about techniques. Like, for example, catching automatic thoughts or modifying them or using different cognitive interventions. This is a very important technique, which is analyzing gains and losses. Also, with dealing with negative core beliefs. Sometimes the patient believes that I'm inadequate, I'm a bad person from a religious perspective. Actually, we can use a technique called positive data logging, which is counting his positive and logging daily positives that he do during his day. And sometimes we advise him to follow هذا الحديث. قال الله عز وجل: إذا هم عبدي بحسنة فلا تكتبوها عليه فإن عملها فاكتبوها سيئة وإذا هم بحسنة فلم يعملها فاكتبوها حسنة فإن عملها فاكتبوها عشرة. If I am believing that I'm a bad person, so my perception will be more focused, more attentive toward negative deeds and disqualifying positives. This hadith will help us to always consider any positives that I do. في حديث آخر النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بين لنا كيف تكتب الحسنات. اوكي انه يعني كتب على ابن ادم على كل سلام احدكم صدقه فكل تحميده صدقه وكل تسبيحه صدقه وامر بالمعروف صدقه ونهي عن المنكر صدقه وفي بضع احدكم صدقه. So the definition of goods that he write in his positive data log should include any good that he do in his daily life, so he can create a more balanced view of his life, of himself. Dealing with craving. Actually, in dealing with craving, Islam guide us to deal with craving in different ways. For example, we need to deal with automatic thoughts. Sometimes automatic thoughts that come with craving come in the form of mental images, positive mental images about the positive expectations of using drugs. So we can use what is known as positive image replacement, replacing this mental image of the positive aspects of using the drug with a negative picture, and we can use a religious picture. For example, Al-Quran uses this mentalization to create mental images that can make us away from bad things. قل ذلك خير نزلا أم شجرة تقوم إنا جعلناها فتنة للظالمين إنها شجرة تخرج في أصل الجحيم طلعها كأنه رؤوس الشياطين. It makes a mental image. We can replace this mental image with the mental image of positive outcome experiences, and we can use this ayah as a word You know cognitive rehearsal? Cognitive rehearsal meaning I should review the cognitions, the alternative cognitions in my mind, so when I am in the middle of the situation, I can recall it easily to control my preconscious mind. Using this ayah as a word يومي, قراءة يومية, so he can recall it easily when he is facing strong urge. Also, positive outcome expectancies. Sometimes when the mental images come in the form of mental images about me weak and suffering from withdrawal symptoms, and this may make me need to take the addictive behavior. We can replace it with a mental image of al-Jannah. يطوف عليهم ولدان مخلدون بأكواب وأباريق وكأس من معين, and so on. Also, there is mental replacement for weakness. We call mastery imaging. Mastery imaging, when I can imagine myself in the face of the desire that I am في معية الله عز وجل. الله القادر العظيم الخالق. I can make this imagination to face the imagined weakness that I'm facing in front of that I'm facing the craving. Also, some of the ways that we can use in dealing with craving is diverting one's attention and avoiding dwelling on these internal experiences. حديث يأتي الشيطان أحدكم فيقول من خلق كذا من خلق كذا حتى يكون من خلق ربك فإذا بلغه فليستعذ بالله ولينتهي. So this hadith guide us not to be attentive to what's happening inside our mind. Just let it go and it will go. And so on. Okay, I finished in 1 minute. Actually, one of the ways to deal with the automatic addictive behavior is activities scheduling, which means challenging the energy of craving into lawful activities that naturally satisfy it. When we schedule these activities, and the activity scheduling is not just making a jadwal, so I follow it. It is a complex technique that needs to frequently assess the impact of these behaviors, and also challenging any automatic thoughts that may interfere with doing these actions in the schedule. So activity scheduling is very important. We schedule especially at the times when craving is more expected and when relapse is more expected, in some activities that divert the power of craving into lawful actions. And we can use religious action in this schedule. الغزالي يقول ويطلب لكل معصية منها حسنات تناسبها فيأتي من الحسنات بمقدار تلك السيئات أخذا من قوله صلى الله عليه وسلم اتق الله حيثما كنت وأتبع السيئة الحسنة تمحها وقوله تعالى إن الحسنات يذهبن السيئات فكل ظلمة ارتفعت إلى القلب بمعصية لا يمحوها إلا نور يرتفع إليها بحسنة تضادها فيكفر سماع الملاهي بسماع القرآن ومجالس الذكر ويقابل إيذاءه الناس بالإحسان إليهم. So we can choose selected actions that is contradicting with his bad actions and schedule them to reactivate this behavior, especially at the times when relapse is expected. And of course, we need further research to assess the validity of this approach, and also to examine the different sets of beliefs that facilitate relapse, especially the core beliefs, Islamically colored or religiously colored. We can assess these types of beliefs in different Muslim communities, because I think it can be there's different sets of beliefs according to the community that we deal with. جزاكم الله خيرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hman, for this fascinating
Okay, our next topic is a systematic review of Islamically integrated couple therapy. So we moved from group therapy to addiction, mental health, and then to couple therapy for Muslim couples, presented by a PhD candidate, Tawana Gulting, who is PhD candidate in clinical psychology at Ibn Khaldun University in Istanbul, whose research and clinical work focuses on Islamically integrated approaches to couple therapy. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Tuana. I'm a PhD student in clinical psychology at Ibn Khaldun University, Turkey. Today I will be presenting a systematic review which constitutes the first study of my PhD studies, inshallah. In my thesis, under the supervision of my advisor, Medaim Hoca, we aim to develop and implement an Islamically integrated couple therapy model. Before moving into model development and clinical application, we wanted to first examine what has already been done in the field. Therefore, the purpose of this study was to systematically review existing intervention studies on Islamic-centered couple therapy. There is no conflict of interest to disclose. Okay. I will follow this structure, inshallah. Marital relationships play a central role in individual and family well-being, like a butterfly effect. A robust body of research demonstrates that higher marital quality is associated with better mental health for both spouses and also their children. Conversely, marital distress has been consistently linked to anxiety, depression, and broader patterns of family dysfunction. At the same time, religion represents a key dimension, shaping how couples make meaning of their relationships. Religious beliefs influence marital expectations, role definitions, coping strategies, and interpretations of conflicts. Also, some research also suggests that similarity between partners in religious and spiritual values is associated with higher marital satisfaction. Besides this, there is also several limitations exist in the current couple therapy literature. Most models have been developed and validated within the Western context, often emphasizing individual autonomy and self-directed change. These assumptions may not fully align with the Muslim couples. Although faith-adapted couple therapy has received increasing empirical attention, this literature has focused predominantly on Christian contexts. Within Islamic psychology, there has been a growing body of work at the individual level. However, couple-based interventions remain limited. Therefore, the aim of this study was to systematically review and synthesize the existing intervention on this topic. This review was conducted in accordance with the PRISMA guidelines, and also we registered in Prospero, which increased the methodological transparency of the study. Studies in Arabic, Turkish, and English were eligible for inclusion. Therefore, databases, as you see in the slides, like PubMed, PsycInfo, Scopus, and also some of Turkish and Arabic databases like Elman Duma, Elmenhal, Dergi Park, were used. We organized search terms into 3 conceptual domains. You can see in the table 1, population, relationship focus, and intervention focus. Also, no publication date restrictions were applied while searching databases. Study selection process is summarized according to Prisma diagram, as you can see on the right of the slide. In total, over 15,000 records were identified through database search. After the removal of duplicates, we screened more than 10,000 records at the title and abstract level with volunteered research assistants, of course. The vast majority of records were excluded at this stage because they were not met our inclusion criteria. Ultimately, only 4 COSA experimental intervention studies met all inclusion criteria and included the final review. Due to the small number of included studies, we make narrative synthesis for the review. The methodological quality were assessed using the GBI checklist. As shown in the table, 2 studies demonstrated relatively low risk bias because clearly defined control groups, follow-up assessments, reliable outcome measures, and appropriate statistical analysis. However, the remaining studies had moderate to moderate high risk of bias due to issues such as limiting reporting of some measurement reliabilities, lack of follow-up data, and high participant attrition. Importantly, methodological quality wasn't used as a criterion for excluding studies because of the limited number of included studies. Instead, it was used to appropriately weight the interpretation of findings. I will now move to the results section, beginning with the methodological and sample characteristics of the included studies. As I mentioned, we have 4 studies, which shown in the table 2. All 4 studies were conducted in Iran. All of them are COSA experimental designs with pre- and post-test assessments and included control groups. 3 of the 4 studies also incorporated a follow-up phase. Sample sizes were relatively small. It's ranging from 18 to 30 couples. The included studies targeted heterogeneous population. One of them includes student couples, other one distressed Muslim couples, other one is made with couples with insecure attachment styles, and the last one is couples parenting children with disabilities. This table also summarizes the intervention characteristics and specific Islamic components integrated into each therapeutic model. Across studies, Islamic-centered couple therapy interventions were embedded within diverse theoretical frameworks. Two studies integrated Islamic principles into established Western models, such as emotionally focused couple therapy and mindfulness-based approach, while one study employed a cognitive behavioral structure, and another was grounded directly in Islamic educational teachings. Despite these differences, several common patterns emerged. All of them are in group formats, follow structured protocols, with durations ranging from 7 to 10 sessions. Across all studies, Islamic components play a central role in the therapeutic process. Frequently used concepts included patience, forgiveness, mercy, marital affection, trust in God. These concepts were explicitly grounded in Quranic verses, hadith, and Islamic narration. Like you see in the table, some of them specifically state the number of hadiths and ayahs. In terms of integration styles, Islamic concepts were directly incorporated into session content. And importantly, all 4 studies reported statistically significant improvements in their primary outcome variables. When we look at the discussion, I will begin with an overall interpretation of the findings. Across all included studies, we saw the consistent positive outcomes. Taken together, these findings provide preliminary support for the feasibility and cultural relevance of integrating Islamic concepts into the couple therapy for Muslim couples. Several shared characteristics emerge across 4 studies. As we mentioned, all of them delivered in group-based formats, implemented as a short-term programs like 7 to 10 session, and relied on structured protocols. In addition, studies that included follow-up assessments reported short-term maintenance of the treatment effects, which suggests that intervention gains were relatively stable over time. When situated within the broader couple therapy literature, these patterns are not unexpected actually. Early stage research on faith-adapted couple therapies, particularly within the Christian context, has similarly relied on small samples, quasi-experimental designs, and short-term follow-up periods. Therefore, the methodological profile observed in this review appears consistent with an emerging interventional literature, rather than reflecting a lack of therapeutic potential. A second key issue highlighted in this review relates to conceptual alignment and outcome measurement. With the exception of one study, all included interventions relied on outcome measures developed within Western psychological traditions. While these instruments are well validated, their use raises concerns regarding cultural and construct validity when applied to Islamic-centered interventions. From a theoretical perspective, the reviewed interventions primarily integrated Islamic concepts, such as patience, forgiveness, within existing Western therapeutic models. As a result, Islamic concepts often functioned as supplementary or integrative elements, rather than as a foundation of a distinct theoretical model like TIIP. Moreover, although positive outcomes were consistently reported, none of the included studies empirically examined the mechanism through which Islamic concepts contributed to therapeutic change. And lastly, there are several limitations of this systematic review. Firstly, the number of included studies was relatively small. Even we looked at the 15,000 articles. It's reflecting the early stage of empirical research on these concepts. Also, because of the language barrier, we couldn't read other Muslim languages, even though there are some studies in Persian about this topic. Secondly, all included studies employed a quasi-experimental design with relatively small sample size and follow-up periods. While these designs are appropriate for early-stage intervention research, they restrict causal inferences and long-term conclusions. Third, all studies were conducted within a single national and cultural context, which is Iran. It limits the generalizability of findings to Muslim couples in other cultural, social, and religious settings. Future studies should prioritize other empirical designs, such as RCTs, larger and more diverse samples, and longer follow-up periods. In addition, there is a clear need for the development of theoretically coherent Islamic-centered couple therapy models with culturally grounded assessment tools. Overall, the findings of this review support the importance of developing religiously responsive couple therapy models and also assessment tools. I hope this review contributes to ongoing Islamically centered couple therapy model. Thank you very much for your attention. 2 dakika.
And now the last presentation, but not least, is on the topic of integrating Islamic cultural identity and spirituality in child and adolescent psychiatry, applying the DSM-5 cultural formulation interview in the Middle East. Presentation is by Dr. Arish Siyaghi, who is an assistant professor of psychiatry at the University of Connecticut and child and adolescent psychiatrist at Hartford Healthcare, with academic and clinical expertise in cultural psychiatry and adolescent mental health. Dr. Arish, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Who's still awake at the end of the day? So my name is Arish Siyaghi. I'm a consultant child psychiatrist and an assistant professor of psychiatry. I have no conflict of interest. I'm very excited to be here and trying to make this brief and educational for your sake. So I'm going to skip through the learning objectives because I'm going to make sure that you learn by the end of this anyway. But going to the contents, the role of the cultural formulation, we'll be covering that. Next, we'll be covering what is the cultural formulation interview, how to use a cultural formulation interview, and then I will end with a clinical case scenario that I implemented the interview on, and what I learned from that. So, because it's psychology, we're going with Lev Vygotsky, and a mind cannot be independent of culture. So before I go into any topic, I like to spend a couple of moments to explain why this is important, why we're talking about this. So the first thing is avoiding stereotyping and generalization. We know that there are about 53 to 57 Muslim countries in the world with over 2 billion Muslims. The way that I see it, and the way that we see it in the media usually, we're going to see Muslims bulked into usually a large group of people that all look the same. And generally they have them dressed the same way. In a way that gives you the optical illusion that they think the same way as well, which is not true because you cannot have 2 billion people think the same way. That's just impossible. However, if you think about something as universal, for example, as Ramadan, and it's universal to all Muslims, but if I have people in the audience now scream out the first thing that comes to your mind when you think Ramadan. Just, you can shout out. Tarawih. Okay, Tarawih, kathar Allah imanik, mashallah. Yes, what else? What is it? Fasting. Okay, that's also a good one. Some people tend to think Musalsalat Ramadan. Some people tend to think decaffeinated zombies or whatever. There's so many different ways. For me, for example, growing up in Yemen, Ramadan was about my family making an insane amount of sambusa and going out right before iftar to deliver it to like homeless people, for example. So it was about sharing, it was about giving, and everyone just has if we assume that everyone thinks the same way about religion, then we're not giving people a fair shot at this. Next is the influence of culture and religious identity on mental health perspectives. If we think about other religions, at least this is my observation, is that identity does not really shape who they are as a person, versus when it comes to Islam, where Islam is a very core aspect of how people act, how people think, what they do. It governs their relationship with their neighbors. It governs what they do in their own private selves. And this is why this is important when it comes to their mental health as well. Next is delivering holistic, culturally congruent mental health care. And there have been multiple studies on the feasibility and clinical utility of the cultural formulation interview, specifically with Arab and Middle Eastern families. So we know that this works in our culture. Show of hands, has anyone performed a cultural formulation interview or heard of it? All right, 1, 2, okay. All right, a few. Okay, so the cultural formulation interview was introduced in the DSM-5, and it's designed to help clinicians gather information about cultural factors affecting the patient, understanding how these factors influence their mental health and illness, and to provide clinicians with a framework for assessing cultural dimensions in diagnosis and treatment. Do we perform a cultural formulation interview on everyone? No. When do we perform it is when you have a difficulty in diagnosis because of differences in culture. Any difference that you perceive in culture between you and your patient that might hinder the care is when you do that. For example, even as in cultural, religious, or even socioeconomic differences. In this culture, I think of immigrant workers, for example. How much do we know of their culture, and how much do we treat them accordingly as well? Next is uncertainty about diagnostic criteria or severity, disagreement in treatment plans, and limited engagement. In all of these scenarios, this would be a helpful thing to do. So the CFI consists of 16 questions categorized into 4 domains. You have cultural definition of the problem, cultural perceptions of the cause, cultural factors affecting self-coping and help-seeking, and finally, cultural context of the therapeutic relationship. I'm not going to go into details for those for the sake of time. This, slide that looks a little scary is not scary at all. This is the entire cultural formulation interview that you give to the patient, like that you do with the patient. And the next page is the one that, that you ask the informant, for example, the family member or whoever you're collecting collateral history from. So this is the whole thing. It's a 3-page one per person. Next, I'm going to go into the clinical case scenario that I implemented the cultural formulation interview on. And I'm going to preface this by a brilliant painting by my brilliant brother that always reminds me of this case specifically. And the reason is that I was called to see this patient because the patient was Middle Eastern, and they thought I'll be able to understand the patient's background. And when I found out that the patient is from my same country, my first thought was, I got this. I know what I'm doing. However, I did not got this until I did the cultural formulation interview and actually understood what was going on with the patient. Sorry? I'm sorry. It says, not everything that the eye sees is true. تراه العين حقيقة. Yes. Yes. We actually have the artist in the audience. All right. So the patient is a 16-year-old female. She's born and raised in the USA to Middle Eastern parents. She's Muslim. She attends high school there, public high school, holds 2 jobs, has no past psychiatric history, and just has one ED presentation 1 month prior for a physical argument with her sister, which is very uncharacteristic for the patient. Her chief complaint was, I took my grandmother's medications and I should have taken fentanyl too. Just a brief leading up to her admission, the brief events leading up to it is that she asked her parents to go to the mall. They didn't accept her going. She went anyway. Over there, her phone died. Their parents ended up looking for her at the mall until 10 p.m. And this is a Middle Eastern girl and their parents can't reach to her late at night. When they found her, they were furious, obviously. They called her a bad daughter. They wished they never had her. And they took her to spend the night at her grandmother's. At her grandmother's, she said she found the pills right there. She took a handful of blood pressure medications in addition to metformin and Tylenol. In the ED, she was aggressive. She was spitting and swearing, had to be physically restrained. She appeared disorganized, and she continued to endorse suicidal statements, saying, I can even wrap my hijab around my neck if I wanted to. Her hijab was subsequently removed by staff for safety. She was hallucinating dead people, and her parents continued to minimize her presentation throughout and wanted to take her home, but she ended up being involuntarily admitted for 15 days. So as you can notice from the images before, the girl was wearing hijab, but on the unit, she chose not to wear it herself, which was pretty upsetting to the parents. In the unit, she presented with symptoms of mania. She was disruptive to the milieu as well and required frequent direction, and believed that she may be dead and that the inpatient unit is the afterlife, which is funny because sometimes it feels that way. So further history revealed that she had had a 3-month period of irritability of what the parents thought was disrespectful behavior to them, uncharacteristic fights with her siblings, and significant changes to her mood. She was overspending and was buying makeup, according to the parents, when she is not married, which was not a thing that's acceptable to them. They called her the one that we failed to raise. There was further history also revealed 3-year history of severe depressive episodes with suicidal ideation. So a little bit of the cultural background of the family is that and the socio-cultural background as well, is that the patient was pressured and was expected to get married upon turning 18 to an older man. and that her father was resentful towards the family because he continued to pay the mother's dowry 15 years into the marriage, which is also specific to the patient's culture. Investigations were all within normal limits, with the exception of the Young Mania Rating Scale, consistent with moderate mania, and the cultural formulation interview. Just a brief history of the management, brief review of the management is that the parents refused medication completely. Eventually, they accepted clonidine, aripiprazole, and benztropine. So moving on to the challenges, what worked, and some of the misconceptions that were informed by the cultural formulation interview. So one of the challenges was that the patient was hesitant to disclose arguments with the parents, saying, they are my parents, I cannot make them look bad. So it took a great deal for us to get this patient to talk. The parents initially refused admission, refused medication, distrusted mental health services, and distrusted US culture. So it was difficult to even get them. Their view was that you're going to get the patient and get her, like, sort of try to change her mentality towards us. There was camera surveillance in the ED, which was also a huge hindrance of care to the parents. They were very unacceptant of this. The father refused to visit the patient on the unit because she wore pants and did not wear hijab, and he insisted that the staff make the patient dress more appropriately. The things that worked in this case were the cultural formulation interview was the most significant one, understanding and respecting the family's values of privacy and reassuring confidentiality, and this is, I think, the most important part of my presentation, to say, respecting families' beliefs and integrating spiritual needs into the patient's care as a primary component, not an afterthought. I keep hearing, for example, we're very proud of ourselves when you say biopsychosocial spiritual formulation, but it really sounds like an afterthought. When the patient holds religious identity as their core feature, then you owe it to the patient to treat it as a core feature of their treatment, as well as a primary component. Understanding the family's background. The mother was born and raised in the US, whereas the father was a more recent immigrant, so it was easier for us to reach out to the mom and sort of have her be the gateway to the dad. And then next is some of the misconceptions that we found alternatives for through the cultural formulation interview is that the family, for example, refused medication, so the staff immediately assumed the family is anti-psychiatry. What actually happened was that the family accepted medication as soon as it was explained to them in a way that they understand and accept. The father was distressed about cameras in the ED. The staff thought it was paranoia. What it actually was, that this is a culture where cameras are not allowed in female weddings and other occasions, and metal detectors are used to ensure that. This is a very, very private culture. Next is the father did not visit her at all for weeks on the inpatient unit. He does not care about her. What the actual explanation was that the father could not tolerate seeing her in a co-ed setting dressed inappropriately to their culture, but he chose to let her stay and receive treatment, and that is the most important part of this. Last is that the family was upset about a teen putting on too much makeup, and staff thought that was excessive. However, if we think about a culture that is that reserved, these are some subtle hints of hypersexual behaviors in these cultures. We're not going to expect a young girl who has mania of a Middle Eastern culture to act the way that a person that has mania in a US culture would act. So these are some of the most striking answers that we got between interviewing the patient with the cultural formulation interview and interviewing the parents. That's the one in the lighter shade. The patient thought that the cause of her illness was, she says, my family and their toxicity. And another word that struck me was that I thought she was saying nafsani, that the cause of her illness is nafsani. What she was actually saying was nafs thani. And what that means in their culture is that there's a second spirit that inhabits me and gives me those negative feelings that are not my own. So very, very different from what I thought I knew was my culture in my country. Next is the family's cause of illness was social media and over freedom, and therefore isolate her from everyone.
Where are they from?
Oh, they're from Yemen. Yemen, yes. And then for the, sorry?
That's Amara?
Yes, so, I suppose, yes. So the next thing was the parents were very, very concerned that the patient will be influenced by US culture, especially being on the unit. When we interviewed the patient, strikingly, she says the most important aspect of her identity is, she says, being Muslim defines me and keeps me in check. So when we translated that back to the parents, they were very relieved and were actually more confident in having her receive care there. I'm going to jump to the last corner here that says cultural considerations for care according to the family. What they needed was exposure. They were worried that exposure to a different culture on the unit would make her more lax. They did not want any male providers. They preferred Muslims. And no questions on religious beliefs, which is interesting because the staff hammered them with questions to try to understand where they were coming from to help them. But they thought that the more the girl is asked, the more she'll question, and she's young and impressionable. And finally, they were very serious about she has to wear hijab, no male peers, and no cameras. And that is the only way that they were able to accept the care being provided. One other thing is that the staff was consistently telling the patient to find her people, to find her support, to reach out to friends that could be supportive, to family members. Family, on the other hand, were saying, how would you describe illness to family, friends, or others? And they said, don't tell them the truth. They will not understand. Nobody but doctors. She will lose people. And the cause of her illness is her poor attitude and Satan's influence on her. So the more that we were able to understand the family, the more we were able to help the patient. Finally, benefits of using the cultural formulation interview were improved diagnosis, tailored treatment, informed policy and practice. And finally, some limitations is that the cultural formulation interview with practice takes about 20 minutes, so there is that time constraint. There could be cultural misunderstanding if you don't dig a little bit deeper, if you just take it at face value. And there are variabilities in cultural practices. Please do remember this. We're not a bulk of 2 billion people that think the same way. And, whoops.